Ether World was released 10 years ago as a dating simulator for women, but it surprisingly gained more male players. It had many characters, from easy and efficient ones to those difficult and weak. Among them was one trash character, the hardest to play and full of flaws. Yet one player, called a pervert by others, had played Baek Yuseol for 10 years. In a small room, that player sat before his computer, holding a cup of tea. He noticed new forum posts, and wondered if there was a new update. Reading further, he said in disbelief that a final boss in a dating sim made no sense since the game should end when players win a character's heart. Then he saw people saying the new boss was unbeatable and even deleting characters. He muttered that it was strange for a monster to nullify magic in a magical world. The game's lore told of the dark demonic humans, a cult helping another world, Persona Gate, invade Ether. When they succeeded, the dark demon dragon appeared. Seeing this, the boy said that 90% of the continent was already taken over. He sighed, realizing he had always focused on PvP instead of the story, and now the whole lore was ruined. A message appeared on the computer screen asking if he would fight the dark demon dragon, giving him the choice of yes or no. Without hesitation, he clicked yes, and in the game, he suddenly stood before a massive dragon. He looked at his character and thought that if he were to explain Baek Yuseol, he was the only character in the entire game who could not use magic, even though everyone else could. Because of this flaw, even the most skilled players avoided him, calling him worse than an extra. Of course, he could use some minor magic, but it was nothing compared to others. The dragon opened its mouth and released a ball of purple mana toward him. He quickly jumped high to dodge it, thinking that at least his character could use the blink spell. Landing on the ground, he gripped his sword tightly. He recalled that Baek Yuseol's blink allowed him to move randomly between 3 to 10 meters at extreme speed. The direction was unpredictable, and if he failed to control the distance, he could die from the speed and impact. On top of that, the skill had a long cooldown and heavy mana cost. There was also a 2-second movement penalty after using it, which made most players abandon the spell entirely. But Baek Yuseol was different. He had completely mastered blink. He could freely control the direction and distance, and he had even removed the penalty. It did not consume mana since his character did not have a mana stat. Unlike other spells, blink was purely a movement ability. But he had become obsessed with mastering it because everything depended on his skill alone. For 10 long years, he had played as the only character in Ether World who did not use magic in battle. Inside the game, Baek Yuseol faced the dark demon dragon head-on. With sharp focus and swift movement, he closed the distance and defeated the dragon with a single, decisive slash of his sword. A message appeared on the screen saying he had defeated the final boss, the 13th moon of the Black Knight. Smiling, he said he had actually killed it, even though Baek Yuseol was a garbage character, and decided to show off his victory online. But soon, a warning appeared saying that because the wrong ending was reached, 90% of Ether World had been destroyed. Another message followed, telling him he was closest to the true ending and asking him to reach it. Shocked, he shouted as the room fell silent, the computer screen glowing in the dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying on the ground inside the game. Seeing his reflection, he froze in disbelief he had become Baek Yuseol. A message appeared saying Episode 1 escaped the chase. Searching his pockets, he found the entrance certificate to Stella Academy, and realized this was truly Ether World. Holding his head, he thought that the voice wanted him to reach the true ending, but the game never had one. Then his eyes widened as he realized that no one had ever managed to reach the true ending in 10 years. He clenched his teeth and thought that it was not the time to be thinking about anything else. If his memory was correct, right after Baek Yuseol woke up, the people chasing him would break into the hut. He glanced out the window and saw several men in cloaks searching the area. Suddenly, one of them shouted, asking where that son of a bitch had run off to. Baek Yuseol quickly hid behind the wall, his heart racing, thinking that they were already there. Another man pointed toward the hut and shouted for others to search it. Baek Yuseol gritted his teeth and thought that there was only so long he could keep avoiding them, but fighting them was impossible. He wondered desperately what he should do. Then a glowing screen appeared before him, showing a message that he could use the skill Blink. His eyes widened in surprise as he thought in disbelief that he could actually use Blink. Baek Yuseol, suffering from magic leakage syndrome, could not store mana in his body. Yet he had one hope, a single spell he had mastered his whole life, Blink. Back in the present, he hesitated at the thought of using it. It was different now, no longer a game controlled by mouse and keyboard. As men surrounded the hut, shouting for his capture, he clenched his teeth and dashed outside. While running, he recalled the tutorial he had to escape the pursuers by using blink. They were faster than him, wearing magic boots, so his only chance was precise timing. If he failed, one mistake could kill him instantly. A man swung his sword to strike, but Beck activated blink and vanished in an instant, reappearing far ahead. The attackers froze in shock. Their leader reminded them that users of blink usually became paralyzed for 2 seconds afterward, but before he could finish, he noticed Beck still running smoothly. Confusion and fear spread among the pursuers as they realized something was different about him. Beck used the uneven terrain to his advantage as he ran, thinking that most players had failed this tutorial. He remembered that 99% could not pass it, and that even the 1% who did had failed at blink distance control and continuous blinking. He used blink again and sprinted. A pursuer shouted that using blink on that terrain was insane and ordered the magic users to the front to attack from a distance. Beck realized they were about to fire magic arrows. The second part of the tutorial required using blink to dodge them. A message had appeared on his screen saying that magic leakage syndrome and its derivative skills, sixth sense and cognitive acceleration, were active. When the magic arrows came, Beck blinked. A pink mana blast shook the area and knocked him to the ground. He got up and ran, recalling the final part of the tutorial: cross a canyon by perfectly controlling blink distance. He stood on the cliff and knew he had to cancel blink at the exact moment, 0.1 seconds to land on the floating boulders and reach passing mages. There were about 20 boulders and timing windows of 0.1 seconds, which was easier said than done. He clenched his fist and swore at whoever had designed the tutorial, though he thought it was barely doable. Suddenly the pursuers closed in, and one shouted that Beck was right in front of them. Beck realized they were closer than he expected, about 100 meters behind, and his blink had a 3-second cooldown, not enough to cross. He decided his best chance of survival was to kill them all. In the snowy mountains, Beck Uziel thought about the madness of his situation. He knew he had never been in a real fight before, but this was no longer a game bound by system rules. He realized there was nothing stopping him from fighting back, and the idea of killing did not disturb him. Gripping his sword, he acknowledged it was not revenge that drove him, he simply believed he could win. Sensing his pursuers approaching, Beck stood as the men appeared before him. Their leader ordered his capture, and one man charged forward, mocking Beck for standing alone. Beck used blink, appeared before him, and drove his sword through the man's chest. Blood spilled over his hands, but Beck felt no guilt, only the raw sensation of survival. He finished the kill, kicked the body toward the others, and ran again as the rest of the group resumed their pursuit. Beck Uziel clenched his teeth, thinking he had dealt with one enemy, but the next would be harder. When the chase grew silent, he looked back and realized they had not given up. They were preparing magic. Fireballs flew toward him, and he used blink just before they hit. The explosion shook the ground, and when the smoke cleared, the enemies were shocked to see Beck gone. He reappeared above their leader, drove his sword into his chest, and ended him with a scream echoing through the snowy mountains. Seeing 2 enemies left, Beck knew he had to finish quickly before the others arrived. One of them commented on his speed, wondering who he was. Beck wiped the blood from his mouth and thought that his reaction speed might be better than most gamers, but in reality, he could not dodge forever. He had to end the fight fast. He charged forward. One enemy claimed to have figured out his fighting style and launched an icy beam toward him, believing the fight was over. But Beck appeared behind him and slit his companion's throat. The survivor was shocked, and Beck smiled, thanking him for helping him improve. Furious, the man attacked again, destroying Beck's thrown dagger, but before he could react, Beck appeared in front of him and stabbed him in the chest, finishing the battle. A message appeared before Beck Uziel saying he had gained experience, and would receive a reward for uniquely developing the story through the Constellation project. He sat on the ground, breathing heavily, realizing he had killed to survive. Standing up, he decided to leave but paused beside a dead body, searched it, and found a sack of coins. Reaching a cliff, he thought about crossing it but then noticed a group of mages nearby, the same ones who appeared in the tutorial. One of them asked if he could cross without a bridge, and Beck nodded. The mages doubted him, saying only a third-class knight could manage such a jump. Their doubt vanished when they saw Beck leaping across the cliff, using blink to jump from one ice pillar to another, landing safely on the other side. 2 enemies stood waiting there. They formed magic circles and launched golden energy beams at him. Beck dodged with blink but knew it was dangerous. With a 3-second cooldown between blinks, he could not evade every spell. He searched for the next floating stone that could serve as his foothold to survive. One enemy formed a large dark mana ball and struck the stone Beck was standing on, causing him to fall. Beck used Blink to land on an ice pillar, hanging in the air with both hands. Suddenly, a fire mana attack approached him, but an ice spear infused with lightning blocked it. Beck widened his eyes, amazed at the magic's dual attributes and precise trajectory. He saw a girl holding a blue, shiny staff who had saved him. The mercenary enemies gritted their teeth and retreated. Beck approached the mages to thank them, but the girl said she did not act for gratitude. He thought her voice was beautiful, but she seemed difficult to approach. He reflected that while these mages were known as local bandits, most attacks were actually carried out by the Dark Demon cult. Once he crossed the cliff, he would be in mage territory and safe from them, and no one knew his identity. A screen popped up announcing Episode 2, with an option to enroll in Stella Academy. Beck murmured that it was the second episode and seemed manageable, but he complained about having to go through school again at his age. The story flashed back to Beck Uziel's childhood. He had told his mother that he wanted to be a mage when he grew up, and she had encouraged him, saying she believed in him. Later, while reading a second-hand magical textbook his parents had worked hard to buy, he promised himself to study hard and make them proud. That memory shifted to a moment when his mother had learned from a doctor that Beck had mana leakage syndrome, shocking him as a child. In the present, Beck suddenly woke up in a carriage, clutching his head. A mage sitting in front of him noted it was his turn and told him they would soon reach Lizoica, a satellite city of Arcanium. During a break, Beck stepped out, stretched, and smiled, thinking things were going well. He was relieved the timeline was closer to modern times rather than the Middle Ages, with long-distance travel facilitated by trains, flying ships, and warp holes. He reflected that they were going to Lizoica to board a flying ship, and that the real episode would begin in Arcanium, the city of magic. Arcanium housed renowned magic towers, mage knight orders, and 5 famous academies, with Stella Academy being the most powerful and prestigious. Beck crossed his arms and thought that Stella was full of geniuses and nobles from all over the world. He still did not understand how he had managed to gain admission and realized he had not yet checked his own skills. He opened his status window and saw that his mana leakage syndrome was at level 1. His strength had increased by 3%, agility by 5%, and sensitivity by 10%. He thought that sixth sense and detection acceleration had saved his life many times. His cursed physique prevented him from accumulating mana, but it allowed him to detect mana around him and sense attacks even if he was not looking. Detection acceleration let him perceive events as if time had slowed, giving him an edge against fast threats. However, using sixth sense consumed a large amount of mental power, so it had serious consequences after use. Beck opened the next up stats and saw his detailed statistics. His strength was 1-star 59%, sensitivity 1-star 97%, agility 1-star 81%, stamina 1-star 51%, endurance 0-star 97%, mind power 1-star 43%, and mana was empty. He had 10 remaining experience points. His skills included Blink at level 1, and his trait was Mana Leakage Syndrome level 1. He thought that the stats were not bad for a start. The original Beck had very low sensitivity, but some stats had been influenced by the character he had previously developed. In either world, each stat had levels in stars, and skills had levels. The maximum stat was 9 stars, which was nearly impossible to reach. In over 10 years of playing, the highest he had achieved was 8 stars in stamina and sensitivity. He decided to invest in sensitivity first to improve sixth sense and reaction speed, while stamina and flexibility could be raised through other means. Clicking through the screen, he thought about the problem of mana leakage syndrome. If he did not train it, he would not survive long. He needed to upgrade it to Secrets of Nature Physique as soon as possible. The way to reinforce mana leakage syndrome existed within Stella Academy, so he had no choice but to go there if he wanted to stop the end of the world and cure his syndrome. Beck closed his eyes and thought that he did not want to go, and wished for some help. A mage called him to get going, and he nodded. The scene shifted to a flying ship, and an announcement said they were leaving for Arcanium and asked everyone to take a seat for safety. Beck stood as a man mocked him, questioning why Stella allowed peasants, saying it sullied the Academy's reputation. Beck ignored him. The man turned in surprise when he saw a red-eyed girl and called her Princess Bayan. Beck realized Hong Bayan was a main character in the game, often clashing with the main female protagonist. He recalled that in most routes she either died, was brutally bullied, or suffered terribly, though she remained popular among male players. His stomach growled, and he thought about eating, but when he looked at the food and saw the prices, he decided to wait until they reached Arcanium. An announcement informed all passengers that they would arrive in 10 minutes and to go to the first floor. Beck smiled and thought he was ready. Beck stood by the window and thought that it was good he had resolved the previous situation, but he wondered if he could really survive in Stella Academy and in this world. He wished for something to help him and remembered a notification he had not yet checked. He opened the notification and saw that the Constellation project offered a special reward, a downgraded version of items he used in the game, a downgraded version of skills he had acquired, and some experience points. He murmured that the system at least had some commercial ethics, and considered what to pick. He thought about taking Returning Light or Praise of the Flash, but the items would be severely downgraded. He then considered Hyperspace Blink. A system voice explained that Hyperspace Blink was an advanced version of Blink and could not be acquired. However, he could use the reward to slightly enhance his Blink skill. The system noted that due to his lack of narrative power, it could not fully materialize. Narrative power drove the story's progression, and exploring unknown story branches like he had yesterday would help him accumulate it. Beck thought that he could not get late-game items because he was still a beginner, and considered choosing Bulbul glasses. The system confirmed that it could be provided. He held the glasses and decided to take them, never imagining he would actually wear them. Bulbul glasses contained all the information he had collected while playing the game. In Etherworld, players could not recall or read information about hunted monsters or acquired knowledge easily, so they developed items to store information. He put on the glasses, and a message appeared showing the Bulbul folder and seal as special features. Opening the folder, he saw categories for alchemy materials, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, and characters. Beck thought that this was good enough. Since this world was real, he could not know how much he could grind using the game system, but the glasses would help him regain about half of his former ability. While he looked at the girl mage, people murmured about her being Acel, the traitor Dutch Malf's eldest daughter. Beck adjusted his glasses and thought that one function allowed him to register or check character information within the story. Beck looked at her information, which showed that Acel Malf was a fake heroine, an ice lightning mage, drank pickle juice first when eating pizza, and was the eldest daughter of the Malf Duchy. Her father's death had led to her family's downfall. He thought that to explain Acel, he had to point out that although Etherworld was a game, it was based on the original romance fantasy novel Do Not Love the Princess. In the novel, Acel had lost her entire family, grew by confronting the villainous Hong Baiyan, and eventually ended up with the male protagonist, with her revenge plan disappearing at the end. However, the game's story was different. An original character named Flame was added as the real heroine. Flame was a woman from the modern world who had read the novel and was transported into the game world. In the game, Acel became the fake heroine, while Flame became the true heroine. Despite many players' efforts, Acel could not survive in any route and was pushed away from the heroine position. Beck removed his glasses and thought that it had nothing to do with him, though he felt like he had seen her somewhere before. He decided it must be his imagination and prepared to get off. The scene shifted to Stella Academy. Students gathered on the ground as the teacher explained that dark demonic humans were mages who embraced otherworldly powers and turned into monsters. They continued invading by opening persona gates or releasing ancient dungeons, and it was the mage's duty to protect the magical world. The teacher announced that the oath ceremony would begin for the 4 students admitted with high scores and the freshman representative. Wearing his uniform, Beck thought that everyone's faces shone, fitting their roles as main characters. The teacher called the freshman representative, Ma Yuxiang, who had entered with the highest score. Beck thought that Ma Yuxiang was a natural genius with 9-star mana, capable of controlling all elements. He decided that even if he could not reach the true ending, he should aim to keep Ma Yuxiang on the good side, and that his strategy would depend on Flame's actions. Beck also reflected that his role in the story was minor, like a shop NPC, and that he should support the main characters from afar while avoiding direct involvement. The teacher ended the entrance ceremony, and the students clapped. Beck Uziel sat in class and thought that it felt strange to be a high schooler again after graduating from university, but it also felt good. He looked at his Stella pocket watch, which proved he was a student at the prestigious Stella Academy, and gave him better treatment and service than those with most magic warrior licenses. He smiled, eager to use it. The instructor told everyone to sit in their seats and begin the exams, asking them to put away all items except writing supplies. Those who used glasses would be examined first. Beck realized that after the entrance ceremony, There was a class placement exam, part of Stella Academy's rigorous curriculum, even on the first day. Looking at the exam paper, Beck thought he had no idea what it said and found it tricky. The exam would assign students to F to S classes. He noted that most playable characters would be in S class, but since he had entered last among 1,141 students, he could probably hand in a blank page and be assigned to F class without risk. He then looked at Ma Yuxiang, who was sitting relaxed in his chair. Beck thought that Ma Yuxiang had already finished the exam and lived a boring life. He realized that Ma Yuxiang was born into the strongest family with the greatest talent, making everything too easy for him. Depending on the female lead's actions, Ma Yuxiang could turn out good or evil. The dark demonic humans would be very interested in him. Beck observed Ma Yuxiang yawning and thought that his biggest challenge was his family, and looking at geniuses made him compare himself more. He widened his eyes, wondering if he could use the bulbul glasses, which he had used a lot while playing to stack additional skills in the library. He pulled out the glasses and decided to check them, thinking he had nothing to lose. Suddenly, the instructor noticed and asked about the glasses, saying they should have been checked beforehand. Beck thought that if the magic in the glasses was discovered, he might get expelled. At that moment, the system voice announced that a missing part of the bulbul glasses had been sensed and asked if he wanted to call it. Beck panicked and hoped the system would stay still. The instructor returned the glasses, saying that he could not feel any mana from them and that Beck should ask beforehand next time. Beck smiled, thinking that if the original functions were working, it would have been trouble. He wore the glasses and saw the answers clearly, thinking it was a jackpot and imagining getting first place. While writing, he thought he could definitely escape F class and maybe reach a class. Suddenly, the instructor announced that the exam was over and all papers floated toward him. Beck was shocked to realize he had only finished 3 questions. As the instructor examined the papers, Beck removed his glasses, thinking escaping F class might have been too much for him. Then the instructor shouted for Beck to hand over the glasses and asked another student to bring Dr. Gray in. Beck widened his eyes, worried that he had been caught even though he had written his answering process clearly. The scene shifted to Dr. Grayan, who examined the glasses and said that Beck's solving ability was suspicious but confirmed he did not cheat. He could not feel any magic from the glasses or Beck's items. Dr. Grayan smiled, calling it interesting and instructed Professor Lee Hanwal to apologize and guide Beck properly. The instructor apologized, and Beck smiled, saying it was fine and advised care moving forward. Professor Lee Hanwal sat in his office examining the exam papers. Female Professor Edeltaman smiled and asked if those were the exam papers for this year's freshmen. She said she had heard there were many interesting freshmen this year. He nodded. He thought about the prominent students, including Hong Bayan from the Fire class, Jeremy Scalvin, the chosen successor of the Scalvin Empire, and Hei Wenriang, the successor of the Full Moon Tower. Professor Edeltaman said that setting the exam questions for so many elite students must have been tough, and that this year surely had many interesting questions. Professor Lee Hanwal replied that he was glad they were to her liking. He thought that this year's class placement test had a new type of question. The first 3 questions were designed to test flexibility and creativity, not rote memorization. Most students left them blank, and of the 100 who attempted them, most could not answer correctly. Only 3 new students got all 3 questions right: Ma Yuxiang, the prodigy of the century with unknown origins, Flame, who was admitted on the principal's recommendation despite being a commoner, and Beck Yuziel. Professor Lee Hanwal thought that Ma Yuxiang and Flame were geniuses, but Beck Yuziel had the lowest admission score. He had not expected him to solve all those questions, especially when he had failed to answer the rest. Professor Edeltaman said she understood why he was so interested in the new students' scores and that there was one student whose result made no sense. She smiled and said that though countless formulas could not solve those problems, Beck managed it without knowing anything. Lee Hanwal asked if the boy could be a genius, and she replied that it could just be a coincidence. He looked at Beck's picture and thought that Beck was a mage combat student specializing in blink, and they would soon find out whether it was coincidence or true talent. The scene shifted to the students who were gossiping. Beck Yuziel complained in his mind that he had to check the class assignment in person instead of through the game. He just wanted to check his class and leave. When he looked at the class division screen, he was shocked to find his name missing and feared he had failed. But when he checked the S-class list, he froze in disbelief after seeing his name there. He realized he had been placed in Class S, the most special grade with only 41 students. He thought it must be a mistake and scratched his head in frustration. He worried that meeting the main characters more often would only bring him trouble and shorten his life. Deciding he could not change his class, he told himself to keep a low profile and manage somehow. Hong Yil had slapped Hong Baiyan and shouted that she got 3 questions wrong. She compared her to Princess Acel of the Fallen Malf Duchy, who had gotten 2 questions right, and said Baiyan was even worse than an insect. Baiyan fell to the ground and nodded. Yil sighed and told her that she could not afford to become like Yil, who had been chased out of the kingdom and clung to a lowly professor position. She held Baiyan's face and told her to become a better existence than her sister. Baiyan nodded but thought she did not understand. She felt she only solved problems the way she was taught and murmured while crying that she did not know why she was being tormented. The scene shifted to Beck in class, sitting and clutching his head. He thought he was screwed because he had been assigned to a place full of antisocial weirdos. He then overheard students gossiping about him, saying they could not understand why he was in S class, and that even their parents had protested. They noted that his only response had been that Beck Uziel had the qualifications to be there. Beck thought with a smile that he was an outcast, but it was understandable since the other students had worked hard from a young age. He stretched and thought that class placement changed after every test, so it was fine, and S class was no exception. He considered that some students might rise within the class later, and he was amazed that game characters were in front of him. He thought most of the students in this class would become famous worldwide, and that about 5 of them might betray the magical world. He hoped Flame could stop that from happening. When Professor Lee entered the class, he told everyone to settle down and greeted them. He introduced himself formally, noting that many talented students were present along with a very unique student. He explained that the academy trained combat mages over 3 years of rigorous education and asked everyone to do their best. The class remained silent, and the professor said to start the lesson. Beck noticed Hong Baiyan entering late, and wondered if something had happened since she usually followed the rules. He used the bulbul glasses to check her information, which showed she was a villainess, a fire mage, liked red ginseng candy, occasionally burned herself, only drank espresso brewed a certain way, had an evil mother, and was guaranteed to die. Beck thought that if Acel died because of Flame, Hong Baiyan's death was also inevitable. He felt he wanted to help her but realized he could not, and decided to keep his distance. Baiyan approached Beck and sat beside him without saying anything. Beck felt confused and thought that things were already getting twisted from the start. Instructor Lee crossed his arms and announced that before class started, they would have the staff succession ceremony for the staves students would use. The S and A classes would have their ceremony together. Beck thought the staff succession ceremony was a bit annoying but he looked forward to it. He remembered that Stella Academy had 2 big events, the familiar contract ceremony and the staff succession ceremony. Both were very special. In the hall, the instructor asked if everyone was present and explained that staves ranged from low to middle high class. Students could pick a staff, but switching it later was complicated, so they had to choose carefully. Beck thought that the staves did not really let students choose. In Ether World, staves only responded to someone worthy, creating a resonance effect. He wondered which one he should choose. Before, he would have picked a staff for the F class, but now in S class he had to think carefully. The staff that fit him best was a wand. He remembered that wands were usually for knight classes who spammed magic quickly, while long staves were for bishops who focused on single powerful attacks. A student called Beck while crossing his arms. Beck asked who he was. The student said he was Uslek and asked which staff Beck planned to pick. Beck replied he would take anything. Uslek told him to pick a staff that fit his status as a commoner, and not to cause trouble for the professors. Beck said he should not cause trouble either. Uslek clenched his teeth and shouted in anger, pointing at a staff, saying he would pick that one and Beck should watch carefully. Beck realized the staff was the Edmari Edamirai, one of the highest staves in the hall, usually for professional magic warriors. He thought middle-high class staves were too difficult for ordinary students, and mostly there to show off. Instructor Lee told everyone to stand in front of the staff they liked. Students murmured about which staves the top students picked, noting that even the prince and princess chose middle-class staves. Uslek clenched his fist and tried to approach a staff, thinking he would show true S-class talent. A sudden blast occurred, and Beck covered his face, realizing Uslek failed to resonate. Uslek fell weakly to the ground. Beck thought it was better for him to give up as Ma Yuxiang approached the staff, because its owner had already been decided. When Ma Yuxiang raised his hand to take the staff, the students murmured with doubt, wondering if even he could handle Edmari Edamirai. As he clenched the staff, a beam of energy burst out and covered the area. He smiled while holding it, and the students stared in shock, unable to believe that an incoming student had taken a high mid-class staff. Beck watched without surprise. He had already expected this and knew that more people would now notice Ma Yuxiang's talent. He remembered that Flame also owned another high mid-class staff named Terry Vaughn. He thought this was where the story might split. If Flame managed to grab Terry Vaughn, Ma Yuxiang would take interest in her for her talent, starting the Ma Yuxiang route. But if she chose another staff, it would lead to a completely different path. He decided to use Flame to bring Ma Yuxiang to their side. When Flame walked toward the staffs, Beck focused on her, thinking about Terry Vaughn. But she passed it without stopping. His eyes widened in confusion. He wondered if she did not know about it or if she lacked information. He realized it could become a problem since Flame, being the female lead, should be able to resonate with any staff. Now he feared she might end up choosing a strange one. He clenched his teeth and thought that they might lose other good routes too, leaving him no choice but to push Terry Vaughn toward Flame. Using the blink technique, he appeared behind her. She turned when he greeted her with a smile and asked which staff she planned to choose. She questioned why he wanted to know, and he said he only wanted to help because she looked lost. She coldly told him it was none of his business and started walking away. He called out to her, but she did not stop. He felt something was off. Flame was supposed to be friendly and social, yet she was acting distant. He told himself he could not give up since his life depended on this. Moving ahead of her, he tried again, saying he wanted to help her pick one. She told him to mind his own business. He insisted that one of the staffs was perfect for her, but she shouted back, asking what he knew about staffs. He smiled and said he had heard a lot about her, then raised his hand and suggested she might be capable of grabbing that one. Suddenly a strange noise echoed, and he closed his eyes. When he opened them, the Terry Vaughn staff was in his own hand. Shock ran through him as he wondered why it had chosen him when Flame was supposed to take it. He looked at her, and she smiled while he stood there confused. Students around the ground were gossiping while Flame listened quietly. They talked about how two new students had managed to grab and resonate with high mid-class staffs. Some were amazed, saying it had only happened 5 times before in history. Others wondered how one of them could do it using only blink during the magic manifestation exam, calling it a basic and useless magic. Many thought something must have gone wrong. Later, in the self-study hall, Flame walked in and felt relieved that things were finally quiet. She thought about how everyone had been talking about the same thing all day. The news of 2 students taking high mid-class staffs had spread fast, yet she could not understand it. She remembered the moment when Beck had grabbed the staff and realized with shock that he had taken Terry Vaughn. She wondered who he really was, since she had read the original novel 3 times and never seen a character named Beck Yuxiel. It had been written that no one could ever take Terry Vaughn, let alone resonate with it so easily. Gritting her teeth, she thought it felt like he was showing off to her. Then she brushed her hair back and decided it was pointless to think about it any longer. As she settled in, a girl called out to her and asked if she was going to study alone too. Flame turned with a smile and joked that the others must think she was a nerd. One of the girls asked why she always called them kids when they were the same age. Flame replied that it was just a habit since she had always been treated as older where she used to live. Inside, she thought about how she had realized she was living inside a novel, so she could not act like a normal kid. When Jackie asked if she was going to study alone, Flame said she was not and mentioned a special supplementary meeting she planned to attend. She waved them off and left. As she walked with her eyes half closed, she thought about how hard it was to be a student at that age. Suddenly she bumped into someone and blinked in surprise when she saw Hei Wenriang. He asked if she was okay, and she said she was fine. He noticed her uneasy expression and asked if something was wrong. She quickly denied it. He then asked if she was heading to self-study, and she nodded, saying he must be going to the S-Class exclusive training hall again. He smiled, told her he would see her later, and walked away. Flame then continued toward the self-study hall, thinking about the upcoming meeting. According to the original novel, Acel and Hong Baiyan would both attend, making it an important moment to watch the female lead and the villainess of the romance fantasy face each other. She realized that all the key characters were finally coming together. As Flame walked into the meeting room, she observed the scene and noticed that the host, Kyle from Class A, looked uneasy. Sitting down, she thought it was understandable since the meeting was meant for students who needed to improve their grades, yet even famous S-Class students were attending. She was surprised to see Ma Yuxiang there too. She thought about how Ma Yuxiang, the male lead of this world, seemed to be interested in Beck Yuxiel. It could not be a coincidence. She remembered that Beck had not solved anything except the 3 hardest questions, known as the questions from hell. Clenching her fist, she wondered if Beck had known from the start that solving those would be enough to enter S-class. Her eyes lingered on Baek Yuziel as he sat there smiling, deepening her curiosity about him. Baek Yuziel felt irritated with Ma Yuziang, and wished someone would take him away. Ma Yuziang smiled and asked why Yuziel had come, saying he did not need to attend something like this unless there was a special reason. Yuziel laughed and said there was none. Kyle stood in front of the class and announced that they would review the placement exam problems. He reminded everyone about the 3 questions from hell, known for their high difficulty, and proudly mentioned that he had solved one of them. Inside, he was frustrated to see people like Yuziel there. He had planned to use this session to gain influence by teaching weaker nobles, but decided this was his chance to show off instead. Hearing that Yuziel had gotten the lowest score, he smiled and thought he could prove he was better. He raised his hand and began explaining, calling the problem a trap meant to mislead students into mistakes. Ma Yuziang then turned to Yuziel with a smile and asked what he thought about Kyle's explanation. Yuziel, clearly annoyed, wondered what that question even meant. He did not understand what Kyle was trying to do or what the 3 questions from hell were supposed to be. In the end, he decided he would just be honest about it. Kyle's eyes widened when he heard Yuziel say he did not know. The students around began murmuring, wondering if Yuziel was saying Kyle's explanation was wrong. Kyle clenched his teeth in anger. Yuziel froze in confusion, shocked by everyone staring at him. Kyle mocked him and told him to come forward and solve it himself. Yuziel glanced at Yuziang, who smiled and gave him a thumbs up, making him realize it had been done on purpose. Sighing, he decided to get it over with and walked downstairs. Standing before the board, he put on his glasses and studied the question. He thought that the so-called questions from hell felt more like riddles. He compared it to a pun quiz, giving an example of a mage casting a spell to make the earth cry, which caused double the amount of dirt to appear. He reasoned that the answer was simple: if dirt cried, it would be in a state of decomposure. Though he found it ridiculous, he knew that was the nature of these problems. He then explained that Kyle had treated the question like a math problem, talking about soil splitting when it cried, which was wrong. Kyle had just gotten the correct answer by pure luck, and if there were another question like this, he would surely fail. Yuziel told Kyle that he could not show the correct way to solve it but could point out where he went wrong. He explained that the problem mentioned earth, but if it had been water or wind, Kyle's method would not have worked. Kyle clenched his teeth and said he would just use another method. Yuziel replied that doing so would change everything since Kyle had only gotten the right answer by luck, not by understanding what the test maker intended. Kyle froze in shock. Yuziel then began explaining the problem on the board, and the other students quickly started taking notes. Flame watched in disbelief, unable to understand how the class had shifted so suddenly. The students were focused on Yuziel's explanation. Even Acel and Hong Baiyan, who should have been arguing according to the original story, were now paying full attention to him. She wondered uneasily if things were really supposed to be happening this way. Baek Yuziel waved his hand with a smile and said goodbye to Ma Yuziang, but inside he felt frustrated, thinking he never wanted to see him again. He touched his hand and thought it might be because of the telephone. Even though he could not use it right now, he had somehow caught Ma Yuziang's attention and could not understand why. There had never been any instance in the story where a character other than Flame used it. As he walked ahead, he noticed Hong Baiyan standing alone and wondered if she was waiting for someone. Deciding it was none of his concern, he tried to walk past her quickly. But she called out to him, saying she had something to ask. She wanted to know why he had not explained the solution earlier. Yuziel was caught off guard, thinking it was not that he had refused, but that he simply could not explain such a ridiculous riddle logically. He felt she had misunderstood and awkwardly said he just did not have anything to say. She nodded, assuming he had chosen not to reveal his solution in front of everyone, and said she would compensate him for that. Yuziel looked at her in surprise when she said she would compensate him, and she repeated that she would pay him fairly if he explained what he knew. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Later, they sat across from each other at a table. Yuziel stared at the paper and admitted he did not understand why she was paying him just to learn about 3 questions from the placement test. She replied that she had her reasons and told him to continue. He pointed out that she had only gotten those 3 wrong and asked if she was embarrassed to ask for help from someone who had failed most of the others. She calmly said she was not embarrassed, only bothered that she still did not know the answers. She said she was willing to do anything to understand them. Yuziel then asked why she had come to him specifically when, as a princess, she must have plenty of people she could ask. She explained that out of all the new students, Only 3 people had solved the 3 questions from Helma Yuziang, Flame, and Yuziel himself. Those questions were meant to be unsolvable, which had put her in a difficult position. Yuziel shouted in shock, realizing they were trick questions that nobody was supposed to solve. She nodded and asked if he had not realized that while answering them. Yuziel closed his eyes and thought about how crazy the situation was. He finally understood why he had been placed in S-class, and why Flame had tried to stop him earlier. He realized he did not know all the details of the world building or that there were trick questions like these. Flame, on the other hand, must have known since she had read the entire novel. Even if she did not know the game's story, she would still understand most of the setting, including the 3 trick questions. Because he, an extra who did not exist in the original story, had interfered, Flame had been forced to acknowledge him as part of this world. He held his head and thought that her strange behavior now made sense. When Bayan asked why he looked that way, he told her not to worry and reminded her that she had agreed to listen to one request as thanks for his help. She nodded, and he said his request was to have his staff altered into a magic sword, explaining that the blacksmiths in her kingdom could handle it easily. She frowned, saying that only low-level mercenaries use such weapons and questioned why a mage would want one. But he cut her off, saying it fit his style and asked if she would do it or not. She agreed. He pointed to the question paper and said he would show her the solution, explaining that the key was a change of perspective. In his thoughts, he remembered that Hong Baiyan's weakness was how strictly she followed textbook magic and how stuck she was in that mindset. She would only realize it much later, after losing badly to Flame in her second year. Though he could not give her deep insight yet, he could at least point her in the right direction. He then looked at her and asked if she knew what a nonsense quiz was. Baiyan said she had heard of nonsense before. Yuziel lifted his finger and gave her an example, asking what was between a knee and a knee. She guessed it was the back of the knee, but he said the answer was and. When she glared at him angrily, he smiled and told her to calm down and look at the question. He explained that the problem had formulas and techniques she did not know, meaning it needed creativity to solve. He asked if creativity could be memorized, and when she denied it, he said that knowing many spells and techniques was important but not everything. He told her that for a mage, the most important thing was to see beyond the limits of thought. Magic could grow with even the smallest change, but she only saw things as they were. He said spells were not just about memorizing and casting, and that while she might be better than him in analysis and judgment, she lacked creativity, the most vital trait for a mage. Baiyan clenched her hands tightly. Yuziel scratched his head, asking if she had understood what he said, even though it sounded complicated. She nodded. He smiled and said he was glad, then told her they would start right away. He asked what a man would say to a horse while putting it to bed. Baiyan thought for a moment, and admitted she did not know. Yuziel told her that the answer was past your bedtime, and asked why beds did not work hard. Baiyan repeated that she did not know, and he replied that it was because they were always lying down on the job. Then he asked what happened when rock, paper, and scissors entered a race. She again said she did not know, and he answered with a smile that rock began to roll, but paper and scissors were stationary. Baiyan clenched her teeth in frustration. He then asked what the cloud said to the ocean when it was raining. She thought for a moment, and guessed that it said she was getting a bit oceanal. His eyes widened with surprise, and he told her she got it right. She smiled excitedly, and he thought it was the first time he had ever seen her smile, both in the game and in reality. He praised her creativity, saying she was truly a princess. Baiyan blushed and said that was enough and asked for the next question. He smiled, and their talk continued for a while. Later that night, Yuziel walked alone, thinking about how he had spent 3 hours on nonsense questions with Hong Baiyan. He had not expected her to take his words so seriously. He admitted that she was an excellent magician with a sharp mind but too rigid in her thinking. He felt a little guilty for using her weakness, even though she was supposed to be the villainess. He reminded himself that he needed to modify Terry Vaughn into a magic sword soon to increase his strength. He decided to stop overthinking and focused on buying the books he needed for class. As he searched through the streets, he murmured to himself, trying to remember where the shop was, and finally found it. Yuziel entered a small rundown bookstore and looked around with cautious eyes. He knew this place well, remembering that its strange owner liked to pretend to be asleep while secretly watching his customers. In this forgotten shop was hidden the study notes of Mala, the student who had graduated at the top of Stella Academy 10 years ago. He thought about how, unlike in the game where it appeared with one click, in reality, he needed the actual textbook. He knew that grades depended on the quality of the books used. At first, he had bought from famous bookstores, but later discovered that the best ones were hidden in nameless places like this. If he attended the magical engineering class with Mila's study notes, full marks were almost certain. He also thought that even though his bulb-shaped glasses could help him achieve decent results, finding the hidden recipe would make it even better. As he spotted the book, he reached out to grab it, but suddenly a hand pushed his aside. When he looked up, he was surprised to see Acel standing there. He murmured her name in disbelief. She looked straight at him and asked if he knew who she was. Yuziel nodded quietly, unsure what she was planning. Acel looked at him with a calm expression and said she remembered him from the supplementary group. She recalled his name as Beck Yuziel and mentioned that she had enjoyed the debate, though it was disappointing he could not finish his explanation. Then she turned away and said it was nice meeting him before leaving. Left behind, Yuziel picked up the book and felt relieved that it had not been taken. He wondered why she had come to this place. The bookstore mostly dealt in used books, attracting poor students like him. He thought that Acel, coming from a fallen family, probably had no choice but to visit such a store. Her father must have been killed by dark demonic humans, and that thought saddened him. A princess who once had everything was now struggling to afford second-hand books. He remembered her tragic fate in the original story, where she had died even before Flame, the main heroine, and he thought she might be the most unfortunate character of all. He placed his books on the counter with a smile and asked the owner to bill them. The old man nodded. Standing beside him again, Acel glanced at his stack of books and remarked that he had chosen some interesting topics. She noticed his interest in the advanced sealing theory and pointed out that it was an ancient art involving magical items, no longer of much use in a world where alchemy and magical engineering had already evolved far beyond it. Yuziel admitted that the subject had little use and turned to leave, saying that most people thought the same, which made it easier for him to get better grades in that class. As he walked away, he thought about how Acel was right. Few students chose to study the theory of sealing, so he could focus less on it while still maintaining good grades. With that, he felt confident he would have no problems this semester. The next day, Acel walked through the corridor thinking that her first class was on nihility. She found it to be an easy subject, and hoped it would not be too difficult to score well. Sitting at her desk, she reminded herself that she would need to try harder in her other classes. When the lecture ended, she wondered if she should eat something first. She looked at her remaining 60 meal tickets for the semester, and decided to buy only bread for the day. As she walked past the classroom door, she caught sight of Beck Yuziel inside and stopped, thinking that it really was him. Acel wondered what Yuziel was doing in that classroom. As she looked around, she noticed the lecture had very few students, most of whom had low grades. She realized the class might even be cancelled if attendance stayed this low. Thinking quickly, she decided that if she joined, she could easily raise her grades without much effort. Holding her book tightly, she thought that with the extra time saved, she could focus on other subjects and earn more scholarship money. She suspected Yuziel might have already known that this subject was easy to score in, and wondered if he had planned his schedule perfectly to make his life easier, though she convinced herself it was probably just a coincidence. In the class, Professor Layden spoke about the origin of magic, explaining how the mage and white spread magic across the world, teaching elves nature magic, dwarves matter magic, and humans elemental magic before eventually traveling to the heavens. While listening, Yuziel sighed inwardly, thinking how difficult it was to attend school again at his age. Still, he reminded himself that this lecture was important, as it might hold clues about the true ending of the story. His eyes then shifted toward Acel, and he wondered when she had joined this class. He could not recall her being part of it in the original story but decided it did not matter much to him. Professor Layden explained that human curiosity had gone beyond elemental magic. Human mages had traveled the world, stealing magic from other species, but still felt unsatisfied. Eventually, they could not learn more, and the founding mage left behind the 12 divine moons before disappearing. When he asked the class if anyone knew about them, Acel answered that the 12 divine moons were guardians who once protected the balance of power across the continent, and had continued their duties until about 1,000 years ago. Layden confirmed her answer, explaining that each moon possessed unique powers. The 6th moon of the red summer controlled eternal red flames that still burned deep within the sea of Alamanca. He added that the 12th moon of the blue winter had frozen the great whirlpool at Levian's coast solid. Each divine moon held distinct powers, but if all were ever gathered together, a miracle was said to occur. One student then asked what that miracle was. Professor Layden said that no one knew the truth since the divine moons had fallen asleep 1,000 years ago. Beck Yuziel thought about how he had met 5 of them while playing the game, during limited time events, and only after collecting information from other players. No one else had managed to meet more than he did. He believed that the 12 divine moons were connected to the true ending that no one had reached in 10 years. To uncover it, he decided he would have to go through everything again, no matter the risk. The scene then moved to the training grounds where Hong Yeo was teaching the students. He reminded them that strength alone was not enough and that even a powerful attack was useless if it missed the target. The students continued practicing, and one of them launched a fire beam at a dummy. A loud blast followed, but the dummy stood unharmed. Bayan sat alone on the bench, feeling heavy inside. She thought that she had shown her mother a sorry sight again, and that her mother must be disappointed. A girl came and sat beside her, admiring her strength and saying how amazing she was. Bayan asked what she meant, and the girl said that they had used the same magic, but Bayan's was far stronger. She smiled and told her that her magic was incredible, and that she had heard stories about her since childhood. Bayan looked at her and realized she was a fire-type mage named Arzwang. She remembered hearing about her as a genius of the fire attribute, and once believed she could never match her own power. Bayan then told her it must be nice to have such high accuracy. Arzwang replied kindly that if Bayan practiced more, she would surpass her easily. Bayan stood up and said that was enough talk, though she admitted that speaking with Arzwang made her feel better. She said goodbye and walked away, leaving Arzwang behind. Later, Bayan returned to her room where her lady guard, Ye Taran, was waiting. Taran offered her a drink and ginseng candy and reported that the staff remodeling she had requested was being worked on. Since the staff was of high quality, the craftsman decided to make a top-grade magic sword. Bayan nodded quietly and sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Ye Taran mentioned that there was something questionable about the staff, saying she had heard that such staves kept absorbing the owner's mana. Bayan's eyes widened in shock as she asked if that was not a dark demonic tool. Taran explained that it was different, as it stayed in constant resonance with nature's energy. Bayan refused to believe it and said that taking the user's mana and mixing it with nature's mana was absurd, wondering why such a useless staff was considered middle-high class. Taran calmly said that this was exactly why it was ranked that way. When Bayan asked what she meant, Taran explained that the original ability could greatly strengthen the user's mana, which would make it a high-class item, but since it drained mana even when held, it was downgraded. Bayan shouted in surprise, wondering how a student could even use something like that. Taran admitted she was confused too. Bayan held her head and said she knew it was never meant for them to resonate with, and that most people would avoid using such a staff even if offered. She thought that the commoner might somehow figure it out. As she took a sip of her tea, she added that he was surely a unique one. A few days after the semester began, Professor Carliam stood before the class explaining that attack magic required more detailed control than any other type. He said that was why the mana orbitology class was mandatory and that from then on, they would study orbitology focused on shooting and targeting. He began to explain the orbital formula on the board. Baek Yuziel sat in his seat yawning, thinking how boring it was and wondering why these classes were harder than Korean. Suddenly, Professor Carliam called his name and asked him to stand and solve the problem. Yuziel nodded, walked to the board, and quickly wrote the answer. After a short moment, he turned and said he was done. The professor looked surprised and praised him for solving it so easily. He said that being able to organize the Rydie-Heiborg equation like that was impressive and asked if Yuziel's first major was the water attribute. Yuziel shook his head, and the professor smiled, saying they would continue the next set of questions in the following class. When class ended and the students began leaving, Acel called out to Baek Yuziel. He turned toward her, as she said she had a question for him. Acel had been observing Baek Yuziel closely and concluded that despite his grades, he was definitely intelligent, even when compared to the top students. She remembered the earlier question from class and thought it had been at a university, or even professor level. She wondered who Baek Yuziel really was and became certain that he had a clear strategy for his course selections. Curious, she asked him what his next class was, thinking she needed to know that information. Yuziel looked surprised and asked why she wanted to know, teasing her by asking if she was interested in him. She frowned in disgust and told him not to say such things. He replied that he was even more grossed out by the thought and scratched his head, wondering what he was doing as an adult. Then he asked again why she wanted to know. Acel explained that she had researched the classes he was taking and noticed they were all ones where it was easy to get high grades. She asked directly where he had learned that strategy, saying it was important to her. Yuziel only laughed and said it was just a coincidence, then turned away and said he would leave if that was all. Acel stopped him and told him to wait. Yuziel turned back with wide eyes as she called out for him to hold on. He asked in irritation why she was following him and told her to learn from someone else since there were plenty of smart students around. He said she could just follow what he was already doing since she had looked it up anyway. Asel explained that anyone who took Divine Moon Studies received an A+, so it would not matter if she joined that class. But she was worried that registering for his other classes might lower his grades. Yuziel thought that if she lost her scholarship, she would suffer the most. Yet even now, she cared more about others than herself. He found her annoying but still admirable, thinking that she truly fit the role of the story's female lead. She looked at him with bright eyes and asked if he could at least recommend one class where it was easy to earn a good grade. He teased her by asking if she thought her looks would convince him. She smiled playfully and said that usually, just looking at her face helped her feel less stressed. Yuziel frowned in annoyance and asked if she was serious. Laughing, she said it was a joke and added that she had prepared something as compensation. Yuziel felt irritated and wondered why everyone loved offering compensation for small things. Asel then asked if he knew anything about the ghost story of the Seventh Tower. His eyes widened, and he nodded that he did. She looked surprised and said that few people knew about it since the tower had disappeared long ago and was surrounded by barriers that kept anyone from getting near it. Then she noticed his expression and asked if he was all right. He clutched his head, feeling overwhelmed. He thought that this was a huge piece of information because, in the original story, it was something that allowed the female lead flame to grow closer to the male protagonist. If Asel knew it, that meant she was supposed to share it only with the main character, not with someone like him. He turned away and waved his hand, saying it sounded like a scary story and he did not want to hear it. She laughed and said it was not that scary, asking if he was afraid of ghosts. Yuziel sighed and said he would just tell her for free. Asel looked confused and asked why he had suddenly changed his mind after refusing. He shrugged and said it was his decision to change it. He thought that Izel's sincerity in offering him something was enough. Then he told her that even though it was unrelated to grades, there was a class that would be very useful for her. He advised her to take Meditation Journey into the Abyss as her liberal arts subject. Asel looked surprised and asked if he was into cultivation since he recommended meditation along with Divine Moon Studies. Yuziel denied it and scratched his face, unsure how to explain. He told her that his master had once been a bishop like her and had greatly increased her magic power through meditation. Her eyes widened at his words. Yuziel thought that this fact was not yet known but that for bishops who used large-scale destructive magic, meditation was crucial. He knew that precise casting relied on formulas and equations but ultimately came from the mind that controlled mana. He added that he usually did not share this with anyone but was making an exception because she was cute. Asel reminded him that he had called her ugly earlier but smiled and thanked him. She said it was a shame the class would not help her grades, yet she would take it anyway. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Left behind, Yuziel thought about what he had just done. He felt uneasy, realizing that telling her could change the future, but he also knew that if he did nothing, Asel would face a tragic end. He hoped meditation would help her. Then a sudden realization struck him. Looking at his hand, he remembered that he was a mage too and wondered why he had never thought of training himself. He recalled how the Yuziel in the game had trained his body, awakened his magic revelation delay physique, and grown immensely strong. In the game, progress came with the push of a button, but now he could train directly. As he walked down the stairs, he thought about how quiet things had been lately with no missions or monster hunts, and smiled to himself, murmuring that he should be grateful to Asel. Yuziel walked through the dormitory and thought about how large it was. In Stella Academy, every student lived in the dorms. What had once been a small extra feature in the game, where players could decorate their rooms, was now his real home since his village had burned down. The dorms were divided by class rank, and although all rooms were the same size, the number of students per room varied. The S-class students had the privilege of occupying the top floors alone. He sat cross-legged on the floor with his arms resting on his knees and thought that even though he had been feeling lonely, he could finally make good use of this place. Closing his eyes, he began to practice, reminding himself that stats were not what mattered most in reality. He needed to adapt to his physical body. He recalled that in the game, Yuziel had been a genius who manifested sword aura by using the endless flow of mana through his body. No one had noticed him back then, but he had actually been a master swordsman, reaching the highest level of swordsmanship in that world. Now, he told himself that he needed to walk that same path once again. Yuziel's body began to glow with a faint golden light as he focused on his breathing. He thought that his breath controlled the flow of mana through his body, and that by slowly increasing the amount he took in with each inhale, he would eventually be able to absorb more at once. He reminded himself that skills did not level up just by collecting experience but by constant practice, which meant all he needed to do was train. As he continued, morning arrived, and his eyes snapped open. Looking at his hands, he felt a faint but familiar sensation, the same one the original Baek Yuziel must have felt. He thought about how he had accepted the mana leakage syndrome as part of himself since a young age and could now truly feel it within him. A glowing screen appeared in front of him, showing that the skills mana leakage syndrome and blink had both leveled up. His eyes widened with excitement as he shouted in joy. Smiling, he thought that he was now one step closer to his goal and swore to reach the true ending no matter what. The scene then shifted to the training grounds, where the students were gathered. Flame looked around and thought that the grass and wind felt real even though they were created by magic. She knew the Stella Dome was a kind of pocket dimension built on campus that could change size and features freely. It was used for sports, events, dungeons, and monster training. She counted the participants, noting there were 50 students each from Class A1 and A2, and 41 from Class S. In the original novel, there had only been 39 from Class S, and she had expected it to be 40 including herself. She wondered where Baek Yuziel had come from, realizing that his presence meant he had existed in the story's world all along. She told herself she would figure everything out slowly, and that she could handle it. Flame clenched her teeth, and thought that she was the only person in the world who knew the novel's story. She turned her head, thinking the lesson would begin soon. Nearby, she overheard a student asking young Master Jeremy if he had finished his class registrations. Jeremy smiled and nodded. Another student mentioned that they had signed up for soft magic research because he had taken it too. Jeremy beamed and said they should have fun together. Flame watched him and recognized him as Prince Jeremy. She remembered that in the novel, he had been obsessed with Acel but was rejected, which later turned him into a villain. Though he appeared kind, she knew every move he made was carefully planned. She told herself to stay cautious and not get too close to him, even while admitting that he was undeniably handsome. When Jeremy suddenly looked her way and waved with a friendly smile, she waved back politely. She thought she understood why so many people admired him, and how his group stood out the most in the entire academy. Turning away, she reminded herself to stay focused, because this world was now her reality, and she needed to be ready for whatever was coming next. Professor Lee Hanwall stood before the students and called for attention. He said they would begin with simple training before starting the day's lesson, explaining that he needed to see their skill levels to teach them properly. He made it clear that he would be directing the training and that anyone unhappy about it should stay quiet. He reminded everyone that professors had the authority to add or remove points, and warned that anyone who fell below the required number would be expelled. He then explained the details of the training. It would be a mock dungeon exercise using real dungeon phenomena, traps, and monsters to test them. Students would earn 4 points for defeating a risk level 1 monster, and 8 points for a level 2. He held up a stick and said that obtaining the point stick would grant 20 points. The top 5 students would receive rewards and shop privileges, while anyone ending with 0 points would have their score reduced. He added that students could form teams if they feared failure, but the points would be divided among teammates. Before disappearing, he stated that defeating another student would allow them to take all of that student's points, and wished them good luck. Moments later, the ground began to shake violently, and students cried out in surprise. From the earth, large branches and stems burst upward, twisting and growing rapidly. Flame's eyes widened as she recognized the scene and thought that it was the Jack and the Beanstalk map. Flame held her staff and thought that she should get going too. Jackie called out to her and asked if she was going alone since there was a practical training. Flame knew that forming a team during dungeon training had many advantages, but she believed it was better to go alone to earn more points. She told Jackie that she wanted to try being alone this time. Jackie smiled and said she understood since team points had to be shared. Flame agreed but felt that Jackie's tone sounded sarcastic. She turned and told her they should go together next time. Jackie nodded quietly. As Flame walked away, she wondered if it was just her imagination or if Jackie kept mimicking her. She brushed off the thought, thinking it might just be a phase. An hour later, Flame was exhausted and wondered when the practical training would finally end. Suddenly, tree branches burst from the ground, forcing her to create a shield with her staff to block them. Her eyes widened as she realized that not only monsters but even the field itself was attacking. She admired how tough the Stella dungeon training was. She had earned 18 points so far, which was decent, but she knew a single point stick could change everything. She decided to keep moving forward. Flame noticed a shadow and her eyes widened as she felt a strange presence. She first thought it might be a monster, but after focusing, she realized it was a person. She wondered how a student could hide their presence so well. Confident in her own skill, she reminded herself that she was also concealing her presence with one with nature. With her abilities in bind, destruction, defense, and healing, she decided it would be fine to try ambushing the opponent. Peeking from behind a tree, she was shocked to see Yahello. She remembered hearing that many students had tried to form a group around him, but he had rejected them all. She could not understand his thinking. When she noticed a point stick in his hand, she saw it as the perfect chance to test him. Flame used the magic technique Light Cluster and calculated that the distance between them was about 15 meters, believing he would not be able to defend himself from that range. A bright golden aura surrounded her as she raised her staff and cast Light Bullet, sending it flying toward him. Yahello sensed the attack, turned sharply, and his eyes widened before he used Blink to dodge it. Flame stood frozen, stunned that he had avoided a second-class spell from such a close distance. Yahello landed on the ground and complained to himself, wondering if Flame was trying to kill him by suddenly using Light Bullet like that. He felt relieved that his mana leakage syndrome level had increased, otherwise he would have been in serious trouble. A screen appeared, showing details of his skill Blink, which allowed a maximum distance of 12 meters, 2 stacks, and a cooldown of 3 seconds. He thought about his situation, realizing he still had 2 blinks left. If he used the terrain wisely, he could handle Flame to some extent, but escaping her seemed like the better choice. He used Blink again and moved farther away, thinking that staying at that distance was enough. His goal was to reach 5th place, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Another screen appeared showing that the reward for 5th place was etheric roots, which increased health and strength. Yahello thought that the top 4 spots would likely be taken by the main characters anyway, and all they needed now were 3 more point sticks. As he walked, someone suddenly appeared in front of him and spoke mockingly, pointing out that it was Yahello from S-Class. Yahello looked at the person with confusion. A boy stood in front of Yahello and greeted him mockingly, calling him the S-Class student. Yahello recognized him as Raiden, a student who had become popular recently. He was part of Uslek's group and basically a follower of a follower. Yahello noticed that Raiden already had 3 point sticks and found it surprising for someone like him to have collected so many. Raiden crossed his arms and mocked that Stella Academy must have fallen to let someone like Yahello enter S-Class just for solving a few strange questions. Yahello thought that he was tired of hearing the same insults over and over again. Raiden's tone turned threatening as he demanded Yahello's point stick. When Yahello refused, Raiden accused him of resisting and raised his staff, taunting that Yahello could not use magic or even handle his high-class staff properly. Yahello's eyes widened as he thought of his limited options. With only a first-class blink, facing someone from a noble family like Raiden would be difficult. If only he had 3 blinks, the situation might be different. Still, he knew he had 2 variables: the point stick in his hand and the fact that the area was a dungeon. He raised his point stick and offered it forward, saying it was here. Raiden laughed with satisfaction, thinking that was exactly what he wanted. Yahello suddenly appeared in front of Raiden and attacked, but Raiden quickly formed a blue barrier to block it. Clenching his teeth, Raiden slashed his staff and shouted in anger that he would get him. Before he could strike again, Yahello vanished and reappeared behind him, saying that it was dangerous. He laughed while holding 2 point sticks, thanking Raiden for them. Raiden yelled for him to give the sticks back, but Yahello refused. He laughed inwardly, thinking that point sticks were more useful than expected. He had learned by chance from the players in the game that these sticks were actually bug items. Their unusually high durability made them resistant to student magic, giving them strength similar to magic tools. For most mages, magic was more helpful, but for someone like him who fought physically, these sticks were perfect weapons. Raiden clenched his teeth and shouted for his companions to take back the sticks. As he gave orders, the ground trembled under their combined magic. He shouted again for everyone to get ready and not let Yahello escape. Yahello started running when one of them shouted that he was fleeing. They raised their staffs and launched blue mana toward him, but Yahello used Blink and disappeared from sight, realizing that his opponents were stronger than he had expected. One of Raiden's teammates shouted that they could not find him because he was too fast. Raiden, still furious, ordered them to just hit him once. One of Raiden's companions tried to warn him in fear that something was wrong with the dungeon, but Raiden shouted for everyone to calm down. He said that Baek Yuziel was still nearby and told them to wait until the terrain settled before attacking together. Clenching his teeth, he warned them to be careful of magic rebound if their spells failed. Before anyone could react, Baek Yuziel suddenly appeared in front of Raiden and attacked. Raiden fell back onto his companions, and Baek Yuziel triggered magic rebound. Blue mana beams exploded around them, forcing everyone to shield their faces. Standing firm, Baek Yuziel thought that it was over. Raiden turned with wide eyes and shouted his name, but Baek Yuziel only showed him 3-point sticks and said he would be taking those too. Laughing, he joked that if he ever got a girlfriend, he would give the sticks to her as a gift. Raiden screamed in rage while Baek Yuziel waved his hand and said it had been fun before vanishing from the spot. Later, as he walked through the dungeon, Baek Yuziel smiled and thought that he had struck the jackpot. He felt lucky that he had used the dungeon's environment to his advantage, knowing that if he had fought normally, he would have been robbed. To him, it was the difference that came from experience. Baek Yuziel felt something strange and wondered if he was imagining it. He turned his head and his eyes widened. A huge fiery blast shook the ground. Baek started running and murmured that it had been close and almost trouble. Suddenly Baiyan appeared in front of him holding her staff and asked why he had not taken the other stick from those fools. Baek Yuziel wondered why she was there. He scratched his head and said that she was misunderstanding and that he could not take them. He asked what his taking or not taking their sticks had to do with her. He then accused her of waiting for him to fight so she could take all the sticks at once. He reminded her that he had taught her before and asked how she could do that to him. Baiyan said she was of royal blood and told him to come at her if he knew that. Her eyes widened as she raised her staff and said that simply taking objects from a commoner was not dignified for a royal. She said she would defeat him properly and take the sticks from him. Baek Yuziel asked if she really liked robbing weaklings. Baiyan called him a weakling and said she had seen him joking with those fools from the start. She said he had not even used proper magic against them. Inside she thought that she needed to hurry. If she did not want trouble with her mother, she had to get the point sticks quickly. Baiyan remembered what had happened earlier when she suddenly heard shouts. A student was yelling that Baek Yuziel was running away and asking where he was going. She realized it was Raiden's group and thought about whether to attack. She decided against it, knowing that taking on 6 people alone would be difficult. She planned to wait until they were exhausted and then take their point sticks afterward. When she observed Baek Yuziel, she noticed that he was not using any spells other than blink. She thought that even though his opponents were weaker than her, they were still elite mages from noble families, yet he was handling them with ease. A fiery aura surrounded her, as she decided to use her full strength against him. A sudden explosion shook the ground, but Baek Yuziel sensed it and dodged using blink. Landing safely, Baek Yuziel thought that it was just as expected from Hong Baiyan and that her attack had been dangerous. He felt relieved that his earlier intuition training had paid off, but also realized that using 2 blinks to dodge was difficult, and he needed another plan. Baiyan asked why he was not using his staff. Baek Yuziel replied that she had taken it. She reminded him that he should still have the basic staff given to all students upon entry. His eyes widened as he nodded, realizing he had completely forgotten about it since he never planned to use it. She said he was joking as always. She thought she was desperate, but that brainless commoner kept joking like that. She said she did not care about other losers and that he should properly go all out against her. Her eyes sharpened and a fiery aura burst around her. She threatened that if he did not, she would really kill him. Hong Baiyan thought that she would definitely crush that commoner today and threw fiery balls toward Baek Yuziel. He dodged them, but suddenly a high fiery aura burst in front of him. His eyes widened with surprise as he realized that even if he used blink, the attack's range was too wide to escape. He heard a sudden sound, turned toward it, and quickly used his blink technique, jumping from one place to another. Then he hid behind a wall and thought he had been lucky that time, but it would be harder next time. He knew that even if he got close to Hong Baiyan, the flames surrounding her body would explode the moment he approached. He remembered how many times he had lost in PvP battles against fire mages and understood she was much stronger than she looked. He knew that if the fight were on flat ground, it would have ended in less than a minute, not even a proper match. He stepped out from behind the wall, and Baiyan turned toward him and fired mana arrows. He clenched his fist, refusing to stand still. The ground shook with a sudden blast, but he kept running. Watching the arrows closely, he slashed his weapon and reflected them back. Baiyan's eyes widened as she thought it was impossible for someone to deflect magic using a weapon. Baek Yuziel felt his senses fading as time passed. Moving his body and facing a real mage felt different from playing with a keyboard and mouse. He clenched his teeth, feeling the vivid flow of mana surging around him as if he could grasp it with his hands. It felt like a sixth sense, as natural as sight or hearing. Baiyan looked around and thought the forest full of trees would give her an advantage with her fire attribute. She gritted her teeth, deciding to use even stronger magic. Raising her staff, she gathered powerful mana. Baek Yuzil realized he could not just defend forever. He needed to use the magic sticks to destroy Baiyan's shield somehow. He ran toward her and used his blink technique, appearing right in front of her barrier. She gritted her teeth and cast Lighter Crash. His eyes widened when he recognized the spell used by fire bishops for close combat that caused a knockback explosion within 2 meters. But he smiled, remembering he had faced it many times before. He stepped back, then rushed forward and slammed his elbow into her barrier, cracking it. She looked in shock as he struck again, shattering it completely. Baiyan fell to the ground, clenching her eyes. Yuzil knelt before her and said he had won. She gritted her teeth and asked who he was. He stood up and said he was just a normal student, then turned his head and called out for Flame to stop hiding. Flame walked out from behind a tree. Flame said she was not hiding and asked how he knew she was there. Baek Yuzil smiled and said he just had a feeling. In truth, it was his mana revelation delay physique's sixth sense. Flame asked how he broke the magic field using only training point sticks, and if that was also just a feeling. Yuzil thought that this kind of bug never existed in the original novel but knew he could not tell her the truth. He pointed at the sticks and said they were really sturdy. Flame reminded him that training devices had limits and asked if he truly believed he could break a magic shield with them. She questioned why normal knights had disappeared from the world. Yuzil thought she was right and did not know how to respond. She told him she had found him strange from the start and demanded to know who he really was. Yuzil thought that things had come to this point already, even though it had not been a month yet. He considered revealing his identity but decided against it since it would be dangerous while Flame did not trust him. He said he understood why she found him suspicious but promised he was not a bad person to her. When she asked what that meant, he scratched his face with his finger and said he simply wanted to help her if he could. Flame's eyes widened in confusion. Baek Yuzil turned and waved his hand, saying he wanted to tell more but had no time, then started to leave. Suddenly, Hong Baiyan threw point sticks at him. They hit his head, and he turned back, scratching his head, saying she could have just used her words if she had complaints. Baiyan said she thought he would catch them since he could dodge traps and magic but failed to catch simple sticks. Yuzil closed his eyes, thinking there was no helping it. Even his sixth sense had limits, and since his mind power had run out, his migraines were severe. He asked why she threw them. Baiyan said she lost, so he should take them. Yuzil wondered if it was her pride but decided not to take advantage. He picked one stick from the ground, smiled, and said he would take only one and she could keep the rest. Then he turned and waved his hand, saying he was leaving. Baiyan blushed as she thought a man who showed kindness even to the opponent he defeated looked so cool. Flame, watching from behind, asked if he was an idiot. Baiyan replied that maybe it was because he was a commoner and lacked common sense. The scene shifted to the examination hall where professors were observing students through a large screen. One professor commented that the S-class students were incredible this year. Elder Telex agreed, saying it was worth coming to watch. Board member Jarina Aeon smiled and said it was fun to see. Professor Lee Hanwal thought about how many important people had gathered, including the Magic Council of Elders and the Blue Mage Tower's Board of Directors. He knew they came to scout talented students, and assumed other professors were also watching the exercise closely. Someone pointed to the screen and said that Hei Wonryang and Ma Yusung had encountered each other. Hei Wonryang launched an attack, but Ma Yusung dodged it easily. Jarina Aeon exclaimed that a third-rank power jump had activated in succession. Elder Telex was shocked that it was possible for someone only 17 years old. Professor Lee Hanwal thought that normally a mage reached third rank only in their mid or late 20s, yet Ma Yusung was freely using third-rank magic at just 17. Jarina Aeon pointed out that both students had 3 elements. Professor Lee Hanwal reflected that most mages could only master 1 element, and with great effort, sometimes 2. Those born with 3 or more elements were true geniuses with natural talent. A large eagle suddenly appeared in front of Ma Yusung and Hei Wonryang. The professor's eyes widened as one of them said it was a hidden boss. Then a blue mana attack struck the eagle, making it scream in pain. Both students looked shocked as the eagle fell to the ground. Standing on top of the fallen eagle was Acel, who looked surprised and said she did not know they were in the middle of a fight and apologized for interrupting. Professor Lee Hanwha crossed his arms and thought about Acel Malf. He knew hidden bosses only appeared when someone's ability passed a certain level and that they were extremely hard to find and defeat, especially alone. Jarina Aeon mentioned that Acel was the eldest daughter of the traitor Grand Duke Malf. Elder Telek sighed, saying it was unfortunate because if not for her father's crime, her talent could have flourished even more. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked at the screen again and saw another fight. He recognized the Adalabit princess and asked who she was battling since he had never seen the boy before. When he looked closer, he was shocked to see Baek Yuziel using the blink spell. Elder Telex thought about blink, remembering that countless scholars had tried to master it for hundreds of years but failed, dying or becoming crippled. They eventually gave up, believing it impossible to control. Yet now there was a student using it freely as if it were part of his body. He wondered who that boy could be. Professor Lee Hanwha explained that the boy was Baek Yuziel, a unique student whose specialty was blink. Jarina Aeon was shocked, saying that blink as a specialty was something completely different from Ma Yusung, Hei Wenriang, or Izel's natural power. Elder Telex raised his hand, confused about why Baek Yuziel did not use other magic and instead seemed to joke around. He said that if Yuziel used real magic, he could have ended the fight much earlier. Professor Lee Hanwha replied that Yuziel was actually fighting seriously at that moment. Then a boy named Eltman Eltwin entered the room with a smile. He said that Baek Yuziel had been serious from the beginning and that his way of fighting reminded him of the chivalry that once existed in the old generations. Jarina Aeon asked if he meant the chivalry that disappeared along with cold weapons. Professor Lee Hanwha thought about it and understood. By chivalry, Eltman referred to the knight's mentality, those who fought with swords in a world ruled by magic. Heroes of the past had protected the world against evil using only a single sword. For someone to reject magic and still fight with a sword was unrealistic in the modern age. Yet Baek Yuziel was doing exactly that, using a point stick as if it were a sword. Hanwha realized that if this was what Eltman Eltwin felt, it carried great meaning since Eltman was the headmaster of Stella Academy, the best magic academy in the world, a 9th-rank master mage, and one of the 10 great sages on the continent. The scene then shifted to the end of the first dungeon practical training at the S-Class exclusive hall. Hei Wenriang walked quietly, thinking that Ma Yusung had taken 6th place. He did not feel like he had truly won. Remembering the fight, he thought that if Acel had not interrupted, the outcome might have been different. He clenched his teeth as he thought about Ma Yusung, who always put in little effort but still achieved outstanding results. Even during the training, Hei had set up multiple magic circles and carefully planned every move, but Ma Yusung had easily blocked all his attacks. Hei wondered if he could never surpass him and if talent created such an unbreakable wall. Then he reminded himself there was no point in self-blame and decided to work harder. Hei Wenriang started training with his staff when Hong Baiyan noticed him. She thought he looked unusually intense that day and found it strange to see someone usually calm acting so fierce. Then, a sudden explosion shook the ground as Baiyan's fiery aura flared up. Hei Wenriang looked at her in confusion. Baiyan clenched her teeth, feeling frustrated. Even after yielding the point stick, she had only gotten 3rd place. Her mother was satisfied, but she knew she would have been punished otherwise. Thinking of the commoner who had beaten her made her angry. Another explosion erupted as she released her emotions through her magic. When the dust settled, she stood catching her breath. Hei Wenriang watched with wide eyes, sensing something different about her. He thought her fire magic had become more accurate than before. Since controlling fire with precision was nearly impossible, he wondered how she could have improved so fast and if it was just a coincidence. Baiyan thought she did not want to admit it, but Baek Yuziel's lessons had been effective. Since she began using his pun quizzes, her magic achievements had improved greatly. Even though he was just a commoner with bad grades and an annoying personality, she knew he was the only one who understood how to fix her weaknesses. Still, she remained upset. Her guard Ye Terran approached, holding a tray, and said the remodeled staff named Terryvon was complete. She asked if she should give it to Baek Yuziel right away. Baiyan agreed, saying that would be good, but as Terran was about to leave, Baiyan stopped her and told her to wait. The scene shifted to the 2nd main tower. Hong Baiyan stood there, thinking she came because she heard Baek Yuziel was there. She looked around and realized this place was the faculty's research area. As she walked, she questioned herself, wondering why she had come. She could have just given the item to him at the training hall. Coming here made it seem like she was following a commoner, something she could not allow. Before she could leave, someone called her name. She turned and saw Professor Hammerl. Bayan greeted her politely, saying it had been a while. Professor Hammerl smiled and said it felt like yesterday when she had taught magic at the castle, yet Bayan had already grown so much. She then asked why Bayan was there. Bayan replied that she had some business but was about to leave. The professor nodded, saying that was a good idea since things were a bit chaotic. She explained that several magic officials had arrived because of a student named Beck Uziel. Bayan's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked what had happened to that commoner. Professor Hammerl said she must already know since Bayan had fought him herself, but that student had not used any magic during the battle. Bayan nodded and thought that the professor had seen that fight. She felt embarrassed for showing such an unsightly side to the teacher she respected most. But Professor Hammerl gently told her that she did not need to blame herself since her opponent had tried his best. Bayan asked if that was true even though he had not used magic. The professor smiled and said it was because of his creed. The headmaster who had witnessed the fight believed that Beck Uziel was trying to revive chivalry, something that had vanished many generations ago. Bayan's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought about how he had used the point stick like a sword during their battle and wondered if that was why he wanted a magic sword. She said that not using magic in a magic academy would cause him great penalties, especially during training sessions. The professor nodded with her arms crossed, saying he had chosen this path knowingly. She said it was impressive that he still pushed forward even after achieving something as great as Blink, and that made her believe his creed was real. Later, Bayan stood alone in silence, thinking that if anyone talked about chivalry, people would mock them. A knight in this age sounded absurd. Yet she wondered if Beck Uziel truly sought chivalry sincerely, not as a joke. She remembered how she had gotten angry and told him not to fool around. Suddenly, Beck Uziel appeared and asked what she was doing there. She startled and quickly said she was not there because of him. He smiled and replied that he never said she was. Flustered, she handed him the box and told him to just take it. He thanked her for Terry Vaughn and opened the box. His eyes widened when he saw the shapeless sword. He thought that, as expected of a Dalibut, their craftsmanship was unmatched, and it was a good thing he had helped the princess. He smiled and asked if he could keep the box. She closed her eyes and told him to do as he wished. Then she hesitated before asking if he really was not going to use other magic. His eyes widened in surprise, but before he could reply, she turned away blushing and said to forget it and that she was leaving. He stood there confused and thought about her words. He remembered how Professor Lee Hanwell had said something similar earlier, mentioning that he understood his intentions and would respect his creed. He thought that it did not matter much since what was good was good. With a magic sword, he believed he would be safe for the next challenge. Later, he stood on the training ground, holding the sword's hilt. He muttered to himself that he only needed to channel his mana into it. He channeled his mana into the hilt, and suddenly a sword formed from it. His eyes widened in surprise as he thought that it was better than he expected. He recalled that it would have suited Flame more, the female lead who could use elf, dwarf, and angel magic despite being human. The staff could not be used by just anyone, as it constantly absorbed the user's mana, but Flame could recover hers through the energy of nature and use the wand as her ultimate move. He thought that unlike her, he had no mana to begin with. His body continuously absorbed mana, but it could not store it and expelled it because of his mana revelation delay physique. So the mana concentration in his breathing was used as Teravan's output. He decided to check his status window, and a glowing screen appeared before him. It displayed the title Mana Revelation Delay Physique Level 2. His strength had increased by 5%, his agility by 8%, and his sensitivity by 15%. The skill's Sixth Sense consumed his mental power to activate, allowing him to detect mana within 18 meters and automatically triggering cognitive acceleration whenever danger approached. His blood mana circulation rate was currently at 1%. He smiled, thinking that thanks to the 5th place prize from practical training, his strength had increased a little. Now that he had a weapon, he could grow directly without relying on experience points. He said that he needed to practice using the sword since he would be busy from now on. Uziel quickly counted the 11 stones flying toward him. Since he could not use blink or slice them all, he decided there was only one way to block them. He raised his hand and smashed the stones one after another. Morso gritted his teeth in disbelief that his strongest spell was blocked so easily. Instructor Barayan also clenched his teeth, worried that if Morso lost, it would bring trouble for him as well. Uziel looked surprised but calm as he murmured that he had copied a technique from another game. The move, called Paningteravan, required much more mental strength to maintain and quickly drained stamina. He knew its defense was weaker compared to blocking a single attack, but since this was only a duel, he felt relieved it worked. Morso's anger flared as green aura burst from him. Feeling humiliated by a commoner, he shouted that he would not let Uziel go this time. In the crowd, Jeremy called out to the instructor and smiled, asking why Uziel was not being given his attack turn. Barayan suddenly realized his mistake, noticing how shocked the students were. Before he could react further, the fight ended. On the stage, Morso had fallen to the ground, and Uziel stood over him with his sword resting at his neck. Morso's eyes widened in disbelief as silence filled the hall. Students whispered among themselves that Uziel had won. They admitted he was more impressive than they had thought. The scene then moved to a room where Morso lay injured on the floor while Jeremy stood nearby. Jeremy approached a girl named Verajane and, with a calm smile, asked her to look after his friend, saying he would be very sad if something happened to him. She agreed and began to help Morso while Jeremy walked away. As she watched him leave, Verajane thought about his words. He had called Morso a friend, not a loyal subject. In the Shilin Empire, where the heir was chosen purely based on magic ability, Crown Prince Jeremy Scalyard had defeated his brothers at the age of 12 to earn his title. By calling Morso his friend, it meant the Dordan family had already fallen from political power. She realized that since Uziel had drawn Jeremy's attention, his future at the academy would not be peaceful either. Later, in the lab, students practiced and gossiped about Uziel. Some said he talked about chivalry, mocking him for bringing such ideas to a magic academy. Others were surprised that he still managed to defeat Morso from the Dordan family. Another reminded them that the Dordan family was still powerful in the Scalvan Empire. Meanwhile, Flame listened with growing annoyance. She thought that no matter where she went, everyone was talking about Uziel. She told herself it was not about wanting attention, yet she felt a strange irritation she could not ignore. Professor Mai Zentiran stood at the front holding a red flask and told the class to focus. She explained that alchemy required precise measurement, timing, and perfect temperature control. That day, they would be practicing the fatigue recovery potion she had created. Flame sighed inwardly, feeling annoyed. She thought that alchemy was difficult and easy to mess up, so she usually tried to avoid it. Suddenly, Professor Mai Zen shouted at a student named Altalicia for making a dangerous mistake, scolding her harshly. Flame watched with wide eyes and remembered that in the future, this professor would turn dark and become uncontrollable. Because of that, she felt she had no choice but to keep taking the class. Her gaze then moved to Uziel, who was laughing while holding flasks. She assumed he had taken the class just to be near Acel, but then called him a fool in her thoughts and decided to focus on collecting ingredients. Uziel soon looked pleased as he completed his potion. He thought that thanks to Flame's strong academic record, he was able to finish it quickly and efficiently. Flame glanced at him and wondered how Acel was doing. She noticed Acel seemed to be working fine but then froze in realization. In the original story, Acel was supposed to discover Mala's notes and create a high-level potion related to the fatigue recovery formula, yet now she was just making the ordinary one. Before she could think more, Professor Maizen walked over to Uziel with her arms crossed. She demanded to know who had allowed him to change the experiment ingredients. Uziel replied casually that his method was simply more effective. The professor frowned and scolded him, saying that even if the result was good, it was not the potion she had assigned. Flame's eyes widened as she realized Uziel had created the high-quality potion that Acel was meant to make in the original story. Flame stared with wide eyes, feeling something was off. She could not understand how Uziel had managed to make the same high-quality potion that Acel was meant to create. Professor Maizen clutched her head in frustration and scolded Uziel harshly, saying his attitude was terrible and that commoners would never do well. Flame froze as she realized the professor's line had changed. In the original story, she was supposed to say something cruel to Acel about her fallen family, words that had deeply scarred her. Flame began to wonder if Uziel had intentionally angered the professor to protect Acel from hearing those painful words. She knew Professor Maizen had great influence within Stella Academy, and upsetting her could affect grades in other classes. She could not understand why Yuziel would go that far for Acel. Professor Maizen suddenly shouted again, demanding to know his tone and ordering him to bring his parents immediately. Yuziel calmly replied that he had no parents. Inside, he thought that he had forgotten about this troublesome event while focusing on alchemy. Since he had already angered her, there was no fixing it, so he decided he would just try making strange potions like kimchi and cola next time. Weeks passed, yet the same pattern continued. Inside the lab, Professor Maizen's voice echoed again as she yelled at Beck Yuziel for using ingredients she had never taught him, showing that their clashes had become a regular part of her class. Beck Yuziel argued that he was getting better results by slightly changing the potion's composition. As he checked the professor's details, a screen appeared showing her status. It displayed her name, Mai Zintiran, and revealed that her dark demon erosion progress had reached 21%. She was listed as an alchemy professor, a dark demon contractor, and the future boss of Episode 8. Yuziel looked at her angry expression and thought everything was going according to plan. Another screen appeared, confirming her role as the dark demon erosion boss. He recalled the details, knowing that once her dark emotions fully consumed her, she would become a villain. When her erosion reached 90%, she would completely transform into a dark demonic human. Since it was still below 50%, no magic could detect it. He decided that until it passed that point, he needed to keep provoking her to make her corruption rise. Once it exceeded 50%, he planned to call in the Dark Demon Assassination Squad. He knew that for normal cases of dark demon erosion, there might have been a way to reverse it, but Maizen was different. She had willingly made a contract with a dark demonic being, and the corruption within her had already begun to take root. Yuziel understood that even though the fourth episode had not yet begun, Maizen would become a dangerous boss. If he did not prepare in advance, she could spread her corruption to other students and threaten Stella Academy itself. Professor Maizen crossed her arms and told Beck Yuziel that his attitude was still the same, and he should not expect a good grade in alchemy. Yuziel thought it was actually better that way since avoiding attention would help prevent more trouble. He also remembered that the upcoming practical exam would be a group project. He approached a group of students with a friendly smile and introduced himself. The others greeted him in return. Mao Liwan sighed and covered his face, saying their group was doomed because Professor Maizen always gave low marks to the students she disliked. Acel, however, spoke firmly, reminding them that the practical exam would be judged by at least 3 alchemists from the alchemy castle, so the professor could not ruin their grades alone. Her words made everyone relax and smile. Yuziel smiled at Acel, but she turned her head and began explaining the assignment. She said that the D-Vitality potion would not be too hard if they combined what they had learned, though gathering the right ingredients was important. She then asked who would collect the main ingredient, the tail of a fire lizard. Yuziel raised his hand and volunteered to do it. Acel reminded him that a monster's corpse was the most crucial part of alchemy, and that he had to bring something fresh. He nodded in understanding, ready for the task. Acel looked at Beck Yuziel and thought he seemed so confident that she could probably trust him. Yuziel smiled to himself, thinking he would simply dropship the fire lizard for convenience. The scene then shifted to a dark room where Yuziel met Professor Maizen. He asked if she had called for him. She turned with a faint smile and handed him something, instructing him to deliver it to the first-year alchemy students of Group C, except for Team 12. Yuziel immediately realized her intention. The alchemy practical exam would be held in front of the official alchemists from the alchemy castle. If he failed in front of them, his future as an alchemist would be ruined completely. Professor Maizen looked at him sharply and warned that she would teach him what happened when a student defied a professor. The scene then shifted to the S-class training hall where Flame stood on the ground. A student approached her and handed her a small chit, saying it was an alchemy announcement meant for her. The student added that the sender told him not to inform anyone else, and that Flame would understand the message. After delivering it, he left. Flame frowned and thought that other students clearly meant Team 12, which was Beck Yuziel's team. She wondered if Maizen believed she would just stand by and do nothing. Then a sudden thought hit her. If Yuziel truly knew the events of the original novel, he would already be prepared for this situation. Instead of bringing the tail of a fire lizard for the D-Vitality potion, he would prepare the Idyllic spider's scales needed for the Tyrant Point potion. She realized this would be the perfect chance to test him. The system announced that Beck Yuziel had been moved to Daredevil Stadium. He held his head and murmured that while he liked warp holes, they always made him dizzy when he came out. A smiling girl greeted him warmly, saying a cadet of Stella deserved the same treatment as an official mage and that he could ask for help if needed. He thanked her and walked away, thinking that as long as someone had a pass and a Stella pocket watch, they would be treated as an official mage anywhere. He thought Stella Academy was truly great, especially since he could use a warp hole worth 100,000 credits for free. Every weekend, he used it to travel around the city and confirmed that most of the information he had was accurate. Standing in the garden, he muttered that it should be somewhere around there. His goal for the day was to hunt a fire lizard, a creature with a risk level of 2. It was stronger than most beasts, and because of its quick movements and resistance to magic, at least second-rank magic was required to defeat it. He recalled that fighting risk level 1 monsters had been easy, so he was confident he could handle this one. Soon he spotted the monster and whispered that it was there. He held his sword, activated his magic technique Sixth Sense, and thrust the blade into the creature's chest. Blood spilled from its mouth as it fell to the ground. Uziel quickly ran to collect the necessary ingredients. The scene then shifted to the students gathered for their exam. Professor Maizen stood before them and reminded everyone that today's practical would be held in front of the official alchemists from the Alchemy Castle. She said doing well here would greatly help their future as alchemists. Then, with a confident smile, she announced that today's subject was the Tyrant Point Potion Type B and asked if everyone had prepared their ingredients. Acel raised her hand and told the professor that they thought the exam was on the D Vitality Potion. The professor answered that she had sent an announcement changing it to the Tyrant Point Potion and asked if everyone had seen it. Beck Uziel thought that this was how she planned to play it, and that it did not matter to him personally, but it would be hard if others failed because of the change. He wondered if this was part of the original novel. Flame wondered what had happened and whether Beck Uziel knew the original novel. She worried why he had not prevented this. The professor asked Acel if she had prepared the wrong ingredients, and scolded anyone who forgot the goal of an alchemist and mixed up ingredients. Beck Uziel raised his hand and said they would make the Tyrant Point Potion. He said they would make a potion with higher efficacy than the professor using different ingredients. He smiled and added that he would do as he always had. The professor smiled to herself and thought the core ingredient for the Tyrant Point Potion was the Italix spider scales. She noted that those scales had vast nutrients, and that the potion was a thermal supplement built on them. She realized he planned to use a fire lizard tail and decided this was even better for exposing him. She vowed to end his path as an alchemist in front of everyone. Then she crossed her arms and set the time limit to 1 hour to complete the potion. Beck Uziel told his team that since things had come to this they had no choice but to try and asked them to trust him. The team nodded excitedly, and he smiled. Beck Uziel thought that alchemy had always been one of his main interests when playing the game, and he had recorded every small recipe. Among them was the recipe for the Tyrant Point Potion Type B. He had not planned to use it since it was supposed to be a recipe Professor Maizen would invent in the future, but he decided to do it now. He explained to his team that the Italix spider scales had many nutrients because they helped hatch eggs and shared a similar feature with the fire lizard's tail. He pointed to the blood vessels and said the Alakir tribe in the southern desert used them to improve their leader's health and extend life, so they could use them as a substitute ingredient. Mao Liwan raised his hand and said he had some knowledge about the Alakir tribe's process and offered to handle it. Beck Uziel nodded and explained that the spike mulberry mistletoe should be dehydrated using the desert style of mana release. Kas Sahun replied that it was the hand-drying dehydration method and mentioned he had learned it from his father. He said with this many blood vessels, he could finish dehydrating them in 5 minutes and continued with his part of the process. Acel raised her hand and volunteered to handle the next step. Beck Uziel thanked his team and thought with a smile that they were all better than he had expected. He then told them to start blending the potion as he had instructed. Later, Professor Maizen stared at the potion in disbelief while Beck Uziel smiled and told her that it was the Tyrant Point Potion Type B. Jarina Aeon looked shocked and said he could not believe the students had actually made it. Professor Maizen thought bitterly that it was impossible since she had invented the potion after years of research. Jarina Aeon checked the potion, paused for a moment, and said that although it was incomplete and had too many ingredients, it was still far more effective than Professor Maizen's version. He called it incredible and said the young students truly had unique knowledge. Professor Maizen quickly snatched the potion from him and examined it herself. She realized her own technique using monster nutrients to replace human vitality had been perfectly applied. She clenched her teeth in anger, thinking it was impossible for them to produce a better potion on the spot. But since she was the one giving the grades, she planned to disqualify them for missing ingredients. She placed the bottle on the table and coldly said she had finished inspecting. Jarina Aeon smiled and said that even an A+ would not be enough for Team 12, then asked Professor Maizen if she agreed. Professor Maizen, hiding her anger, announced that Team 12 had passed. Baek Yuziel and his team cheered happily while she glared at them with rage. A screen appeared showing that Professor Maizen Tirin's dark demon erosion progress had increased. Later, Flame stretched her body and complained that studying at this age made her ache. She noticed a crying girl and thought that she must be the genius fire class mage, Hong Bayan. She wondered how the girl's power had already developed when it was supposed to happen in her second year. Flame suspected Baek Yuziel's involvement, recalling that the alchemy exam had also been strange. The Tiran Point potion type B was meant to be discovered by the future Acel before Professor Maizen stole it, yet Baek Yuziel already knew the recipe. Flame widened her eyes as she realized that Baek Yuziel might not be a possessor but a regressor, someone who had returned from the future. That would explain why he knew future events but not small incidents from the novel. She remembered that in the original story, Ma Yuxiang once gained the power to regress from the 11th moon of the Silver Age, a being that controlled time. Hei Wenriang suddenly arrived, and Flame eagerly asked what she thought about Baek Yuziel. Hei Wenriang replied that she only found him to be a strange student, and then asked if Flame was bothered by him. Flame nodded and thought that since Baek Yuziel seemed to know the original story like her, she would stop hesitating and talk to him directly. Hei Wenriang looked at her in shock, wondering if Flame really planned to confide her thoughts to him. Flame waved her hand and thanked him for listening before leaving. Hei Wenriang smiled and waved back. The next day, Baek Yuziel sat in the classroom thinking about Mai Zintiran's dark demon erosion, which had reached 37%. He knew the incident would happen within 3 months and that it could affect one of 3 students, Jackie, Ars Huang, or Hei Wenriang. He stood up, realizing that if Hei Wenriang got involved, it would be the worst outcome. He remembered that Hei Wenriang's dark demon erosion always led to a bad ending and was the most likely to happen. Suddenly, Flame appeared in front of him with her arms crossed and asked who he really was. Baek Yuziel felt troubled, thinking how hard this question was again. He considered that telling Flame the truth might help them reach the true ending, and since he had nothing to lose, he wondered if he should just say it. Suddenly a red warning flashed on the screen saying he lacked narrative power, and that he must not reveal he was a possessor or share his knowledge with the relevant character. Baek Yuziel clutched his head in frustration, feeling like he was losing control of the situation. He then suggested that since they both had secrets, they should each share only half of them. Flame agreed and asked first if he knew the future. He felt troubled, thinking she was going too fast, and replied that if she was asking that, it must mean she also knew. He then asked what she wanted to achieve by attending the school. Flame answered that she wanted to move the world in a direction where it would not collapse because it was unstable. She then asked why he was acting the way he did. He tried to stay vague, saying he did what he thought was best. Flame suddenly shouted that he was lying, saying no one could be that kind and that he must have some hidden goal. He clutched his head, confused, and said he was not sure what he wanted, only that he wanted to live. Her eyes widened in regret, and she apologized for going too far. With tears in her eyes, she turned away and said she would leave first. Baek Yuziel thought in shock that it was his turn to ask a question, and he wondered if Flame was crying. Hei Wenriang arrived with a cold expression and called Baek Yuziel to answer why Flame had returned crying. He warned that if Baek lied he would not forgive him. Baek felt scared because the rival of the world's strongest person was glaring at him. He remembered that Hei Wenriang had an unrequited crush on Flame and he worried a misunderstanding would be bad, so he decided to tell the truth. He said nothing had happened with Flame. Hei Wenriang asked if he expected him to believe that. Baek smiled and told him yes and said it was not what he was thinking so he should not worry. Hei Wenriang closed his eyes and apologized for asking a pointless question, then turned and left saying goodbye. Baek waved and thought that Hei Wenriang had not been that kind at first, and that his calm and cold self now looked unstable, which made him uneasy. Acel could not focus that day and she remembered telling Baek Yuziel she had something to ask. She asked if the mixing method earlier was made up on the spot. He said the first part had been. Acel had thought she was a genius and believed if she kept going she could beat that woman. She clenched her teeth and wondered what she really was now. She feared she would never avenge her father if she did not work harder. She vowed she could not let the people who framed her father go unpunished, and that she needed to work harder. Flame lay on her bed and thought that she had chosen a 4-person room because she liked the noise and company, but now she regretted it. She felt she should have chosen an S-class single room instead. Her thoughts went to Baek Yuziel. She believed he had no real goal and that was proof he had regressed. She remembered the ending of the original novel where the 11th moon of the Silver Age told Yuxiang that he could turn back time, but as the price, he would lose most of his memories. After completing his mission, his existence would vanish, no one would remember that he saved the world, and even those who loved him would forget him. The moon asked if he still wished to turn back time. Flame remembered that Acel had stopped him then, saying she would rather let the world fall while remembering him than live in a world without him. She wanted them to go together. Convinced by her, Yuxiang had given up regressing, and the world was destroyed as the story ended. Flame sat up and thought that if this world was different from the novel and it was Baek Yuziel who used the 11th moon's power to regress, then after completing his mission he would vanish completely, erased from existence. Yet the one who should have lost his memories and lived only for his mission said he just wanted to live. Jackie suddenly opened the door and shouted that Hei Wenriang had come for Flame and was waiting on the first floor of the dorm. Flame told her to say she was not there. Jackie hesitated, but Flame lay back on the bed and said she was going to sleep. The scene shifted to the ground floor where Jackie called out to Hei Wenriang. He asked who she was and where Flame was. Jackie told him that Flame was sick and sleeping. Hei Wenriang thought she might be feeling down because she confessed and was rejected by a flunk-out student. He then said he would go back and left. Jackie was left behind and murmured that she liked him so much, but he did not even remember her name. She thought it had always been this way, with Flame having great ability, everyone's attention, and even Hei Wenriang's heart. She clenched her fist and thought how annoying it was. The scene moved to the first main tower where Vice Principal Akihaden told Professor Maizen that she had been embarrassed by a student. Maizen admitted she was ashamed. Akihaden reminded her that there were high expectations for her and asked if her research on the random sequence convergence technique with the Moon Shadow Order doctors was progressing well. Maizen smiled and said it was and that she would not disappoint him. Akihaden said he would trust her, and she confidently told him to leave it to her before walking away. Vice Principal Akihaden was left behind and thought that Maizen was blind with glory and did not even know she was being used. He found it laughable that a magic warrior meant to fight dark demonic humans was now doing research for one. He thought he could not wait for the day when alchemic magic engineering would be completed. Nearby, Altalicia, a girl assistant, was holding a pile of papers when Baek Yuziel helped by taking half from her hands. He asked if she was okay. She placed the papers on the table and thanked him, saying that if it were not for him, she would have been in trouble with Professor Maizen again. He smiled and said it was nothing but thought that the place was complete chaos. He then looked at the board, and Altalicia explained that it was the formula Professor Maizen was researching with the doctors. She believed it was the random sequence convergence technique. Yuziel realized this was the first formula of alchemic magic engineering. He remembered how, in Maizen's dark episode, she worked with dark demonic humans to complete it, which caused terrible damage due to the difference in skill. But he also recalled that after Altalicia appeared, things changed. He wondered what would happen if she solved the technique before the dark demonic humans. He called out to her, and she asked if he wanted some coffee. He said no and asked if Professor Maizen often bothered or annoyed her. She looked puzzled and asked why he was asking that. Yuziel smiled faintly and said what if there was a very refreshing way to get revenge. Altalicia's eyes widened in surprise. Baek Yuziel asked Altaricia what she would do if she had a chance to take revenge in a satisfying way. She closed her eyes and said she was just an assistant, and revenge would not benefit her. If she got fired, she would have nowhere to go. She said that becoming a god did not come without its own meaning. Yuziel told her that she could become a greater alchemist than Professor Maizen and smiled, saying that then no one would be able to underestimate her. She smiled too and said it would be amazing if that could come true. He thought that Altaricia must be exhausted. There was no way she was happy just cleaning Maizen's dusty warehouse. She had a dream of becoming an alchemist and creating many inventions, and she had the talent to achieve it. He believed she would surely succeed one day and become the greatest alchemist of her era. He thought about the many items she would create with her ideas and skills, even if she had temporarily given up on that dream because of harsh reality. He decided he would help her achieve it sooner. Later, Yuziel thought about how, after the first exam at Stella Academy ended, he regularly visited Altaricia. Altaricia beamed and said she had been thinking the same thing, planning to add a color-changing button to her magic pen. Yuziel smiled and suggested maybe adding an eraser too. She asked if he meant like a mechanical pencil and said it should be possible. He thought that Altaricia's inventions were increasing quickly, but the main formula was still incomplete. He needed to guide her to the right answer before Maizen discovered it, but it was not easy. Then Flame appeared and asked why he was walking while thinking so much like an old man. She warned that he might bump into something if he kept daydreaming. Yuzio crossed his arms and asked who she was calling an old man. Flame replied that anyone could see he was one. He thought about the way she spoke and how she had been talking to him more often lately. Then he said it was perfect timing and started mentioning her friend Jackie. But Flame turned serious and said what he did was a crime. Yuzio quickly shouted that he had not said anything and told her to keep an eye on him because he might not be feeling well. He thought that if Jackie was already exposed to dark mana invasion, his condition would be very unstable. Flame closed her eyes and said she was not sure, but since they were going hunting together that week, she would check on Jackie then. Yuzio told her to do so and thought that it was already hunting season. He knew the target well, the place where the 4th episode would begin, Martha's Cemetery. Great figures like Ma Yuxiang, Acel, and Flame would all take part there, and a large battle with a Class 5 necromancer would occur. He thought he should not interfere with the storyline, but if he could get a hidden reward, it would help him during the familiar contract ceremony. The scene shifted to Professor Li Hanwal's office. Yuzio handed over a request letter for permission to leave. The professor looked at the paper and said training at Stella would not teach swordsmanship or chivalry, and it was nothing special. Yuzio noticed some papers on the table and thought one of them looked like Ma Yuxiang's permission to leave. He decided to take a look just to be sure and mentioned that many students had been going hunting lately. The professor nodded and said he heard they all went to Martha's Cemetery for club activities, probably to earn points. Yuzio replied that Ma Yuxiang and He Wenriang already had high scores but were still gathering points. The professor then explained that Ma Yuxiang had gone back to his family residence, while He Wenriang went with Flame. Baek Yuzio widened his eyes in shock and thought that without Ma Yuxiang, it would be impossible for the others to defend against the necromancer's attacks. He did not know why Ma Yuxiang had returned home since he was not the type to go back without a serious reason. One thing was certain, their current team could not defeat a Class 5 necromancer. He wondered what to do, knowing they could not request reinforcements without evidence, and that due to narrative restrictions, passing information properly had become very hard. He clenched his fist and decided that they could not let the others die like that, so they would have to fight the necromancer themselves. A few days later at Martha's Cemetery, Dok Chokwang stood before a dead monster and smiled, saying that even predator fish seemed weak now since this one was only a level 2 risk. Kashif Derek shouted at him for destroying everything and reminded him of the captain's orders. Dok Chokwang quickly apologized. Bandian told Kashif to leave him alone, or he would tire himself out talking to him. She turned to Acel and said not to bother with guys like them. Acel nodded and thought she had heard of a club that would let her decide whether to join, and she felt thankful they did not seem like bad people. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound. Bandian asked what it was, and Dok Chokwang said it sounded like someone was fighting with strong energy. Bandian turned her head and said that if their hunting area overlapped, they should greet the others first, and asked if it was okay. Kashif said it was fine. When they approached, they saw Hong Baiyan and Flame standing face to face. Acel looked at them and thought the monster they were fighting was a rare one with a risk level of 3. She guessed the argument started because they wanted to claim it for themselves. She decided not to get involved since it could become troublesome later. When her eyes fell on Hong Baiyan, she thought she did not want to cross paths with anyone related to the enemy who had killed her father, and decided to leave quickly. Suddenly Kashif Derek smiled and called out to them, suggesting they stop arguing and talk things over with their senior to find a solution together. He said it would be better to settle things like family. Hong Baiyan coldly told him to mind his own business. Kashif frowned and asked why she was acting like that toward her senior. She replied that if he was really a senior, he should act like one. Just then, everyone sensed something strange, and their eyes widened as a skeleton hand rose from the ground. Flame stared in disbelief and said that a skeleton had appeared there. More skeletons began to emerge in front of them. The scene shifted to another part of the graveyard, where a message appeared saying experience and skill points had increased. Baek Yuzio rested his sword on his shoulder and thought he wished he could use magic too. He wondered why of all powers he had only gained blink, then said that whatever it was, it should appear soon. When he turned his head, he spotted it and thought that unlike Ma Yuxiang, who could destroy an army of skeletons with powerful skills, he had no such strength or cheat-like ability. The only way for him to survive was to fight using a player's strategy. A message appeared on the screen announcing that Episode 4, Necromancer's Assault, had begun. Suddenly a skeleton appeared before Baek Yuzio, and he thought it was the skeleton general that commanded hundreds of skeletons. He knew this sub-boss appeared only 3 times in the episode and that if he fought it with his current strength, he would die. But he had no plan to fight in a normal way. He swung his sword and struck the skeleton's head, smiling as he thought that in stories like this, the rule was to stay quiet when someone was transforming or summoning, but that did not mean he would get caught by ignoring that rule. He completed the process and held the skull, declaring that the command over the skeleton general was now his. Then he turned and said it was time to move out. The scene shifted back to the senior students fighting against skeletons. Flame thought she had been careless. She knew this was the Necromancer episode, but something felt wrong. She remembered that it should have been Ma Yuxiang who solved the problem, yet Acel was there instead, and Ma Yuxiang was missing. She wondered if she had to face a level 5 Necromancer with this group. Hei Wenriang said he had already requested help from Stella Academy through his watch, and that they only needed to hold out until help arrived. Dok Cholquang agreed and said if they could wait a little longer, the professors would come to help. Bandian said that even if they could not defeat the Necromancer, they should at least be able to escape. Hong Baiyan held her staff and asked if this was really the time to be so optimistic, reminding her that they were in a graveyard and the longer they stayed, the more skeletons would appear. She insisted they needed to hurry back to base. Suddenly, a skeleton attacked Jackie, making her freeze in fear, but a blue mana ball burst and destroyed the skeleton. Acel asked if she was okay, and Jackie nodded. Dok Cholquang smiled and told her she was pretty good for a newbie. Acel said the Necromancer seemed well prepared and most likely had already made a force vessel. She thought about how a force vessel worked, storing mana to use later since even Necromancers had limits. Normally, a class 3 or 4 Necromancer could barely summon a dozen skeletons, but this one, being class 5, could summon on a massive scale. Dok Cholquang said with a grin that more and more skeletons were gathering and guessed this had been planned for a while, maybe to kill them and turn them into skeleton mages. Kashif Derek thought in confusion that as the captain he had to act fast. He decided to wipe out all the skeletons with a powerful spell, but before he could finish, a skeleton hand grabbed his leg and pulled him down. He clenched his teeth, and Dok Cholquang punched the skeleton in the face. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he shouted for everyone to take cover because there would be a magic recall. A large blue mana ball began to form, and Hong Baiyan shouted that if it exploded there, they would all be in danger. Flame held her staff and thought that she had reached her limit. It was the worst situation because her mana was almost gone and there was no time to recover. There were too many enemies, and she clenched her teeth wondering if she was going to die there. Suddenly a skeleton attacked her but stopped right in front of her. She looked confused, wondering why the skeleton had stopped. Then Baek Yuziel appeared behind the skeletons, and she widened her eyes in surprise. She wondered how he had arrived there. When she noticed the skeleton head in his hand, she realized it was the skeleton general. She thought that a general was far stronger than normal skeletons and always protected by elite ones. Yet Baek Yuziel had defeated one alone. She could not believe it but felt relieved knowing she would survive. Later, as the students gathered, Dok Cholquang thanked him for saving his life. Baek Yuziel replied that it was no problem. Acel curiously asked how he had gotten the skeleton general's head. Baek Yuziel said that he had made the general show up on his own and thought that camping at the summoning point was not worth mentioning. He then cleared his throat and explained that they needed to make a plan because it would be troublesome if the Necromancer started controlling the skeletons directly. Dok Cholquang looked at him and asked if he had any sort of plan. Baek Yuziel raised his hand and explained that on his way there, he had seen the Necromancer already take control of the area near the base camp. Escaping the encirclement was almost impossible, so there was only one choice left: they had to defeat the main body. The others shouted in shock, asking if he was crazy. Baek Yuziel calmly reminded them that necromancers had strong powers but weak bodies. Bandian argued that the necromancer was guarded by too many skeletons. Baek Yuziel said the area the necromancer had taken was too large, and escaping would only be possible if they attacked the core. He thought about the enemy's strength: 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 regular ones, and realized the number would only increase. This was their only chance, but convincing everyone would be difficult. Flame said she believed they could do it, thinking that Baek Yuziel's experience and strategy were far beyond theirs. Baiyan agreed, saying they couldn't escape in their condition and that the necromancer wouldn't expect a direct attack. Dok Cholquang admitted he didn't fully understand their judgment but decided to cooperate since escape was already hard. Flame smiled and said it was better to try than do nothing before the necromancer noticed them. The scene shifted to the Dark Tower necromancer, Class S Sabahik. He smirked and said that meeting a student from Stella Academy was a stroke of luck. If he turned them into skeleton mages, even the Dark Demon Alliance would not underestimate him. He thought proudly that he had spent 7 years gathering mana in the Force Vessel and had 700 skeletons resting there. No one would ever look down on him again. Suddenly his eyes widened as he sensed something wrong. He felt as if his connection had been cut, and wondered if someone had taken the general level skeleton. A burst of blue mana flared behind him as a skeleton rose from the ground. He was shocked that a bone shield made of class 4 magic could be cracked. He shouted that he would not let them escape. A sudden blast struck in front of him, and he clenched his teeth, realizing his mistake. He had not expected the students to chase him. Even if they were students, they were still from Stella Academy. Knowing the fight was dangerous, he decided to summon elite skeletons. He bit his finger and raised his hands, shouting for his warriors to rise. Purple mana exploded around him, and many skeletons appeared. Blood ran from his mouth as he thought that he had suffered internal injuries from the forced summoning, but it should be enough. He ordered the skeletons to move and stop the enemies. As the skeletons fought, he murmured in satisfaction that they were performing well and that he could finally relax. But suddenly his eyes widened again when he saw Yahello. He turned toward him in shock and shouted, demanding to know who he was. Sabahik's eyes widened in shock as he thought that he had been tracking all the Stella students through his skeleton sight. Yet Yahello had still appeared before him. When he noticed the skull in Yahello's hand, he shouted that it was his skeleton general. Yahello threw the skull to the ground and struck it with his sword, shattering it into pieces. Blood dripped from Sabahik's mouth as he realized he had underestimated them too much. He finally understood the true power of Stella Academy. Yahello, however, was filled with confusion. He thought that everything was going off plan. Dok Chokwang and Bandian were supposed to handle the skeleton general and assist him, but too many elite skeletons had blocked their way. He realized he was trapped and would have to face the necromancer alone. He worried because he was the weakest and even considered running away. Then his eyes fell on Sabahik, who seemed weakened. Yahello understood that the necromancer had hurt himself by summoning too many elite skeletons. Smirking, he thought that maybe he could actually win. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Bayan fought fiercely, thinking that she had to finish off the monsters quickly so she could go help Yahello. Suddenly Arzwan shouted in panic that it was an emergency, revealing that Yahello was fighting the necromancer alone. Bayan's eyes went wide when she heard the news. She thought that Yahello was only a class 1 mage, while the necromancer was class V. There was no way he could win alone. She clenched her teeth and murmured that she would never forgive him if he died. In the middle of the fight, Yahello used his blink technique to dodge Sabahik's attack and started running. Sabahik shouted for him not to think he could escape, but Yahello smirked, already prepared for the moment. He had brought plenty of potion cola made for dissolving bones. He threw the potion, and the skeleton bones began to melt away. Furious, Sabahik sent sharp nails flying toward him, but Yahello blinked again and appeared behind him to strike. Just as he was about to land a blow, Sabahik turned with a smirk, and a sharp nail pierced Yahello's body. Blood poured from the wound as he gritted his teeth, realizing he had been tricked. Sabahik mocked him, calling him a cocky kid who was now pathetic. Yahello thought that even weakened, a class S was still strong, but he could tell that Sabahik was near his limit too. If he kept up the pressure, he might win, but the pain made it hard to control his mana. He struggled to think of a way to counter. Then Sabahik charged forward, raising his weapon. Yahello's eyes widened as he turned and ran, with Sabahik laughing wildly and shouting for him to keep running, saying all his efforts were useless. But Yahello turned back with a faint smile and said that, unfortunately for him, he had already won. Yahello smiled as he thought that the distance between him and the necromancer was only 3 meters, which meant he did not need to cancel his blink move. He used the blink technique and rushed forward, driving his sword straight into Sabahik's chest as blood sprayed through the air. Out on the battlefield, the skeletons began to fade away. Dok Chokwang stared in shock, realizing the skeletons had disappeared and wondering if Yahello had already defeated the necromancer controlling them. Jackie fell to her knees, overwhelmed, and said she could not believe they were safe and still alive. Yahello murmured that he felt completely exhausted and just wanted to go home. Later that night, he thought about how they were rescued by the Stella Academy Night Mages and brought back to the academy. Professor Lee Hanwal met him and reminded him that he had once wanted to train in a place with beautiful scenery and fresh air, joking that the cemetery had been quite fresh. Yahello apologized quietly. The professor told him that according to academy rules, he would receive a grade penalty with no exceptions. But he also acknowledged that Baek Yuseol had protected his friends even at the cost of breaking the rules, and that courage was appreciated. He added that in addition to the penalty, Baek Yuseol would still receive reward points and should wait for further notice before walking away. Baek Yuseol sighed and thought that it was time for him to go. His ankle would take a few days to heal, so he should take it easy for a while. Aesel walked up to him and thanked him for what he had done. He thought that she was welcome and that she could treat him sometime, then said he would be leaving. Aesel stopped him and asked if she could become like him one day, wondering if working hard could make her that strong. Baek Yuseol's eyes widened in surprise. He thought it was a bad sign because Aesel from the original story would never ask something like that. He realized her behavior might have changed because of his interference. She had faced all these trials without the story guiding her to overcome them. Even so, he told her that she did not need to ask such a question because she had already shown everyone a miracle and done something people once said was impossible. She asked how he knew that, and he replied that he had been watching her all this time. Aesel blushed, while Baek Yuseol thought in confusion that it might have sounded like something a stalker would say. He quickly turned away, saying he would see her later, and thought to himself that he had almost gotten caught. Nobody had ever paid attention to him, the one branded as a traitor's child, but she had been watching him all along. The scene shifted to the academy grounds where students were walking around. Baek Yuseol looked at the decorations and thought that all this fuss seemed too much for just an award ceremony. Even the Minister of Magic, people from the Magic Tower, and nobles had come, making it look grander than he expected. He glanced at Bayan and noticed how much she seemed to be enjoying it. Bayan asked what he was staring at, and he replied that it was nothing. Suddenly, Professor Lee Hanwol stood before the students and called for everyone to calm down. He announced that they would present appreciation awards to 12 brave students who had fought against the dark demonic forces. The headmaster himself would present the awards. Baek Yuseol's eyes widened when he saw the man walking forward. He recognized him as Eldman Eltwin, the headmaster of Stella Academy, known as the pinnacle of humanity. He was a Class 9 Master Mage, 300 years old, and always wore a calm smile. Baek Yuseol knew him as the strongest magic warrior, called the Slayer-Destroyer. Eldman Eltwin smiled gently as he spoke, praising the students for their bravery and encouraging them to continue working hard with courage. Then his smile turned slightly colder as he approached Baek Yuseol. The pressure from his presence made Baek Yuseol feel crushed, realizing that this was the power of one of the 10 strongest people in the world. Still, he forced himself not to look away. Eldman Eltwin stopped before him, smiled faintly, and said that Baek Yuseol was still working hard and living up to his expectations. Baek Yuseol was confused, wondering what the headmaster meant by those words. The ceremony then came to an end. Baek Yuseol crossed his arms and said that the 5 million credits reward was quite generous. For now, he did not need to worry about money. He smiled, thinking that he had also received the Necromancer's heart, the Force vessel. It would not be easy to handle, but once Alterisha finished making the subspace, carrying items would become much easier. He felt lucky that they were willing to give him the reward and turned his attention to the next completion prize. A screen appeared before him showing that Episode 4, The Necromancer Attack, had been completed. It announced that he had received a large amount of experience points and that, due to the story developing differently, he would also get additional rewards from the iConstellatio project. The options were a downgraded item from the game, a downgraded skill, or experience points. Baek Yuseol thought carefully and decided that experience was the most important thing right now. He wanted the experience for the flash-forward skill. Through the battle, he had realized how weak he was and that doing the same as others would never be enough. He had to stay ahead using his own knowledge. The screen displayed a message saying the reward had been added, and his flash-forward skill had ranked up. The new details showed it was now Class 2 with a maximum range of 12 meters, 3 charges, and a cooldown of 3 seconds. His body glowed golden, and he looked at his hands in surprise before clenching his fist with a smile. He felt satisfied that he could now use the skill more freely. Then he thought that next, it would be Aizel's turn. The scene shifted to the meditation class called Towards the Abyss. Aizel was deep in practice when she suddenly heard a voice calling her name, telling her to wake up. Her eyes snapped open, and she realized she might have fallen asleep. In front of her, an invisible butterfly appeared and scolded her not to use magic while meditating, telling her to look above her head. When she looked up, she was shocked to see large mana stones floating in the air. She could not remember creating them and knew she had not cast any spells or formed any magic formulas. None of the other students had noticed either, which was strange since even low-level spells caused a flow of mana others could sense. She wondered if this result was really from her meditation and if perhaps Beck Uziel had predicted this outcome too. The scene then moved to the cafeteria, where Acel happily ate a bread. She thought that thanks to the reward money, she could finally afford the red bean cream bread that cost 1,500 credits, which made her really happy. Suddenly Jeremy came over with a friendly smile and asked if she had joined any clubs yet. Acel replied that she had not. He then invited her to join his club, and when she asked about the requirements, he said he was simply interested in her. Acel thought to herself that he was lying and only wanted to approach her because having her as a partner would attract attention. Jeremy stepped closer and asked if Acel did not believe him. He said he was serious and would not force any conditions on her. Leaning toward her, he told her to just join his club and stay by his side, promising he could offer her many things and reminding her that she knew who he was. Acel thought that of course she knew. The Scalvan Empire was in conflict with the kingdom of Adalabet, and with Prince Jeremy's power, her struggles could finally end. She would no longer have to find joy in something as small as red bean bread or feel ashamed for being called a traitor's child. She felt she should not run away from this chance and hesitated. Suddenly Flame appeared and slapped her across the face. Izel's eyes widened in shock as Flame shouted that Acel had said she wanted to be with her but was now flirting with another guy. Flame yelled that Acel had confessed to liking her, yet now she was abandoning her. She grabbed Izel's hand and dragged her away, saying they needed to talk. As they left, Jeremy only smiled. The scene shifted to the school grounds where Flame let out a relieved breath, saying that was close. Acel asked what that was about, still confused. Flame told her to be thankful because if she had rejected Jeremy without a clear reason, he might have bullied her endlessly. Then Flame waved her hand and said sorry for acting that way before walking off. Acel stood there, nodding in confusion. Flame walked while wondering if she was doing the right thing. She knew that if Acel joined that club like in the original story, Jeremy would surely destroy her. She had not planned to interfere with the main storyline, but after seeing Beck Uziel do it, it did not feel so wrong anymore. She turned back and hoped the prince would not catch her lying. The scene shifted to a quiet room where Jeremy sat on a chair with his eyes closed. He spoke softly that Flame was quite sweet, even bold enough to lie right to his face to steal something from him. Then he smiled darkly and said she was far more interesting than Acel, which made him want to have her even more. Professor Lee Hanwal told the students that they would begin combat training against monsters. This time they would face medium-sized monsters with a risk level of 3, unlike the weaker ones before. He explained that they needed to form teams, identify the monster, and defeat it with a simple plan. Once they picked a target, they would get training time to fight it. He added that the training would be a joint session between Class A and Class S, and evaluation would be held in 4 days. Each team needed 6 members, and they had to send him the list. Acel felt annoyed because she disliked group work. She looked at Bayan and remembered how her family once stood equal to hers before everything was destroyed by the Adalabet family. Both families had strong magic, one with ice and the other with fire, and their rivalry shaped the world of magic. 2 gifted children were born from that competition, Bayan and Acel. Acel clenched her arm and wondered if she could really take revenge with her current strength, remembering how she once believed she was the chosen one. Bayan thought that her abilities were not the problem but Beck Uziel was. She found him annoying and wondered if people really expected her to lose to a commoner and a dropout. She decided she did not care about how teams were formed but believed a high-ranking knight should be there to make it worthwhile. She then went to Ma Yixian. He greeted her and asked what was up. She asked if he had already formed a team. He replied that he planned to go solo. She suggested teaming up with him. He smiled and asked if that was really necessary. She explained that Beck Uziel and Acel were on the same team, and she suspected they were aiming for a larger, special monster instead of a normal one. She asked again if he would join her. He smiled and said it sounded interesting since he wanted to compete with Beck Uziel at least once. She smiled back and said she looked forward to working with him. Inside, she thought that this time the victory would be hers against Beck Uziel and Acel. After 4 days of preparation, the combat training against monsters began. Professor Lee Hanwal stood in the hall and told the students that the performance evaluation for Class S and Class A would now begin. Flame watched the teams and thought that Team 16's opponent, Migrika, was a mid-sized monster she could handle. She felt confident since she had practiced enough. She believed that if there were no interruptions during their coordinated attacks, defeating a large or special monster might be difficult, but taking down a risk level 3 mid-sized monster alone could earn her the highest score. She remembered that usually, it took 5 Class 1 magicians to handle a risk level 1 monster, and success could depend on compatibility, experience, and surroundings. She closed her eyes and reminded herself that being from the light affinity class gave her fewer advantages, but she still hoped everything would go well. She recalled that in the original story, because of Hong Baiyan, she could not form a team and ended up with the lowest score. She even thought about stepping in. If Baek Yuseol was now with her, Isel's future might improve. When Professor Hanwol announced that Team 17 should step forward, Flame nodded and began walking. As she passed Baek Yuseol, she tripped, but he quickly grabbed her shirt and stopped her from falling. She turned and thanked him, then noticed her shoelaces and thought that if she had gone into battle like that, it could have been dangerous. Flame stood ready with her staff as the exam began. Suddenly a huge Met Giant appeared before her. Someone in the crowd said that the Met Giant had no particular attribute, so counter-attribute strategies would not work. Professor Lee Hanwol announced the start of Team 17's evaluation. The giant charged at her, but Flame quickly used Whisper of the Petals carried by the wind. A golden aura surrounded her and chains formed, trapping the monster. She then used material transmutation, but the giant still stood firm. She thought it was not over yet. The giant tore apart the chains and rushed forward again. Flame responded by firing a golden mana beam that struck the giant, knocking it to the ground. The watching students whispered in shock, saying that even with 5 people, they could not defeat a mid-sized monster like that, and they wondered who she was. Flame sighed in relief, thinking it was finally over. Professor Hanwol then called the next team, announcing the start of Team 31's performance evaluation. Baiyan and Ma Yuxiang stepped forward. Flame watched with wide eyes and wondered why Hong Baiyan had teamed up with Ma Yuxiang instead of someone from her own faction. She thought the pairing broke the usual rules and made no sense. Baiyan and Ma Yuxiang faced a massive water demon fish. The students watching were amazed and said it was a mid-large special monster, rare to find, and praised the princess for taking on such a challenge. Flame realized it was not an ordinary monster. The water demon fish was a water-type creature with strong resistance to fire and the ability to fly, making it a perfect counter to Baiyan's and Ma Yuxiang's fire, earth, and lightning attributes. She thought they were taking a huge risk by choosing a monster that everyone else had failed to defeat and ignoring their elemental disadvantage. She guessed they were aiming for high scores, but it would only pay off if they succeeded. As the exam began, the demon fish screamed and charged forward. Baiyan and Ma Yuxiang prepared for battle. Ma Yuxiang leaped high into the air with a confident smile. Dok Cholquang, watching from the side, commented that it was an impressive power jump for a first-year student. Baiyan said that even with that much power, it was not enough to reach the water demon fish since power jumps could not be used in midair. Ma Yuxiang stood on a stone surrounded by fiery mana, using it to lift himself higher into the air. He soared above the demon's head, formed a giant fist of magic, and slammed it down, crushing the monster into the ground. Then he swung his staff, causing stones to fall on the demon's body as it screamed in pain. The demon's eyes glowed golden, and it roared while standing again. Ma Yuxiang landed and smirked, saying it had broken free quickly but that it was already too late because their princess's spell was complete. A red aura surrounded Baiyan's body as she released a sharp beam of mana. The beam hit the demon, and flames covered it until smoke rose from its body. The students watching were shocked, saying that the water demon fish did not even get a chance to attack. They called the first-year students unbelievable, and said they might rival the top seniors from Class S in the 3rd year, calling them true geniuses. Baiyan smiled, thinking that no matter what Baek Yuseol chose next, he would not be able to beat her, and that this time the victory was hers. Then Baek Yuseol stepped forward with a cell and asked to summon 5 monsters for their challenge. A girl watched in shock, saying it was already hard for 5 people to defeat one mid-level monster, yet Baek Yuseol and A-Cell were about to face 5 at once. She wondered if the rumors about him being reckless were actually true. When the monster scholar Viken finished the summoning, Baiyan studied the monsters and named them one by one: a Hymeradon, a sand-maned black cow, a Kaden, a Nami slime, and a sensitive bat. She realized the combination was dangerous and asked Ma Yuxiang if he understood the meaning behind it. Ma Yuxiang smiled and said he was curious about what Yuseol was planning and felt excited to see it. Professor Lee Hanwol asked who had chosen that monster combination. Baek Yuseol replied that it was his idea. The professor reminded him that as a knight, he could gain points even in extreme conditions, but bishops could not, and he wondered if this plan was too harsh for a bishop. Baek Yuziel smiled and said the strategy was made exactly for a bishop. The professor nodded and allowed the test to begin. Acel thought she could not understand what Baek Yuziel was planning. She remembered when she had once asked him why he chose her, saying that a knight with his skills could have worked with someone else instead. Baek Yuziel scratched his head and said that there were many talented students. He admitted that no mage could match Hong Baiyan in firepower or flame in control, and Ma Yuxiang was clearly the strongest among the first years. He also mentioned Xin Werian and Adalin, who were strong in one-on-one battles and compatible with his style. But then he turned and said he still thought it was best to team up with Acel, and that was all there was to it. He asked if they should continue. Acel closed her eyes, still unsure of his meaning, but believed there must be a reason he chose her. She decided to show him her strength and stepped forward as her body began to glow blue. The students watching shouted in shock, realizing she was using ephemeral resonance, a state only reached by 6th class or higher mages who could fully enter the unconscious world. They whispered that if her concentration broke, her mana could be disabled by countercurrent, and they could not believe a first-year student was doing it. Baek Yuziel looked at her and thought she truly deserved the title Lady of Winter. He smiled and prepared for the fight, thinking it was time to start their plan against 5 mid-level monsters. Using his blink technique, he appeared in front of a monster and slashed his weapon, leaving a deep wound as blood poured out. He thought that the Heimeriden was handled for now and focused on the next target, the sand-maned black cow. When it charged at him, he smiled, pleased that everything was going as planned. His strategy to face 5 monsters at once was simple to make them turn hostile against each other. A student watched in shock and said that the monsters were attacking each other. Baek Yuziel smiled and thought that everything was going exactly as planned. His goal was to make the monsters turn hostile toward each other, a method known as the borrowing knife strategy. It meant defeating enemies not with one's own strength, but by using another's power against them. He remembered how the veterans of Ether World had once asked how to defeat many monsters with only a few people. After countless trials, they discovered that using the monster's own attributes and reactions was the answer. He had first attacked the Heimeriden, causing pain that made its forehead turn red, which triggered the black cow's instinct to attack. The black cow then released sand, spreading it everywhere, and when that sand touched the Nami slime, the slime reacted by producing large amounts of water to keep its skin from drying. Baek Yuziel thought it was perfect. The water could not spread properly because of the testing barrier. He then noted that the Kaden, sensing the moisture, began screaming in high-pitched tones, which provoked the sensitive bat with its sharp hearing. Soon, all the monsters were fighting each other. One professor watched in disbelief, saying that all the monsters were provoking each other. He was amazed that the boy had such a deep understanding of their traits and behavior, admitting that even as a specialist in monster studies, he had never considered such a strategy. A female professor commented that the most impressive thing was Acel Malf's focus. Even in the middle of chaos, her mana remained steady and her concentration never broke. She said it was clear that Acel truly believed her knight would protect her. Suddenly, a bird monster attacked Baek Yuziel, but he used his blink technique to dodge and landed safely on the ground. Ma Yuxiang smiled and told the princess that Yuziel seemed like the ideal knight, watching how he fought like someone protecting his princess. Acel then opened her eyes and used her crystal flower technique. Sharp crystals formed around her, creating a giant flower in front. She spoke the command to shatter, and the flower exploded into countless shards that pierced through the monsters' bodies, dropping them to the ground. The students whispered in awe, wondering if it was finally over and if the two had truly defeated 5 mid-level monsters. But then the monsters suddenly opened their eyes and stood again. One professor said that even if they could not completely finish the battle, they had already earned a high score with what they had done. Acel lifted her hand and began forming a mana ball, preparing for another attack. Acel used the strike technique, and a burst of golden aura filled the hall, shattering the monsters into pieces. She was amazed, thinking this was her magic, and she never imagined she could do something like that. She remembered when Baek Yuziel had told her they would fight 5 monsters at once, and she had shouted in disbelief, calling him crazy. But he had only smiled and said he believed in her and asked her to trust him just once as he trusted her. Now she thought about how before this, she had no certainty about her path and no one to guide her. Looking at Baek Yuziel's back, she decided she would follow that light, believing that if she did, she would never lose her way again. Professor Li Hanwal then announced that the practical evaluation for Group 32 was over. Acel smiled proudly. Later, Baiyan closed her eyes and admitted to Ma Yuxiang that they had completely lost. Even though they had defeated a mid to large special monster with great significance, it still was not enough to win. She said they had to accept the result. Ma Yuxiang smiled and said she was surprisingly quick to accept defeat. She told them to shut up and thought that if Baek Yuziel had been with her, maybe she too could have used magic as incredible as Izel's. She wondered why that commoner devoted himself completely to Acel. She believed that if the most perfect knight in the world existed, he should have served her, the queen who would become the most perfect in the world. She admitted to herself that saying she accepted it was a lie because she truly couldn't accept or understand it. With a sharp look, she decided she needed to investigate Baek Yuziel more closely. Then she glanced at a girl named Saren Orkin and thought that she must have come after hearing the news about being defeated by commoners and traitors, and she walked past her. The scene moved to Flame, who was sitting on a chair writing. She thought that it was unbelievable that the crystal flower had bloomed so quickly. That spell was supposed to be Izel's identity magic, one she would only use in the far future after many hardships and after regaining her self-esteem. According to the original story, Acel should have been getting worse at this time, but now she had shown the crystal flower before everyone. Flame thought it must have been because of Baek Yuziel. In the original story, Ma Yuxiang and Acel opened their hearts to each other, and the world ended. But Flame wondered if there was an extra story she didn't know about, where the unknown character Baek Yuziel had loved Acel and, when the world, Baek Yuziel stretched his body and said that he had roughly finished his homework. He smiled and thought that it was time to look for a club. Standing in front of the board, he wondered which club would be good since not many allowed special external activities, so he needed to choose carefully. He looked at Acel and asked if she was also worrying about clubs and if she hadn't joined one yet. Acel replied that it was possible. He asked again because he had heard that many clubs were eager to have her join. She asked if he didn't know who she was. He said that he knew and mentioned that she had been quite popular lately. He thought that after the mock exam, her reputation as an angel had changed drastically, and she probably knew that herself. Acel closed her eyes and said that he still needed to choose a club carefully. Suddenly Ma Yuxiang appeared and called Yuziel with a smile. Yuziel thought why he had shown up now. Ma Yuxiang said that Yuziel did well in the recent battle and that he had heard about him commanding a necromancer hunt, calling it impressive. Yuziel replied that it just happened. Ma Yuxiang looked at him mysteriously and said that he truly seemed to think differently from others. Baek Yuziel's eyes widened and he said while closing his eyes that since he was a commoner, he always thought about ways to do better, even on weekends. Ma Yuxiang crossed his arms and said that unlike him, Yuziel used his time meaningfully. Yuziel asked what he did on weekends. Ma Yuxiang replied that he studied. Yuziel spoke with irritation, saying that he was only giving a formal answer because he had asked formally. Ma Yuxiang waved his hand and said that he actually did studying and training. Yuziel looked surprised and said that he didn't seem like the type to do that. Ma Yuxiang admitted it was true but said that lately he had started doing it. Yuziel thought that in the original timeline, Ma Yuxiang began training much later and wondered why it had changed. Acel asked if it was because of dungeon practice, and Ma Yuxiang nodded. Yuziel thought that in the original story, Ma Yuxiang had joined forces with Flame and easily defeated He Wenriang, but this time, because he had intervened, Flame was tied down, and Ma Yuxiang had faced He Wenriang alone. He wondered if He Wenriang's strange condition was caused by that. Still, he felt it was for the best since both of them would now train harder, and their growth would help lead to a better ending. Ma Yuxiang asked Yuziel if he had joined a club yet since it had been quite some time since he enrolled, and suggested that he join the same club as him. Baek Yuziel replied that he would consider it if Ma Yuxiang could adjust to him. Ma Yuxiang asked what kind of club he wanted. Yuziel said he wanted a quiet club with no people, no private gatherings, full social insurance, cheese tonkatsu for lunch every day, freedom for external activities, respect for personal time, and permission for special outings. Acel exclaimed that no such club existed in the world. Ma Yuxiang smiled and asked if he should make such a club for him. Yuziel was shocked and asked if he could really create a special outing club. Ma Yuxiang nodded. Yuziel thought that with Ma Yuxiang's connections, it might be possible, then asked what benefit he would get by creating a club for him. Ma Yuxiang smiled and said that there was something since Yuziel was special. Yuziel looked confused and asked if he knew something, then thought about Ma Yuxiang's fundamental flaw of suffering from loneliness. He told him to create the club but to include Acel too. Her eyes widened in surprise. Baek Yuziel smiled and crossed his arms, thinking that in the original story, the two of them were always together, so if Acel was there, she would probably help stabilize Ma Yuxiang's mind. He thought that having a beauty like Lady Acel in the club would be a welcome addition. They prepared the club application form with the name Gourmet Club. Baek Yuseol was listed as the leader, and the members were Ma Yuseong and Acel. The purpose was written as Gourmet Exploration. Acel asked if it would work, reminding them that to get approval for special activities, they needed a faculty advisor and at least 4 members. Ma Yuseong said he would handle the members and the approval stamp, but admitted that finding a faculty advisor was beyond him. Yuseol asked why, since Ma Yuseong could get permission for special outings. Ma Yuseong replied that all the advisors were useless, and said he would go get the approval stamp himself. Yuseol told him to leave it to him and thought that approval stamps for special purposes were not given easily, but if anyone could provide it, it would be someone with influence. The scene shifted to the first tower vice principal's office. Vice Principal Akihaden's eyes widened when Ma Yuseong entered, and he welcomed him warmly, calling him young master. Ma Yuseong smiled and said that it had been a while, grandfather. Ma Yuseong sat on a chair and said with pleasure that the seat was more comfortable and pleasant than he had expected, and that he liked it. Vice Principal Akihaden thought with annoyance that this psychopath should not be here again, and then asked with coldness what brought him here today. Ma Yuseong thrust a paper toward him and said with insistence that it was the application for the club and that he should stamp the document. Akihaden said with formality that it was a club application and that he should first check if it met the requirements for formation. Ma Yuseong slammed his hand on the table and said with impatience that there was no need to check the contents, and that he should just stamp the document, and support them by reading the chapter on arrow scans, and that he would do it right. Akihaden thought reluctantly that he should not resist since this young man was the successor of that family, and then answered with compliance that yes, that was right. Ma Yuseong walked toward the exit and said with thanks that he would be leaving now. Left behind, Akihaden thought with malice that the apple did not fall far from the tree and that father and son were alike, and even though he was a half-blood he was arrogant, and that soon he would slice off that arrogant neck in a single blow. The scene shifted to the classroom where the professor dismissed the class. Jackie held her papers and thought that she could have left a good impression in front of everyone, but got nervous and messed up again. She felt she could have done much better than Flame. Flame told her that she did a good job with the presentation and should not let the professor's words bother her. Jackie turned away and told her to forget it. Flame's eyes widened when Baek Yuseol appeared and agreed with her words. She shouted that he startled her and asked what was wrong. Baek Yuseol smiled and said it was nothing serious, then asked if she was close with any professors since he was trying to form a club and needed help talking to one. He added that the professors hated him too much to ask them directly. Flame replied that she was not surprised, reminding him that he often talked back to professors and slept face down in class, and it was a miracle he had not received an academic warning. Yuseol said it was not that bad. She closed her eyes and said no one would bother to do something so tedious for him, but then she remembered and said that he was friends with assistant Altalicia. Later, Yuseol thought while walking that he had not known assistants could supervise clubs too, and that he had been too focused on history games to realize it. Then he noticed Professor Maizen walking with a mysterious expression and wondered what was going on. After that, he entered Altalicia's personal lab and greeted her with a smile, asking how she was doing. Altalicia looked at him with teary eyes and rubbed her eyes, saying softly that he came. Baek Yuseol asked what was going on, and what had happened to the paper she had been working on for so long. She clenched her trembling fist and smiled faintly, saying that she had given it to the professor since there was an academic conference soon and the professor said he would use her paper for it, so she should be grateful. Yuseol asked if that wasn't outright theft, and whether they would include her name on it. She said it was fine and that it was all part of the experience. Yuseol scratched his head and thought that it was not the right time to ask her to supervise a club. He knew that soon Professor Maizen would officially solve the formula, but he had wanted Altalicia to complete it on her own first. Then he asked if she still had the other paper they worked on together. She said yes, the one called the Formula of Continuous Random Number Intersections, and explained that his idea was so unique she kept trying to apply it, but it did not work. She said it was no wonder that problem had not been solved in 300 years, but if they could overcome that hurdle, they might find the answer. He said that he had already solved that part. She looked surprised and asked if he was serious. He turned and said yes, but admitted that he used a trick and did not fully understand it. He wrote on the board and smiled, saying that she could probably understand it. Her eyes widened as she said that they should add dispersion and reflection to the coefficient, and also include Panussen's flow. Yuseol smiled in thought, realizing that she was already absorbed in the work and admiring her incredible focus. Unlike him, who only copied what he saw, she was a true genius who could change humanity's future. As he walked away, he thought that his role ended there, and that all he needed to do was trust her talent and wait. Baek Yuseol looked tired and thought that with Altalicia's help, he had finally founded the Gourmet Club and, as its president, managed to get an outing pass. He felt stiff but relieved. With his eyes closed, he thought that although there had been some suspicion during the process, he was glad they gave him the pass willingly. As he walked, he thought that as long as he did not cause trouble, everything would be fine. Then he noticed a large tree and murmured that it was the third world tree, the orchards of Namawaren. Later, when he arrived, he said that the place looked completely different and far more beautiful than in the game's graphics. An elf girl greeted him with a smile and said she was happy to meet a magician from Stella. Another elf girl wished that his sincere heart would reach the mother of the earth. Yuseol smiled and said that may the blessings of the world tree, who had bestowed a beautiful garden, be with them. He thought that many elves were kind and respectful toward the Stella uniform. Just like in the game's setting, there were many handsome men and beautiful women, but among them stood one especially beautiful elf, Flower Saran. He thought that Flower Saran, with her goddess-like appearance, had captured the hearts of many male players and was the most popular character in the Ether world. He remembered that elves were born without gender, and that only through true love did their gender change to match their partners. Flower Saran had been born in a female form but had never fallen in love, so she remained genderless. In the story, she eventually fell for Flame and chose a male form. No matter what route was taken, there was never an ending where Flower Saran stayed female, leaving many fans heartbroken. Baek Yuseol thought fondly that he too had liked Flower Saran. Baek Yuseol walked through the forest with a smile and said that he had found it, the hidden dungeon known as the Sacred Garden of Iphenal. He thought that since his skills had improved, it was better to prepare for the upcoming episode. Remembering the key he had saved earlier, he held it and said he was glad he could use it sooner than expected. Suddenly, a warning appeared on the screen saying that if he opened the entrance, someone else with the key might notice. His eyes widened as he said that the phrase felt familiar from the game and thought that players had confirmed there was no special event, wondering what could happen now. Despite the warning, he opened the door, and the screen displayed that the entrance to the Sacred Garden of Iphenal had opened. The scene shifted to the cradle of the Elf Kingdom under the heavenly tree. Flower Saran opened a window and said that the world was peaceful as always, wondering when she would be able to walk freely like that. Looking at the birds, she murmured that she was jealous of them. Then she sensed something unusual and thought that someone had entered the secret garden where Iphenal was sleeping. Shocked, she wondered who could have done that since no one should be able to go there. She tried to calm herself, saying it was not the time to act. She put a cloth over her head and thought that she had endured for decades and could not move now, fearing that the curse might activate again and cause madness. She decided to wait until the upcoming World Tree's birthday to check. The scene shifted back to Baek Yuseol, who was running and dodging the attacking roots, murmuring that the fight would never end if he kept going like that. Holding a potion bottle, he said that he had expected this and had made a Molotov cocktail using alchemy. He threw it, causing a sudden explosion. Then he used the blink technique to leap forward and thrust his sword into the root's core, making all the roots dissolve into air. The screen showed that he had gained experience points. Yuseol said that it was enough for the mobs and wondered if it was time to fulfill his real goal. Then another message appeared saying he was entering the dungeon's boss room. His eyes widened as he murmured in surprise that it was the sacred Iphenal. Baek Yuseol thought that the most mysterious being in the world was the divine spirit. He remembered it meant that a pure soul practiced for hundreds of years, eventually reaching enlightenment and transforming into a new being. There were said to be very few of them, even in the ether world. But the being standing before him was not a perfect divine spirit. That woman had been on the verge of becoming one, yet her heart had been stolen, leaving her forever frozen in that incomplete state. He felt the pressure surrounding him and clenched his teeth, realizing it was mana pressure. He wondered if a divine spirit remained the same even after death but told himself he could not give up there. The screen displayed that the experience for the trait mana leakage delay had increased. His eyes widened, and he took a deep breath, murmuring that it was getting a bit better. He thought that the place was a natural training ground created by the divine spirit, one of the legendary mana veins that wizards across the world had searched for. Even basic training here had hundreds of times more effect, and the divine energy greatly increased one's connection with nature. With a small smile, he thought that all his struggle had only led him to find the best training ground. The screen displayed that Baek Yuseol had acquired a hidden artifact called the Branch of Resentment. It was of advanced grade, described as an item that grew stronger over time through resentment. Holding it in his hand, he thought that with this artifact, he could now face the boss of the 8th episode, Mai Zentirin. Feeling determined, he decided to begin his training. Weeks passed, and Baek Yuziel checked his progress, thinking his stats had reached around mid-second tier. While training with his weapon, he admitted he still had a long way to go since the main characters already had several stats above the 4th tier. With no teacher to guide him in swordsmanship, he kept repeating simple thrusts and cuts, trying to strike more precisely at vital points. He thought he needed to keep pushing himself, even if it meant bleeding through endless effort. Suddenly, he coughed hard. The screen displayed that he had learned part of a special mana breathing technique and acquired the skill Breath of the Divine Spirit. His eyes widened before he lost consciousness. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting, and the noise startled him. Confused, he yelled, demanding to know where the sound came from. A mysterious voice replied that he had heard it, didn't he? Baek Yuziel's eyes widened as he asked if the voice belonged to the Divine Spirit Ifnal. He thought in disbelief that the Divine Spirit's corpse was talking to him. Saran responded angrily, saying she was not dead and that he must be deaf for not hearing her earlier. He asked why he could suddenly hear her now when he couldn't before. Saran explained that maybe it was because he had become similar to her since he had just exhaled the same breath as her. Baek Yuziel then remembered the message he had seen earlier. The screen displayed that he had obtained the skill Breath of the Divine Spirit, which allowed him to merge with nature and increased his mana circulation greatly, though it also caused divine beast erosion. He realized that while the skill boosted his physical abilities to 4th tier level for a short time, it also meant he could lose his human body and possibly die due to his mana leakage condition. He decided to think positively, believing it was still a useful skill for emergencies. Saran sat on her knees and said it was amazing that he had exhaled the breath of the Divine Spirit. She explained that he was the second human to ever do it and that, like that person, he had almost no presence in the world since there was no mana in his body. Baek Yuziel asked who that person was, and Saran told him that person used a sword like him and could even cut through magic and divine spirits. His eyes widened as he thought there had never been any mention of such a swordsman in the game, but if that person could kill a divine spirit, they must have been very skilled. He asked if he could meet them, but Saran denied it. She then offered to teach him instead, saying she had recorded all the breathing techniques and movements of that person. However, she added a condition. She could not move or speak to anyone and was as good as dead, so she asked him to save her heart. Baek Yuziel apologized and said it was impossible because he did not have the ability to obtain another divine spirit's heart. Saran said it did not have to be a divine spirit's heart, and that a pure divine beast's heart would be enough. Yuziel told her that using a divine beast's heart would make her lose most of her strength, but she said it was fine since being free was better than being trapped alone forever. Yuziel closed his eyes and said a normal divine beast's heart should not be impossible to find, then smiled and promised to bring it back. Saran thanked him happily and said she had something for him. When he asked what it was, she told him to look at the pillar behind her, saying it was proof of their friendship. He picked it up, and a screen appeared showing Ifnal's flower necklace, a proof of friendship with Ifnal that had no ability. He thought he had never heard of such an item, even in the game, and joked that he could use it as firewood before realizing it was from a divine spirit. Smiling, he said it might be quite a useful item. The scene then shifted to Assistant Altalicia, who was writing on the board. After a while, she finished and said she did it. Looking at the documents with a smile, she said that a new era would open tomorrow and Yuziel would be happy to know about it. The scene moved to the Dwarf Kingdom, the capital of the Black Iron Empire, in Gyeongwang-Manko Province. Baek Yuziel smiled at Altarisha and said they had arrived. He thought that today was the day of the academic conference, held every year in different places. This year it was at the best alchemy school in the Dwarf Kingdom, Gyeongwang Academy. Since dwarves were the originators of material magic, the event was far grander than usual. He also recalled that the famous alchemist Walsi Kodan, known as the Gold Alchemist, would attend, making it a perfect chance to present Altarisha's research. Altarisha looked confused and asked if it was alright since the topic was something Professor Maizen had been researching for half his life. Yuziel told her not to worry, saying they had not copied the professor's research and that the assistant's skills simply surpassed his. She thanked him softly, and Yuziel suggested they go in, deciding to use the back door since the red carpet felt too much. She nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to the start of the conference. A man greeted all the doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Society and announced the beginning of the 87th Golden Section Academic Conference. The first session would be about a new potion, and Professor Mai Zen from Stella Academy was called to present first. Professor Mai Zen began her presentation, introducing herself as Mai Zen from Stella Academy and explaining about the alpha type of the red potion. After her explanation, the audience murmured with admiration, praising her for improving the difficult red potion and calling her idea brilliant. Baek Yuziel watched quietly and thought that Mai Zen was pretending Alterisha's paper was his own. He felt there were many ways to get back at him but decided to wait since the real show was about to begin. Soon, the announcer introduced the next speaker, Assistant Alterisha from Stella Academy. Alterisha stepped onto the stage and introduced herself as an alchemist. She presented her topic about the perfect organization and understanding of the cross-formulation of random sequences. The crowd widened their eyes in shock. One man questioned if she understood where she was, amazed that she dared to say such things. Alterisha calmly nodded and asked them to accept it in the way of alchemists. The crowd began murmuring again, saying the cross-formulation of random sequences made no sense. They said it was impossible for magic engineering and alchemy to connect, a problem unsolved for more than 300 years. The golden alchemist Walsik Kodan shouted for everyone to be quiet. He said that if people kept dismissing things as impossible just because they failed many times, they could not call themselves alchemists. He found it exciting to see someone try to uncover the truth in something thought impossible, and asked the young alchemist to present her discovery. Alterisha blushed and thanked him, saying she would begin her presentation. Before she could start, Professor Mai Zen shouted in anger that she objected and raised a suspicion about the paper. Walsik asked what kind of suspicion she meant, and Mai Zen smiled, saying it was plagiarism. Alterisha's eyes widened in shock. Walsik warned that raising a false claim of plagiarism could have serious consequences. Mai Zen confidently nodded and stepped onto the stage. She explained that the cross-formulation of random sequences had 5 major challenges that needed to be solved for alchemy and magic engineering to unite. So far, only 2 had been solved in the academic world, and even those were incomplete. She crossed her arms and claimed to have solved 4 of them, reminding everyone that Alterisha was her assistant and student. She said her paper was correct even if Alterisha had solved the 5th challenge. Alterisha began trembling while Mai Zen thought proudly that she would take all of Alterisha's talent for herself. She approached Alterisha with a mocking smile and asked what she thought. Alterisha froze, her mind blank, just as she had expected this situation. Then she remembered Baek Yuziel's words and gathered her courage. She said she wanted to call someone to assist her, a co-author of the paper. She pointed toward the audience and called Baek Yuziel's name. Yuziel's eyes widened in surprise. Baek Yuziel walked onto the stage, passed by Professor Mai Zen, and activated his artifact. A screen appeared showing that the special function of the artifact branch of resentment had been activated, and the target was Mai Zen. He smiled to himself, pleased that it worked. He then faced the audience and said he had heard Professor Mai Zen's claim. He added with a calm smile that seeing once was better than hearing 100 times, suggesting they all try solving the cross-formulation of random sequences right there. Turning to Alterisha, he said he had been watching her efforts closely and told her not to worry, as he believed she could do it. Alterisha blushed and thought that Yuziel was right, that she could do it. She took off her glasses and reminded herself to trust everything she had worked on until now. She looked at Mai Zen and said they should begin. She started explaining the cross-formulation of random sequences, recalling that 300 years ago, an alchemist had discovered an incredible formula that could solve the equation but died tragically in a bathroom accident. Since then, countless alchemists had tried and failed, and the formula became known as an impossible one. Vice leader Heiji Macaron asked her leader if that professor was really a dark mage, saying the mission felt pointless. She held her head and complained that their leader always believed whatever that old man said, which always caused trouble. Then she suddenly noticed a change in the room's atmosphere and realized something was happening. A man announced that the first challenge had just been solved. Walsik's eyes widened as he said the result was similar but shown from a slightly different perspective. Kane observed that Alterisha's solution was simpler and clearer than Professor Mai Zen's, with a small but important difference in the final answer. Another man then announced that the solution for the second challenge was in progress. A woman commented that she had seen many attempted before, but this interpretation was unique. Solving something that usually took more than 200 lines with only 12 amazed everyone. Baek Yuziel smiled, thinking the audience's reaction was excellent, but the real challenge was just beginning. Then came the announcement that the third challenge, which no one had ever solved before, was now being attempted. Walsik stared in disbelief and said they had really solved it. He admitted that Professor Maizen solving the impossible third challenge was impressive, but said Assistant Alterisha had something even greater. Maizen clenched her teeth, unable to understand what kind of solution Alterisha had come up with. Beck-Uziel watched and thought that all the senior alchemists had treated the 5 challenges as separate problems, solving them one by one. But Alterisha had seen them as one connected problem and combined everything into a single unified solution. That was the clear difference between Maizen Tiran and Alterisha. The solving of challenges continued rapidly. Maizen suddenly shouted for more blackboards, but before anything could be done, her eyes widened in shock when Alterisha calmly said she had solved everything. Alterisha announced the completion of her research, calling it the perfect organization and understanding of the cross-formulation of random sequences. The crowd began murmuring in awe. Alterisha smiled to herself, thinking she had done it, and silently thanked Uziel for his support. Maizen whispered Alterisha's name in a dark, trembling voice, her expression filled with disbelief and anger. Professor Maizen clenched her teeth and asked how long he would keep upsetting her. She accused him of editing her paper and disguising it as his own. Beck-Uziel pulled Alterisha behind him and thought that Maizen was turning to dark magic faster than expected, but it worked better this way since she would expose herself as a dark mage in front of everyone. Maizen looked darkly at her while Alterisha shouted that her paper was better and asked how much more Maizen would steal before feeling satisfied. She screamed that the professor was even more foolish than her, and everyone's eyes widened. Walsik laughed loudly and said the presentation was really fun. Maizen, furious, walked toward Alterisha, shouting her name, but Beck-Uziel stepped in and told her to stop and understand the situation. Maizen shouted in denial, saying that the fool had stolen her paper. 2 men dragged her out while she screamed that she was not at fault. Alterisha fell to her knees, exhausted. Beck-Uziel raised his hand and told her with a smile that she had worked hard today. She smiled softly and nodded. Heijin walked and started to speak, but Kane interrupted, saying that if the emotions had been that strong, there should have been some signs since the sensor for dark magic erosion did not react at all. Heijin replied that even the psychometry of the Sakwol Tower was not perfect and then looked at Beck-Uziel, asking if he was the co-author, the high schooler, mentioning that he looked quite cute. Kane asked if she had checked it, and Heijin said she received a message from Matra. Before coming to Stella, the kid's hometown had been destroyed by dark mages. They were a commoner with low grades but somehow in Class S, attending the world's most prestigious magic school while not even using magic. She found them unusual and added that they had requested their name to be included in the article. Kane said he would keep that in mind. Heijin's eyes met Beck-Uziel's, and she told Kane that the leader's cognitive impairment magic and her shadow veil barrier could not be undone so easily, so it must have been an illusion. Kane turned and said the matter was finished, and they should go. Heijin agreed, saying she was tired of such places. The scene shifted to a carriage where Professor Maizen sat clenching her teeth, murmuring that if it were not for Beck-Uziel, she would not have suffered such humiliation. She swore to take revenge. Raiden, sitting in front of her, told her to calm down because she had already caused trouble. Raiden looked at her with sharp eyes and said it had been close. If emotions had grown stronger and caused a rampage, it could have ruined all their plans. Professor Maizen apologized, but Raiden asked if she thought a simple apology could fix things. He told her that the leader was extremely disappointed and that she had lost her value as a professor at Stella. Maizen shouted that she still had many connections in the plagiarism discussion group and could smooth things over. She insisted she would not be kicked out yet. Raiden closed his eyes and told her to shut up and stay still, saying that keeping her head down and waiting for the leader's instructions was the most helpful thing she could do. Then he disappeared, leaving her behind. Maizen clenched her fist and thought that everything was Beck-Uziel's fault. She swore to make him pay soon. The scene shifted to a train where Beck-Uziel sat thinking it was a shame. He had hoped that if Maizen turned to dark magic during the presentation, it could have stopped the downfall of the 8th episode. But since things stayed calm, he decided not to rush. He thought the academic conference had ended smoothly and the branch of resentment had activated. What bothered him was Kane. He realized Kane was from the Sakwol Tower, the elite group known for hunting dark mages, and that Kane was the leader of the 13th Destruction Unit, the most powerful group in the tower. Without his sixth sense, he would never have noticed. He guessed there was a reason such dangerous people had appeared and hoped that somehow their involvement could turn out positive. Someone suddenly arrived and politely asked if they could spare a moment. Altarisha looked surprised and asked who it was. The man removed his cap with a smile and introduced himself as Melian, the president of the Seongurium Corporation. Baekuzio recognized him and thought about how, as the game's episodes progressed, the world expanded and more characters appeared as the protagonist's flame grew older. Melian, known as the Heart of the Southern Hall Plains, was one of them. He was destined to become the richest man in the world thanks to his rare fate. Despite being in his 50s and having one daughter, he was a popular target not for his wealth or looks but because of his daughter, Yahello, the high elf villainess who tormented the protagonist throughout the story. Many players sought revenge by targeting Yahello's beloved father, marrying him, and ruining the family. Baekuzio had expected to meet him eventually but did not think it would happen so soon. He decided to make a good impression for the upcoming events. Melian smiled and confirmed that they were alchemist Altarisha and her unidentified partner, then politely asked for his name. Baekuzio introduced himself as a first-year student from Class S at Stella Academy. Melian then explained that he had come to offer Altarisha an exclusive contract with the Seongurium Corporation, promising generous terms and asking if they would like to read the contract. Altarisha read the paper, and her eyes widened in shock. She exclaimed that the offer included unlimited support for materials and technicians, something she had never seen before. She smiled to herself, thinking that with these terms, she could finally create all the inventions she had dreamed of and that Yahello would definitely be pleased. Then she politely asked for some time to think. Melian looked surprised and asked if the conditions were insufficient, telling her to mention anything else she wanted. Altarisha quickly explained that the terms were already more than enough but that she needed time to consult with the co-author of the technology. Melian smiled inwardly, realizing that the co-author was not just for show. Helping solve a 300-year-old problem at such a young age was proof of true genius, though he still thought Yahello was only a high school student and inexperienced in business. He handed the contract to Baekuzio and asked if he wanted to take a look, believing that no young genius could refuse such generous terms. Baekuzio calmly examined the document and said he refused. Melian looked puzzled and asked for the reason, offering to rewrite the contract immediately if the terms were unsatisfactory. Baekuzio thought that an exclusive contract with the world's top guild, Seongurium, was indeed a great opportunity. However, he knew that Melian, though an excellent businessman, never let anything he owned go, even in death. If they signed with him, only profitable items would be mass-produced, which would limit creativity, individuality, and performance. A monopoly like that would block many mages from accessing new equipment, and would shift progress toward business, giving dark mages a chance to catch up. In the game, players who chose this path gained money but ended with a bad ending. He told Melian that the conditions did not matter, and that he simply did not want an exclusive contract. The technology that combined magic engineering and alchemy would have a huge impact on both daily life and mage equipment, and they wanted it to be accessible to more mages. Melian said he admired such high and broad dreams, adding that money was still essential to realize noble goals. Baekuzio replied that he had already spoken with many investors, including Melian himself. Melian smiled and asked if that meant Yahello planned to sign with all investors at once, noting that would require cutting most of the terms he had offered. Baekuzio smiled back and said that was right, admitting that Melian's offer was tempting but suggesting they use his idea for luxury branding of the item instead. Baekuzio explained that the item should be mass-produced for everyone, but the rare luxury versions would be made under an exclusive brand with Seongurium. Melian raised his hand with a smile and asked if those luxury items would even sell since he never did business at a loss. Baekuzio replied that he would not ask for a contract immediately. He promised that within 6 months, he would hold an investor briefing for Chairman Melian. If Melian liked the products then, he could sign the exclusive brand deal. Melian closed his eyes and said it was a cool approach. He handed Baekuzio a card containing a messenger paper and his contact information, then turned and left. Once he was gone, Baekuzio sighed and admitted that he had been really nervous. Altarisha smiled and told him that he was amazing. Baekuzio smiled back, thinking that one problem was finally solved and that he might go eat with his club once he returned. The academic symposium ended smoothly, and classes at Stella Academy resumed as usual. Sitting in class, Baekuzio thought that in the original 8th episode, the awakened mage caused massive damage to the school. But with recent events, things might change. He wondered if the episode had been moved forward and hoped he was ready for it. He also noticed that not only Meijen but Altarisha had not shown up at school yet. Baekuzio walked through the hall, thinking that Altarisha was probably being happily tormented at the alchemy castle by now. He overheard students talking about her and thought that by keeping the co-author's identity hidden, he had managed to stay unnoticed at school. He reminded himself that he had only borrowed a bit of knowledge and given a small hint, so all the attention and praise rightly belonged to Alterisha. He soon joined Ma Yuxiang and Acel. Ma Yuxiang welcomed him, and Yuziel apologized for being late. Acel said it was fine and asked about the menu since he had promised to choose. Yuziel smiled and told her she would see when they got there. Later, they sat at a table filled with food. Acel blushed as she remembered someone saying that pickled Jews should be drunk first when ordering pizza. Yuziel noticed and thought it might be their first time at a pizza place. Before he could explain, Acel drank the sauce and thought it was delicious. Ma Yuxiang tried it too and smiled, saying it was not bad. When the pizza arrived, Yuziel showed them how to eat it properly. Both followed his lead. Acel took a bite, her eyes bright with joy, thinking how the bell peppers danced over the cheese while paprika and olives watched fondly, the bacon and onions joining in a lively dance. She said it was really good, and both Yuziel and Ma Yuxiang looked at her with warm smiles. Flame said that there was no doubt people came to tell her that Alterisha had solved the interlocked chaos formula, but she knew the truth that Beck Yuziel was the real one behind it. She wondered how he had managed it since, after regression, he should have forgotten most of the future knowledge except for key events. She questioned whether he had somehow retained his memories or was simply that intelligent. Jeremy arrived with a smile and asked if she wanted to team up with him for the Persona Gate training. Flame kept walking and told him to find someone else, accusing him of hitting on people for no reason, then left him behind. Jeremy smiled faintly as she walked away. Flame looked at the notice board and thought about the Persona Gate training that was about to begin. She recalled that a Persona Gate was a dimension created by the power of dark mages. If not conquered quickly, it turned the area into a lifeless wasteland. Unlike dungeons that were cleared by defeating bosses, Persona Gates required analyzing and breaking their complex patterns. They demanded knowledge of density analysis, spatial deformation, soul isolation, and thousands of patterns, along with strong combat skills. She remembered that the real purpose of training magic warriors was to stop Persona Gates and that, according to the original story, a real one was mixed into this practice session. Clenching her fist, Flame thought she could not keep relying on Beck Yuziel anymore, and that she had to stop at this time before it caused real harm. The scene shifted to the 9th Star Tower at the Seongurium Cafe Terrace, where Bayan and her friends were having tea. One girl mentioned that she had heard from her father that there had been chaos because a Stella assistant had solved the interlocked chaos formula. She added that the co-author was actually a student at Stella. Another girl said that since Miss Richel's father was the intelligence director, it must be true, and wondered who could have solved such an unsolved problem as a student. Bayan thought that even the intelligence director could not figure out that Beck Yuziel was the co-author of alchemic magic engineering. She wondered why he would hide it, thinking it might be to give all the credit to Alterisha, or perhaps because he had feelings for her. She decided to leave and started walking. On her way, she saw Princess Hung Shihua. Shihua reminded her to call her big sister. Bayan thought about their forced rivalry, both legitimate and illegitimate, and admitted she hated her half-sister. She asked why Shihua was there. Shihua said not to glare at her, and explained she had business there too. She mentioned hearing about a very interesting commoner among the first years, a commoner who lived by a rare sense of chivalry. Noticing Bayan's reaction, Shihua guessed that her little sister was also interested in him, and added that a knight devoted to his bishop was the dream of every princess. She asked Bayan to introduce her to him. Bayan turned and said no thanks, telling Shihua to do whatever she wanted. Shihua commented that her sister had become cold, wondering if it was because their eldest sister had died. Bayan's eyes widened, and she said she would take her leave while walking away. Shihua watched her leave and thought that maybe she had gone too far and that it was too early for Bayan to hear about their eldest sister. At that moment, Sayera approached Shihua and gave her the information she had requested about Cadet Beck Yuziel. It included a copy of an assignment he had submitted in class and a brief history of his past. Shihua said she had not expected to find information that digging could not reveal, but noted that the assignment had that content. About a minute later, she read and laughed, noticing that Beck Yuziel's mother had said she did not like black bean noodles. She thought about how she had never considered poverty deeply, but realized that Beck Yuziel had lived through it, while holding firmly to his beliefs in chivalry. She remembered that his hometown had been overrun by dark mages and felt sorry for Bayan, yet she was becoming more curious about Beck Yuziel. The scene then shifted to the day of the training. The professor pointed at a dark portal and told the students that the first-year cadets' Persona Gate training would begin and instructed them to proceed into the Persona Gate. Baek Yuziel thought that it finally began. Baek Yuziel thought that as a reward for finishing the academic conference episode, the gate analysis function of the straight bill glasses had been activated. He felt that after going back and forth through Ifnal's garden, his stats should be enough. The professor pointed toward the portal and told the cadets entering Gate C7 to come forward. Some girls stepped forward, and Yuziel thought about who would be going in with him. He noted that the Persona Gate training was done in teams of 4 to 18 and that success depended on cooperation. First years at Stella averaged around Class 2, so clearing a 3-risk Persona Gate on a first mission would not be easy. Gate C7 allowed 16 members, and although Ma Yuxiang and He Wenriang were absent, Flame, Hong Baiyan, and Aizel were present, making the team strong enough. He realized he probably would not need to fight the final boss and that his goal was the hidden reward, the enchanting tree petal. He entered the portal, and the screen welcomed him to Charon's ball. A maid smiled at Baiyan and said they would prepare her dress and shoes. Baiyan wondered why a ballroom had appeared in a Persona Gate, and reminded herself that this was not the time to be distracted. She needed to analyze the gate and check the guideline message, surprised that such a complicated formula was given for a first-year practice. The maid told her that the evening banquet was about to begin, and asked if something was wrong. Baiyan asked how the maid could say that, and wondered if it was a preset line. She thought that unless the maid was from a real Persona Gate, NPCs created by mages and gates could not act on their own. She quickly dismissed the idea of a real Persona Gate appearing at Stella Academy, and decided it must be advanced technology. She told the maid it was nothing and to just get the dress. The maid nodded and walked away. Baiyan thought that something about this training gave her a feeling it would not end easily. Later, dressed nicely, Baek Yuziel looked at her and thought that she cleaned up well. Baiyan reflected that maybe it was because she had learned about Baek Yuziel's past, but he felt different now walking the path of chivalry at Stella despite his background. Suddenly, Sherwa arrived and said that everyone was there, and that they would now attend the ball hosted by Duchess Iharan. She explained that the 4 corridors connected to the mansion's underground, but the basement was full of traps and mazes. Mansion knights would move in, so they would have to rely on their own insight and instincts. She asked if they could handle it. Baek Yuziel nodded. Suddenly Flame told the other students to hold on and asked if something felt off about the training. She said it was hard to interpret and the NPCs seemed too real, and that she had not been able to analyze the Persona Gate at all. She thought the difficulty for a first-year practice made no sense. One student said they also thought it was weird and could not decipher much. Another student added that the earlier NPC had felt very real. Flame looked confused. Jackie crossed her arms and said not to tell her Flame thought it might actually be real. She believed it was a setup by the professors, noting that in real combat, one could not always fully analyze a Persona Gate. She added that even in a top magic academy like Stella, the professors could not miss a real gate appearing inside the school. Flame thought it was not good. If the original story held, this Persona Gate was real, but she knew no one would believe her. She tried to make the others sense that something was wrong and wondered what to do next. Baek Yuziel observed them and thought they were heading down this route after all episode 006, Jiki's darkening route. He noted that the original story had no character named Jiki, so Flame must be confused. He realized that one of the 3 students was destined to fall to darkness. He had hoped no one would be corrupted but wondered if fate was unchangeable. Even if he helped Flame, the outcome might not change, so stepping back could be the only answer. Jackie said she was going in no matter what, believing it was what the professors intended, and told the others to stay calm. She vanished, and the other students slowly followed. Baek Yuziel crossed his arms and thought that no one was acting in coordination. He then decided that they had no choice but to head in. Baek Yuziel turned and asked why they were all following him. The students said it was no reason. Baek Yuziel thought it was confusing that they were just going to follow him. He looked down the long hallway and thought everyone had arrived. All 16 students were split into 4 corridors with 4 per path. He guessed Angel and Flame were together, and was surprised to be in the same team as Hong Baiyan. He thought it was maybe good that Baiyan and Angel were separated. Then his eyes widened as he noticed something. Many dolls appeared. A girl said there was a door inside that room and doubted a lock-release spell would work because their level was too low. Baiyan turned to Baek Yuziel and asked if he figured out the gate. He denied it. Baiyan thought it might be too much to expect from a commoner but sensed something was there. Baek Yuziel said he thought he knew how to get out. Bayan asked with wide eyes if he was serious. He raised his hand and said those dolls over there were all dancing different steps, but it was the same type of dance. He asked if she recognized it. She said it was Requiem of the Dead Serena, the dance Serena performed before her death, unable to bear her own tragedy. He asked if she remembered the moves too. She said with shock no way and thought the statue's poses were forming a sequence, and the empty spot must be important. He asked if they were ready and the girls nodded. Then the door opened and they walked inside. Bayan said no matter how she looked she could not tell and wondered if it was not the dolls this time, but there was nothing else suspicious. She asked Baek-Yuziel, who was sitting on his knees, what he was looking at. Baek-Yuziel said he thought the dolls were just a decoy and the real clue was the carpet. He said the dance was shown on the carpet and the human patterns were taking certain poses. If they matched them correctly they might solve it. The girls nodded with a smile and began to search. Suddenly the door opened and they ran inside. Bayan thought he was definitely different. She knew he had been taught to shift perspectives but did not expect the gap to be this big. He was clearing a gate no one could analyze at an eerie speed. His strategy, ideas, observation, calculation, and deduction seemed far beyond first-year level. She remembered Baek-Yuziel's hometown had fallen to black mages before he enrolled. They reached a backwater village no one had heard of, but it was always on the front lines of brutal battles against black mages. Bayan understood why the commoner lacked basic academic knowledge, but was so skilled in strategy and combat. He must have fought deadly battles all his life. She realized he was very different from the other students, who were desperate to score well, while he openly guessed on exams, skipped assignments, and had a messy attitude in class. Her eyes widened as she thought why he was trying so hard right now. Bayan thought about Baek-Yuziel's hometown being destroyed by dark mages before he enrolled. It was a remote village no one had heard of but always on the front lines of fierce battles. She understood why he lacked basic knowledge but was so skilled in strategy and combat. He must have fought dark mages on deadly battlefields all his life. She realized he was different from the other students. While everyone else tried hard for good grades, he guessed on exams, skipped homework, and behaved poorly in class. Her eyes widened as she wondered why he was working so hard now and thought there must be a reason. Baek-Yuziel turned and asked why she was spacing out and told her to go over there. She asked him if the persona gate they were inside was real. He thought she had gotten sharper because normally she would not realize the truth until the end and would keep interfering with Angel. He smiled and thought this showed she was gradually straying from the path of a villainess. She asked why he was smiling. He said it was nothing and confirmed she was right, the place was real. He warned they could get hurt or die and explained that if they did not clear it, a dimensional synchronization event would occur outside. He said that was why he planned to get through it as fast as possible. She thought she knew it. Baek-Yuziel only took action when there was a reason. She decided she would not just sit around and accept help and would make it out with her own strength. The scene shifted to another passage. Flame asked the other girls if everyone was safe and who was missing. One girl said Jackie had vanished. Flame's eyes widened as she murmured what Jackie did. The girls said they only made it that far thanks to Jackie, but she disappeared right after the last door, and they had searched for a long time. Flame thought that meant Jackie cleared it way faster than Angel and her, and was not even scratched. She then saw Baek-Yuziel, approached him, and asked when he got there and if he saw Jackie. He said he did not see her. She turned and walked away. Left behind, Baek-Yuziel thought if they had arrived before Jackie, they could have prevented her disappearance, but at this point the best he could do was help the heroines clear the stage. The scene shifted to Stella Dome. Professor Lee Hanwal shouted while running that a real persona gate had mixed into a training field and wondered how it could happen, noting Stella's security system was supposed to be the best in the world. Another professor said it was as if someone had completely reverse-engineered Stella's spatial detection system. The unique signal emitted when a persona gate formed was not detected at all. The security department was working on reinforcing the system. Professor Lee Hanwal said that was not important right now. The commander of the Stella Knights, Aryan Blackswan, arrived and said he was right. What mattered was who went inside the persona gate and asked for the status and if a backup unit could enter. The professor said it was impossible because the people inside were already engaged in a challenge. Aryan asked about the gate's risk level. The professor said it was originally 4 risk but instantly increased when the students entered. Aryan said it was rare for a persona gate to emit false waves and asked who entered. The professor gave him a list. Aryan read it and said a 5 risk persona gate must be tackled with full preparation even by veteran mages. First years were not equipped to handle it, and he ordered 16 corpse recovery units just in case. Professor Lee Hanwol shouted. Arian said it was just an instruction for logistical efficiency and asked if Lee Hanwol really believed rookie first years could conquer a 5-risk gate, comparing it to an ant killing a tiger. Lee Hanwol thought he knew the odds were absurd but still hoped the kids made it out safely. Inside the gate, a girl approached the other students and said she was glad they were safe. Baek Yuseol thought now that everyone was there, the only thing left was the boss fight. When the students walked forward, the screen appeared saying they had reached the dancing clock tower and if they followed the stairs down, they would find the ballroom. It looked like the ball had just started and they needed to hurry. Flame thought the top of the tower housed the Blade Spider Captain, a 4-risk monster with 8 legs made entirely of sharp blades. She thought it was dangerous, and they could not keep relying on Baek Yuseol since he had lost his memory and probably knew nothing about it. She had studied the monster beforehand and planned to take it on alone while Agel and Baek Yuseol handled the final boss. She shouted for the others to hold on a second. Baek Yuseol crossed his arms and said to wait. He said there was something about their situation and told Flame to go ahead while he checked the area first. Flame thought Baek Yuseol probably did not know the Blade Spider Captain existed, but for him to sense it instantly was impossible. She realized his senses were sharper than she expected. Suddenly, the students heard a sound and their eyes widened. Bayan shouted it was coming from above. A large spider appeared in front of them, and they shouted that it was the 4-risk Blade Spider Captain. Flame clenched her teeth and wondered where Baek Yuseol was. Suddenly, Baek Yuseol landed on the spider using blink technique and shouted he would take care of it and told them to go down. Acel thought with wide eyes if he could really handle it alone and considered backing him up. Bayan told her she knew what she was thinking but they needed to get to the ballroom as fast as possible to help the commoner, and then walked away. Flame thought with wide eyes if Hong Bayan had always been that kind. The students entered the party hall and said it was so glamorous. Bayan said there was someone at the top of the stars. Flame said it was probably the final boss, Duchess Iharon, and told everyone to stay sharp. Suddenly Jackie appeared upstairs with an evil smile and introduced himself as Jackie Iharon. Flame thought with wide eyes how this was possible since Jackie did not exist in the original story. She realized a regular human becoming an NPC in a Persona Gate was impossible, especially as the final boss, and guessed Jackie was a dark one. She remembered Baek Yuseol had warned her about him and resolved to bring him back no matter what. The crowd began shouting with excitement. Jackie smiled and said it was so electrifying it felt like it was melting. Bayan said it was so late her mind had already been corrupted by dark magic. Acel said the only way was to clear the gate and bring her back to normal. Flame held her staff and thought she would definitely save Jackie. Jackie stepped forward and said it was time to begin the party. The screen appeared announcing the boss fight, the Ball of Temptation, had begun. Meanwhile, Baek Yuseol cut the spider's body and thought the blade spider was not crucial to clearing the gate but more like a side zone. He had 2 reasons for fighting it. The first was to obtain the petal of the enchantment tree stuck on the spider's forehead. He used Blink, rushed forward, and threw 3 potion bottles, causing a huge blast. Then he appeared in front of the spider, slashed with his weapon, and thought the petal, when absorbed, massively boosted mental strength and was essential for using the skill Cognition Acceleration from Mana Leak Delay and the Shrike Glasses. He also thought the petal was connected to the final boss, Duchess Iharon, and that the blade spider was actually her husband, Duke Iharon. He slashed again and thought attacking the petal's barrier also damaged the Duchess, helping the main character's progress, though he was not sure if his attacks would help them at the right moment. He smiled and decided to just beat the spider. He rushed forward using Blink again and bound the spider. The spider screamed while slipping down. He thought he might have thrown too many slippery potions and rushed forward, realizing the ballroom was below. He approached the spider and used Blink with wide eyes. The scene shifted to a few minutes earlier. Jackie danced with a red aura flaring around her and then attacked, causing a blast that shook the ground. Bayan turned and shouted if everyone was okay. They nodded. She thought there was no time to hesitate, and that they had to fight because they were facing a dark one. She held her glowing staff and threw fiery mana at Jackie. Jackie smiled and created a dark barrier to block it. Jackie blocked many attacks and then began to attack. Flame's eyes widened and she began to dance. Acel looked at her with confusion. Flame then attacked Jackie by throwing a golden mana beam, causing Jackie's eyes to widen. Flame shouted that it was the dance and that there had been clues in all the stages they cleared. She explained the stage was not just a magic battle but also a dance-off, and they had to cast spells in rhythm with the dance. Bayan thought that made sense because the Duchess Iheron's dance could not be countered with normal magic. The opposing dance was the Requiem of the dead Serena. They all began to dance, and many colors of aura burst out, creating a powerful blast. The dust cleared and Jackie stood smiling, her body now with 4 legs. She created a magic circle and asked if they were ready to begin. Flame shouted at her to stop, warning that if Jackie let herself be overtaken by the role of Duchess Iheron, she would never come back. Jackie, gathering dark mana in a ball, asked what Flame wanted her to stop and told her to look around. The crowd shouted with excitement. Jackie accused Flame of being cruel, selfish, and mean, and said the feeling she had was sweet and ecstatic. She shouted that she would never let go of it. Bayan shouted that it was coming and told everyone to defend themselves. Jackie threw mana beams, but they were blocked by barriers. Suddenly, Jackie appeared behind Acel. Acel closed her eyes, but when she opened them, she saw Bayan standing in front of her to protect her. Bayan shouted angrily, telling everyone to focus. She said she was better at defending against fire magic and would handle it, while telling Jackie to block lightning spells. She told Flame to get behind them and attack when there was an opening. Flame thought with wide eyes that in the original story, Bayan ruined the teamwork out of jealousy, but now she and Acel were handling things perfectly together. Acel told Bayan not to let her guard down while protecting her. Flame created many magic circles and launched mana beams at Jackie, but Jackie absorbed them through portals. Suddenly, a blast shook the ground, and when the dust cleared, a shadow stood there. The students' eyes widened as they murmured at Jackie's form. Jackie stood in a half-spider form with a dark expression, and asked why Flame hated seeing her happy, and why she would not leave her alone. Flame shouted that it was not like that and begged Jackie to snap out of it. Jackie shouted and raised her hands, creating many magic circles and gathering red aura. Flame looked with wide eyes, unsure what to do. Bayan asked what was happening. Flame thought she did not know the reason but guessed that Baek Yuziel's fight with the Blade Fang spider was affecting Jackie. Jackie clutched her head in pain. Flame realized that Baek Yuziel might be fighting the boss alone to help them defeat the final boss. Jackie screamed in agony, and Bayan shouted that now was their chance. Flame and Bayan attacked Jackie, causing a sudden blast that shook the ground. When the dust cleared, Jackie shouted with rage but then suddenly vanished. Bayan asked with wide eyes what had happened. Flame said she did not know, but something had fallen, and asked if it was the Blade Fang spider, and if it was dead. A student trembled and said it was impossible that Baek Yuziel, another first year, had defeated a 4-risk monster alone, then saw him fall to the ground. Flame approached Jackie, who was trembling on the ground. Jackie said that Flame had to get in her way and that she would never forgive her. She laughed and accused Flame of using dirty tricks because she could not dance better, calling her pathetic and jealous like herself. She asked why Flame was looking at her that way. Flame told Acel to summon an ice mirror, and Acel nodded. Jackie said that no matter what nonsense Flame did, she was still more beautiful. An ice mirror appeared in front of Jackie, and she murmured in disbelief, asking if it was really her. Baek Yuziel sat up on the ground, clutching his head. Jackie screamed that it was not her, raised her trembling hand, and begged Flame to help and save her. Then she shouted that it was all Flame's fault and attacked her. Flame slashed her weapon through Jackie's body, spraying blood, and Jackie's eyes widened. Jackie's body was then enveloped in fire, and Flame said with sadness that she was truly sorry. The screen appeared, announcing the end of the tale of Duchess Iron and congratulating the players for clearing the ballroom of temptation. The scene shifted to the ground, where Professor Lee Hanwol said that Team A6 had completed their simulation and the students had exited, and that Team B3's simulation was also complete, instructing to begin evacuation. His assistant nodded. Professor Lee Hanwol thought that only Team C7 remained, then looked at the portal and told the instructors to prepare for extraction as the wave was fluctuating. A bright light shimmered in the portal. Professor Lee Hanwol smiled and said that the ants had defeated the tiger. All the students stepped out of the portal safely. Arian looked at them and then ordered to begin withdrawal, and the others nodded. Baek Yuziel held his sword and reported the successful completion of the Persona Gate mission, saying that out of 16, 1 had died and 15 had returned safely. Professor Lee Hanwol praised him and said he would assign a medical mage immediately, and told them to rest. When Eltman Eltwin arrived, he asked what had happened while he was gone. Baek Yuziel's eyes widened as Eltman Eltwin smiled and asked if something interesting had happened and if he would tell him all about it. The scene shifted to Stella First Main Tower. Baek Yuziel walked behind Eltman Eltwin in the hall, thinking that a private meeting with Eltman was why he did not want to be the leader. He remembered the moments before leaving the Persona Gate. Bayan asked if they should choose a leader for the report before leaving. Baek Yuziel suggested Isel. Bayan said she had been wide awake, and it was not fair to just hand over the credit. Flame crossed her arms and said it was not right no matter what. Aisel, with wide eyes, said she knew she did well, but not this time. Baek Yuziel thought that even they opposed him, so he ended up forced into the leader's role. Eltman Eltwin said it was their third meeting and that Baek Yuziel had grown a lot since he was young. Baek Yuziel wondered what that meant, remembering his childhood when Eltman had smiled, called him interesting, and said he had an amusing talent, offering to write him a recommendation for the entrance exam with extra points. Eltman Eltwin spoke when Baek Yuziel's eyes snapped open, thanking him on behalf of everyone for preventing what could have been a big problem. He said he did not plan to make the incident public and that if the students had been seriously harmed, it would have been different. He added that it was all thanks to Baek Yuziel and asked with a cold expression if there had been a bug inside the gate. Baek Yuziel thought about Eltman's terrifying eyes and said that the deceased student Jackie had shown signs of black magic corruption. Eltman Eltwin expressed pity and realized he had not offered a drink yet, asking if Baek Yuziel wanted coffee, tea, or soda. Baek Yuziel requested tea and asked if he had lilt tea. Eltman Eltwin's eyes widened in surprise and he smiled, saying he had it. Later he placed the tea on the table and said it was lilt tea, rare and unexpected for most people to know or like. Baek Yuziel thought while drinking the tea that it did not taste good. Compared to earth food, it was like durian or fermented skate, something people either loved or hated. Those who disliked it could not stand the smell, while those who liked it became addicted. He chose lilt tea because a private meeting with Eltman was a branch point and opportunity. Flame, who chose coffee, had been promised magical teachings, and Aisel, who chose soda, had gained enlightenment about magic. This tea was Eltman Eltwin's favorite. Eltman Eltwin said that lilt tea had been exclusively enjoyed by the Lilt tribe in the western continent decades ago. They shared it with humans and faced misfortune, making this one of the few remaining lilt teas. He said it was a pity that humans' greed had prevented them from enjoying it. Baek Yuziel said he knew the lilt tea recipe. Eltman Eltwin's eyes widened and he shouted, asking how he knew it. Baek Yuziel said his late mother had taught him. Eltman Eltwin smiled and asked if he would consider selling the recipe and promised to pay generously. Baek Yuziel said that there was something he wanted from Eltman more than money, asking for help with his magic engineering enchantment just once. Eltman Eltwin raised his hand and asked why he did not reconsider, saying the lilt tea recipe was discontinued and valuable, while his magic engineering was not practical. Baek Yuziel thought he understood perfectly. With Eltman's magic engineering, Altarisha's alchemy magic engineering, and a force vessel from a necromancer, he could create a top-grade subspace inventory, which only a mage who mastered 8th-class spatial magic engineering could use, making it very rare. He said receiving the essence of Eltman's magic would be the greatest gift of his life and asked for it. Eltman Eltwin smiled and agreed to the deal. Baek Yuziel smiled in response. At that time in the first main tower, Vice Principal Akihaden said he had heard the Persona Gate the students worked so hard to open had failed. Professor Raiden closed his eyes and said he was worried that Master would be angry once he found out. Akihaden told him he was too uptight and that even though it was unfortunate, there were other ways. Raiden asked if Akihaden planned to make Professor Meijin rampage and said that if there was nothing else, he would leave. As Raiden walked away, he thought the gate was opened only to eliminate students who might attend the upcoming Aslan seminar. They had opened a gate with a level far beyond the students' abilities, yet Flame, Aisel Morph, the princess of Adalabrit, and Baek Yuziel all returned safely. Everything had gone against expectations. Then Ma Yuziang approached and crossed his arms. He said it had been a while and that when he was younger, Raiden used to be like a wild beast but now looked half human. He said he almost did not recognize him and added that he heard his friends were almost hurt recently, asking if that plan was from the lazy old man too. Raiden told Ma Yuziang that even as a noble, he should not speak rudely about their master and asked if he was too caught up in pretending to be a student. Ma Yuziang replied that it was not just Raiden's appearance that had changed. Raiden's eyes widened when Ma Yuziang said he did not expect him to speak such arrogant nonsense. With an evil smile, Ma Yuziang warned him to be careful because they were starting to annoy him, then walked away. Raiden fell to his knees, clenched his teeth, and shouted that if it was for the Woliang sect, he could endure anything. The scene moved to the students. A girl told Bayan that she was glad the princess was safe and complained that the Persona Gate malfunctioned because of the school's mistake. Bayan thought that the school had kept the truth from the other students. Then a third-year student, Edmund Adalek, approached with a smile and said he was relieved she was unharmed. Bayan replied that she was fine and thought that he was not worried about her but about his own ambitions. She remembered that the Adalabrit kingdom had two great noble houses. Duke Orkan's family supported Princess Hongsiwa, while the Adalek family opposed them. Edmund, the only heir of the Adalek family, likely aimed to make her queen and marry her for power. Edmund Adalek asked Bayan if she wanted to play soul chess since the school tournament was coming soon. She nodded, and he placed a hand on her shoulder, saying he would teach her a lesson and told her to watch and learn before walking ahead. Bayan thought it was pathetic that she could not become queen without help from someone like him. She wished she had power of her own or someone as strong as the Adalek family beside her. When she looked out the window, she thought of Bek Yuziel. Edmund called her to hurry, and she followed him quietly. The scene then shifted to Bek Yuziel on the training ground. He murmured while holding a petal, saying it should be good enough, then absorbed it. A system message appeared showing that absorbing the charm tree's Maleaf increased his mental power by 65% and slightly boosted his resistance to certain types of magic. His status showed small improvements in strength, agility, perception, and stamina. The Constellation project offered him a special reward. Bek Yuziel murmured that clearing the episode had earned him a bonus reward and wondered what to choose this time, considering whether to use it for growth or aim for Marikan's pendant. A screen appeared showing that Marikan's pendant had been granted. It was a high-rank item with a special function called Merkin's Shield, which could automatically block any attack of G Thalas level or below but could only be used once. Bek Yuziel thought it was a shame the item was single-use, but having something that could save his life was still useful. He reminded himself that in the next episode, he would have to fight the awakened mage Entiren. Another screen appeared, showing that 78% resentment had been stored in the artifact called Saran's Resentful Branch. He smiled, thinking his preparations to face Mage Entiren were going well and that it was time to ask Altarisha for help with the rest. The scene shifted to the International Alchemy Organization's Alchemy Department. At the Elm Annex of the Halserkorden Faction Branch 13, a receptionist greeted Bek Yuziel. He said he had come to see the alchemist named Altarisha. The receptionist apologized, saying she was not available, but when he handed over an invitation directly from Altarisha, she quickly changed her tone and said she would take him to her right away. Soon they stood before a door, and the receptionist called out to announce that Miss Altarisha had a guest before entering. Bek Yuziel entered the room and asked if Assistant Altarisha was okay. She smiled and said it was him, telling him to come in since she was about to show him something. Walseek pointed to a device and told Yuziel to look at the shield bracelet. He explained that pressing the button twice gave it third-class defense, and pressing it once more increased its power. He said even those with little or no mana could use a shield spell once, with a defense power of about 500, which would be useful in emergencies. Walseek said that once this was revealed, it would shake the world, all thanks to Altarisha. He added that since Yuziel was a co-author, he should consider joining the Alchemy Castle as an alchemist. Bek Yuziel replied that he could not because he was born with mana leak syndrome, unable to absorb mana. Walseek's eyes widened as he realized that meant Yuziel had limited time to live. Yuziel admitted it was true but said he did not plan to die and would handle it himself. Then he raised his hand and asked if he could take a look at the shield bracelet. Walseek nodded in agreement. Bek Yuziel examined the shield bracelet and thought it was still rough and filled with unnecessary parts. With a smile, he asked to borrow a mana-line welding pen. While adjusting the bracelet, he thought that connecting it with the welding pen should work, and after finishing, he smiled and said it was done. A shield formed around his body. Walseek adjusted his glasses in shock and shouted that the defense had increased to 800, nearly 1.5 times more efficient. He said Yuziel truly deserved credit as a co-author and offered him a position, even promising an alchemist to supply him mana. Bek Yuziel refused, saying he had his own reasons to continue as a magic warrior. He then handed something over and asked if Walseek could make an item from it, explaining that Principal Stella had already agreed to help. Walseek was surprised that Stella had agreed. Altarisha said she wanted to help too but admitted it might be too hard since she had never tried enchanting with elemental magic before. Yuziel told her to take her time and do it when she could. Altarisha nodded in understanding. In the classroom, Acel sat thinking that things were not going well and wondered if she should ask Bek Yuziel for help. Before she could decide, Bayan approached Yuziel and told him she wanted to talk about something important. Izel's eyes widened as the two walked out together. She tried to convince herself that whatever they were discussing had nothing to do with her, yet she felt uneasy for no reason. Outside, Baek Yuseol asked Bayan what she wanted to talk about. Bayan said she heard the Alchemy Castle had developed a new magi engineering product and that he was one of the co-authors. Yuseol asked if she was trying to use him to gain access to the item business. She admitted she was, but said items were not her only interest, as she valued her connection with him more. Yuseol was surprised, thinking he never expected her to see him in a positive light. She seemed very different from her portrayal in the original story, and he wondered if maybe this time he could prevent her death. Then Bayan hesitated before asking if he would like to eat with her. Before Yuseol could reply, Edmund appeared and interrupted, saying he had not seen Bayan at lunch and thought she must have been busy, but was surprised to find her with a commoner instead. He said he felt a bit hurt by that. Baek Yuseol watched Edmund with sharp eyes and recognized him as one of the people who would lead Hong Bayan to ruin in the original story. He noted that Edmund did not seem to know he was the co-author of the random cross formula thesis. Bayan told Edmund that Yuseol was not just any commoner, and that she intended to use him to form a connection with the alchemist Artesia, asking Edmund not to interfere. Edmund laughed and mocked her, saying a mere commoner could never help her, and that he would be a better choice. Yuseol thought the remark was ridiculous but was already used to being looked down on. Bayan grew angry and demanded to know what Edmund meant by that, but before she could say more, Yuseol told her to forget about the item trade. Edmund crossed his arms and said it was a wise decision, at least now Yuseol knew his place. Yuseol then stepped forward and said he would inform others that the Adalek Duchy had refused to supply the Adalevit kingdom. Edmund glared and warned him that a first year defying a third year would face consequences. Yuseol replied calmly that whatever happened was none of his concern. Bayan thought that Yuseol should know Stella Academy had strict hierarchies and that Edmund was one of the most influential third years. Yuseol simply said he would be going and turned away. As he left, Edmund muttered that a mere first year who dared to ignore his seniors needed to have his school life made more interesting. While walking, Yuseol thought he was sorry for Bayan but knew that unless he brought Edmund down, she would never have a happy ending. Whether she became queen or the Adalek Duchy fell, her fate would still end in death. He decided he would not let her bow her head to someone like Edmund. Meanwhile, Bayan held her head in frustration, thinking that Edmund kept interfering because he wanted to keep her dependent on him. Normally, she would have stayed quiet, but Yuseol's actions had provoked Edmund. Later that night, Yuseol smiled as he held a box and said it had arrived safely. He thought the prototype of Artesia's item came sooner than expected and wondered what each one was used for. A screen appeared showing the details of the items. The barrier coating necklace was a lower mid-grade item that created a protective shield over the body. The unknown dagger ring transformed into a hilt and generated a mana dagger when used. The shield bracelet turned into a bracer that protected the forearm when activated. Baek Yuseol smiled and said that as expected of Artesia, she was already crafting mid-grade items. He thought he needed to test them in real combat soon and provide her with feedback. He had already informed Dr. Hall's Cordon, and now that all preparations were complete, it was time to begin crushing the Adalek Duchy step by step. A few days later, the second exam approached. Yuseol thought about how it was divided into written and practical parts. The practical section tested combat magic and was graded differently depending on the element. Lightning magic was judged by its voltage and chain count, wind by its explosive force, and ice by its temperature and range. Other attributes like healing, radiance, and material magic made the test even more varied. Among them all, fire attribute users stood out the most, showing power worthy of protagonists. Then the professor called out Baek Yuseol's name and said it was his turn. Baek Yuseol stepped forward and used the blink technique multiple times, touching the red circles. A professor, crossing his arms, said it was incredible how there was no delay after blinking and how accurately Yuseol found the directions he wanted. He then announced that Baek Yuseol's test was complete. Yuseol thought that finished one part of the practical exam and that with the direct lens glasses, he might still do well on the written part. Suddenly, a group of students approached him. One asked if he was Baek Yuseol and mentioned hearing that a mere first year had talked back to a third-year senior, something unimaginable in their time. Yuseol realized they were likely Edmund's followers. One of the students leaned forward and shouted at him to lower his eyes. Yuseol thought he had expected this, but actually facing a group of brats ready to attack felt unpleasant. A student mocked Baek Yuseol, telling him to lower his eyes and calling him rude. He insulted Yuseol for being a commoner without parents, and ordered him to get on his knees if he did not want to die. Bandian arrived, thinking a fight had broken out and realizing the students were Edmund's seniors. She also recognized Yuziel as the first year they had seen at the Martivis graveyard. She shouted at them to stop. The students said they were teaching a junior, and it was their duty as seniors to discipline someone who had talked back to a third year. Bandian thought that Yuziel, being strong enough to defeat a 5th-class necromancer, could handle them, but she decided this could not be ignored. She suggested turning it into a special junior training unit. The student said such training required the student council president's approval. Bandian said she would get the approval and asked why they did not do it properly. The student smiled, agreed it sounded fun, and walked away. Bandian told Beck Yuziel that he had used a moment of humiliation as a setup for bigger revenge. She said someone smart enough to slay a necromancer would not talk back without reason. She realized he wanted to end Stella's long-standing absurdity, and had sacrificed himself for that. She added that some students had no choice but to follow Edmund because of family circumstances, and they should not be punished for it. Clenching her fist with excitement, she said she would set the stage so he could fight freely and promised to persuade the student council president. Beck Yuziel smiled and thought about how strange her words had been. The scene shifted to the Magic Protocol Interpretation exam. Many students struggled to understand the paper. When Beck Yuziel submitted his exam, the professor was surprised that only 20 minutes had passed and thought he was giving up. Yuziel said he was not giving up because he had already solved it. The professor looked at Beck Yuziel's paper and his eyes widened. Yuziel said he had not studied but felt refreshed now that the test was done. He thought that the whole school probably already knew and that Bandian had to step in. He also thought about the special junior training unit, realizing it was where a senior who wanted to educate faced off against a junior. Normally, seniors at Stella were forbidden from insulting or hitting juniors, but in this unit, they could legally punish them. The duel was called a duel, but in reality, seniors used magic to discipline juniors. Approval from the student council president was required to prevent abuse, though Class S students could appeal directly to the council. Yuziel thought he had only planned to kneel once and be done with it, but since it could not be avoided, he might as well enjoy it. The scene shifted to the Stella student council room. Miro Yoon, the second-year Class S student and president, asked Bandian why she had come. Bandian slammed a paper on the table and said she wanted approval for a special junior training unit, with Beck Yuziel of first-year Class S as the target. Miro asked Bandian why she was requesting the training unit when she hated absurdities like this. She replied that it was because she hated absurdities. Miro said he did not understand her thinking and warned that no matter how talented, a first year could not beat a second year because experience made a huge gap. He asked if she still wanted to request the training unit. Bandian picked up the paper and told him to come watch if he was curious, saying it would be fun. Miro asked what she was scheming. Suddenly, Professor Gerald arrived holding a paper and asked Miro to take a look at a student thesis submission report. Miro welcomed him and asked if the exam had produced a paper worthy of submission to the academy. Gerald told him to just look first. Miro looked at the paper and was amazed. He realized it was Prokey's overlapping circuit design improved, shortening the reverse engineering chain loop equation by half with a simple formula. He thought overlapping circuits should have already been perfected by many scholars, yet this was a step further, which he described as genius. He shouted to ask who wrote it. Gerald smiled and said it was Beck Yuziel and that at this level, he might even attend the Aslan seminar. He added that he needed to inform the vice principal immediately. Miro stared at the paper in shock. The scene shifted to Vice Principal Akihaden, who asked if Professor Gerald was recommending Beck Yuziel for the Aslan seminar. Gerald smiled and said yes, adding that once Akihaden saw it, he would understand how incredible Yuziel was. Akihaden said it would be troublesome because there were already many outstanding candidates at Stella, especially among the freshmen. He explained that each school could only send 2 students, excluding nobles with guaranteed spots, and a magic warrior who did not use magic was an insult to magicians. He told Gerald to leave and said Yuziel would never be allowed to attend Aslan. Gerald closed his eyes and said he understood. After Gerald left, Akihaden gripped a paper tightly and thought that someone was trying to sneak a worm into Aslan. He clenched his teeth with dark expressions and said it was not possible. The scene shifted to the notice board where the second exam results were announced. Beck Yuziel looked at the rankings and thought it was amazing that he was 419th even with a perfect written score. He noticed that this time the first place was Mei Yuziang. He wondered why Heiwenriang, who was second last semester, had dropped to 4th, thinking it was because Azel and Flame could focus on studying unlike in the original story. He also realized that since Siki had taken the darkening route, Heiwenriang and Arswang's original routes were gone. Bayan asked if they were changing the rankings on purpose and said she thought he had already stood out too much. She added that since he ranked within the top 600, he must be planning to enter the interschool competition. Baek Yuseol thought about that event where selected students faced other prestigious magic schools and wondered why it was happening. He then asked what she meant and if she had more to say. Bayan clenched her fist and demanded to know why he had done what he did to Senior Edmund. She shouted that Edmund was persistent and would torment him until graduation and asked if he could handle that. Baek Yuseol widened his eyes and said no, he did not think she could handle it either. He thought that rather than being bullied by green rookies, he would rather knock them all out and get expelled. Bayan clenched her trembling hand and asked again why he had done it and what he could possibly gain from her. Baek Yuseol said he also valued their bond and that he was not helping her for free. He scratched his head and told her that when this was over she would have to sign an item contract with him. Bayan replied that he could make an item contract with many others and not just the Adalavit Kingdom, and asked why he insisted on that. Baek Yuseol thought he could not exactly say he was acting just to save Bayan and see a happy ending. He told her he would explain later. She asked what he planned to do about the junior training program. He said he would deal with it somehow. She told him he did not have to hold back and that it was fine to rough up the seniors with his true skills. She promised to handle as much of the aftermath as she could. Yuseol nodded and thought she seemed considerate but wondered why she assumed he would win. The scene shifted to practical magic class. Hon Yeo crossed her arms and praised Arzwang for her impressive control, saying that although her firepower was lacking, it could be compensated with precise control and would work well against sensitive foes or in quiet missions. She then turned to Bayan and criticized Arzwang, saying her magic was far too weak. She reminded her that fire magic was not just for destruction and found it ridiculous that she was ranked first in the fire attribute. She told her to practice again. Arzwang gritted her teeth and practiced, murmuring that she had lost again. She said she was not lacking in effort and wondered why she could never win. A girl student, Harolyn, approached Acel and smiled. She said there was a rumor that Baek Yuseol liked her and asked if they were secretly dating, wondering if that was why Acel had come there. Acel denied it, saying it was not true and that Baek Yuseol did not. Harolyn thought it was unexpected. She had assumed Acel would be different since people called her the traitor's child, but she was cuter than she thought. Harolyn introduced herself as being from Class B, and Acel greeted her in return. At that moment Baek Yuseol stepped forward. Dok Cholkwang shouted for him to be brave and take it easy on the others. Yuseol thought he was supposed to be the one getting beaten by a senior. Other students murmured that Baek Yuseol, acting arrogantly for a commoner, was finally going to be taught a lesson and that once the seniors marked him, it would be over. Bayan observed quietly, sitting with her arms crossed. Caliban Kadalam, a second year from Class C, smirked and asked if Yuseol was ready. Yuseol thought that although he was in Class S, Kadalam, ranked around the 300s, was stronger in pure combat ability, so he would need to avoid a direct fight. He said he was ready, and Kadalam commented that Yuseol was arrogant until the end. The professor raised his hand and explained the rules. He said the duel would last at least 15 minutes and continue until one side collapsed. If a life was in danger, Stella Dome's space control magic would end the duel. After 15 minutes, either side could forfeit and end the duel immediately. He then declared the duel to begin. Both opponents moved to the grassy ground and the duel started. Harolyn asked who Acel thought would win. Acel said of course the senior should win. Harolyn explained that Caliban inherited the Earth attribute, which was strong in defense and field control, and doubted Baek Yuseol's magic sword could pierce a third-class Earth defense. Acel thought Harolyn was right and that Yuseol could not win by common sense. Kadalam shouted that he would knock some sense into Yuseol and used Stone Field. Baek Yuseol smirked and began to run. Harolyn commented that he was running away without pride, and Acel thought that might actually be the right move. Yuseol thought no one would really go back if told to. Kadalam used Stone Pierce magic, raising his staff to throw stones at Yuseol, and everyone's eyes widened. Suddenly, Kadalam's eyes widened as he saw a monkey doll and asked in confusion why it was there. A bright light burst from the doll, forcing him to cover his face. Kadalam thought while clenching his teeth that it was close. But before he could react, Baek Yuseol appeared behind him and slashed his sword, though it struck the barrier. Kadalam turned with a smirk and attacked with a green aura, but his eyes widened when Baek Yuseol vanished from sight. Kadalam shouted if the freshman was only going to keep running away and mocked that all his talk about chivalry was just a rumor. But suddenly his body floated into the air on its own, and he panicked, wondering why his body was acting like that. Then he saw Baek Yuziel smiling. Grinding his teeth, he landed on the ground using his technique weight of earth and shouted for him to come out and stop with cheap tricks. A blast shook the ground, and Kadalum started coughing while covering his mouth, realizing it was a CS gas grenade. Acel covered her ears and said it looked like a flash device that blocked sight and sound. Bayan observed that with CS gas and a flash attack, even a second-year senior could not get his bearings. She thought it was over and that if Baek Yuziel just approached slowly and landed a hit, it would be his victory. Then Baek Yuziel appeared holding several packs and threw one at Kadalum's face. After that, he threw more packs from every direction, filling the entire area with thick smoke. Dok Cholquang crossed his arms and said that it was another CS grenade again, then threw several stones. Bandian said it looked like there was only some smoke mixed in this time. She thought Baek Yuziel's attacks were not fatal but still managed to hurt Kadalum quite a bit. Kadalum clenched his teeth and shouted Baek Yuziel's name in anger. Standing on a large pillar, he raised his weapon and declared that he no longer cared about the training program and would fight seriously. Baek Yuziel's eyes widened as he saw a large dark circle forming above Kadalum. He said that using stone shower on a first year seemed a bit too much. Kadalum gritted his teeth and shouted back that Baek Yuziel was the last person who should be saying that. Sharp nails burst out from the dark circle and flew toward Baek Yuziel, but he smiled and raised his hand, stopping them in the air. Everyone watched in shock. Then the professor announced that the duel was over and declared that first-year S class Baek Yuziel had forfeited. The victor was second-year class C's Caliban, marking the end of the special training duel. Students on the ground murmured among themselves, saying that the second year looked furious and that they would have thrown a punch before ending the duel. Others wondered what kind of things Baek Yuziel had been using. Some guessed they might be newly developed items and said that while Baek Yuziel fought well, those strange devices drew even more attention. Bandian thought that maybe it was because the magic devices were that good. She realized most alchemists fought using the terrain, but Baek Yuziel had carefully planned every position of his devices from start to finish. He used fast movement to set up his tools and create a favorable battlefield. She thought he truly was an amazing person. Dok Cholquang asked her if she was the one who requested this training group and whether she got the results she wanted. She replied that now even the second years would not dare to mess with the first years, so this was more or less the result she had hoped for. She said it had turned into an interesting situation. Dok Cholquang nodded and said that was good. The scene then shifted to the Red Hawk Club room. Bayan read the paper and thought that Baek Yuziel had let his opponent win. During the 15-minute duel, he had only toyed with his senior and never fought seriously. She realized that if he had wanted to win, he could have done so at any time. The fact that he forfeited on purpose meant he knew it was unthinkable for a first year to defeat a second year. She thought that power alone was not everything and that the commoner was truly impossible to predict. Edmund asked what the second years were doing now, saying he had told them to train Baek Yuziel separately. One of the students replied that the second-year cadets were not touching Baek Yuziel at all. He explained that unlike the rumors, Baek Yuziel greeted his seniors politely and treated them warmly. He said that when he went to scold him, Baek Yuziel spoke so well that he ended up buying him snacks instead. Then a maid rushed in and told Edmund that the Duke had just contacted them and he needed to go see him right away. Edmund called his father and said it was him. His father told him that he had just received a call from the Alchemy Castle. Edmund's eyes widened when his father explained that because the Adalec ducal house had refused, the alchemists from Alterisha school had stopped supplying items to the kingdom. He asked if Edmund knew anything about it. Edmund tried to deny it, but his father insisted it was true, saying that the co-author of the mana random cross formula had confirmed it himself. Edmund shouted in confusion that he had never met that person and could not believe what he was hearing. He wondered if Baek Yuziel was involved and thought it made no sense that anyone would dare refuse the Adalabit kingdom, knowing how much power his family held over the alchemy castle. His father said it was a technological revolution, a new invention capable of creating items as powerful as ancient relics once thought impossible. He added that even the Golden Alchemist was conducting joint research with Alterisha. Edmund gritted his teeth and said that if the Golden Alchemist was involved, the situation was far bigger than he had imagined. His father agreed and said the kingdom would soon resume trade with the alchemy castle, but the name of Adalec would be removed from the list. He asked Edmund once more if he was involved in the incident. The scene shifted to Bayan. Edmund approached her and asked if she could arrange a meeting with Baek Yuziel. She nodded silently. The scene then moved to the southern continent, in the wide plains of Hall. An elf girl stood on high ground and observed that land prices were rising. A kneeling elf man begged her for mercy, calling her Lady Yahello. Yahello thought about her trait called value of all things, which allowed her to see the worth of every person, animal, or object as a number. She saw his value as only 3, no higher than a rock on the street. Sitting in front of him, she asked why he had gone bankrupt and reminded him that she had warned him not to expand into useless businesses. The man clenched his teeth and thought that she was lying. Yahello said that the business had been meant to succeed and accused him of ruining everything. Then she ordered her servants to bury him. As the man was dragged away, Yahello let out a deep breath and closed her eyes, saying that everything was so boring and that people these days had no resolve. Suddenly someone called her name from outside, and her eyes snapped open. She turned with a smile as Melian entered, smiling warmly and asking his daughter if she had been well. Yahello hugged her father and asked if he had a good trip and whether the deal had gone well. Melian told her it was still in progress and explained that the Altarisha school of the Alchemy Castle had developed something new called items by combining alchemy and magic engineering. He said there was a video showing the code developer using those items in real combat, and asked if she wanted to see it. Yahello smiled and said it sounded fun, thinking she could never say no to her father. Melian told her to come to his room, and she nodded. Later, as they sat in his room, Melian told her that the co-developer was a first-year student at Stella who had fought a second year using those items. Yahello was surprised and asked if the co-author of alchemical magic engineering was really just a first year. She thought about what kind of person he could be. When she saw Beck Yuziel's image on the screen, her eyes widened in shock. She realized she could not see his value, something that had never happened before. Even the emperor of the Scalvan Empire and the king of Adalabit had measurable values, but this boy had none. She knew there were only 2 reasons the trait value of all things failed to measure someone's worth: either they were someone the user loved, or they possessed an immeasurable, unknown value. Finally, she turned to her father and asked for the name of the person in the video. Melian told his daughter that the boy's name was Beck Yuziel and asked her to remember it well since she might meet him one day. Yahello smiled and said she would, then asked if he wanted to play a round of soul chess before he left. He nodded, and she thought to herself that Beck Yuziel was someone with a value she could not measure, a name she would not forget. The scene shifted to the cafeteria where Beck Yuziel finished his coffee and said he would leave if there was nothing else. Edmund stopped him and apologized for looking down on him because he was a commoner. He said he deeply regretted it and asked Beck Yuziel to take back what he had said before. Beck Yuziel thought that the apology itself did not matter, but to prevent Hong Baiyan's death flag, he needed to weaken Edmund's political power. To do that, he could not forgive him yet. He told Edmund he was not in the mood to forgive. Edmund asked what he should do, and Beck Yuziel reached into his pocket and showed him a paper. He said it was a magical oath written on mana parchment, and suggested making a bet. Edmund's eyes widened as Beck Yuziel explained that the game would be soul chess. If he lost, he would withdraw his words and only deliver items to the Adalabit kingdom through the Adalek family. But if he won, Edmund would have to transfer his permanent seat at the Aslan seminar to him. Edmund's eyes widened in surprise as he asked if Beck Yuziel really thought that was reasonable. Beck Yuziel thought to himself that of course it was not reasonable. He knew the Aslan seminar was a public debate gathering where heirs of great magic families met for academic discussions. Only a few from powerful houses could join, and there were 3 ways to qualify: by presenting an exceptional paper the previous year, by holding a transferable seat with a new paper to present, or by being one of the 12 rising stars of the year. It was a place where the world's genius mages gathered, and simply maintaining the right to attend proved one's power. The Adalek ducal house had attended for decades, and that status was a major source of their influence. Beck Yuziel planned to take that away. He stood up and said that if Edmund did not like it, that was too bad. But Edmund stopped him and said with a smile that if the game was soul chess, he would agree. He decided to sign the magical oath and told Beck Yuziel to meet him there at the same time the next day. The next day the cafe was crowded with students whispering among themselves, wondering why so many people had gathered. They said they heard that Senior Admin was betting on a soul chess match with the first year. Others asked who could possibly be brave enough to challenge him, since no one at Stella played soul chess better than Edmund. Beck Yuziel sat quietly with his eyes closed, thinking that it was him they were talking about. He reminded himself that he was not doing this for fun and that he had never been interested in soul chess to begin with, but he still had his reasons. A student pointed out that Senior Admin had arrived, and Princess Hong Baiyan was with him. Beck Yuziel noticed her and thought that, as expected, Edmund had brought her along. When Bayan stared directly at him, his eyes widened and he wondered why she was looking at him like that, thinking he might have done something wrong. Bayan crossed her arms and thought about what Baek Yuziel was planning. She knew Edmund had learned soul chess since he was 5 and was called a prodigy. Across Stella and even the entire Adalabad kingdom, few could match him. She could not understand why Baek Yuziel had chosen to challenge him in the one thing he was best at. Edmund thought that while it was surprising for Baek Yuziel to offer an Aslan seat as the stake, it actually worked in his favor. He believed it was the perfect chance to humiliate Baek Yuziel in front of Bayan. With a smirk, he said that it was time to start the game. Edmund smiled and reminded Baek Yuziel that since he had signed the mana oath, he would lose all mana if he broke it. Baek Yuziel nodded, thinking it did not matter since he had no mana anyway. Edmund raised his hand and said he had finished setting up the board, giving Baek Yuziel the first move. Baek Yuziel thought that letting him play first in such an important match showed how much Edmund looked down on him. Still, he smiled slightly and adjusted his glasses, thinking that it was better that way. He reviewed the rules of soul chess in his mind. The game used an octagonal board with over 200 kinds of pieces, from which each player chose 20 to use. Only one piece could be moved per turn. Unlike normal chess, every piece and square had its own abilities and attributes, and players had to combine these to defeat the opponent's king to win. Even though Baek Yuziel had played Ether for 10 years, he found soul chess difficult. Edmund, on the other hand, was known as one of the best soul chess players not only in Stella but across the entire world of Ether. Edmund smirked and thought he had been surprised when Baek Yuziel had bet the Aslan seminar seat, but to make it a soul chess match was even more arrogant. He decided he would crush the commoner so he could never act smart again. Baek Yuziel said he would begin, and Edmund studied the board, noticing that Baek Yuziel had arranged his pieces in strange positions that seemed to interfere with his strategy. He wondered if it was a coincidence, and doubted that a commoner like him could have much experience in soul chess. Baek Yuziel repeated that he would start since he had the first move. Edmund's eyes widened as Baek Yuziel moved his queen deep into his territory. Smirking, he thought the boy was a loser and began his own move, crossing his arms and calling it foolish to have lost already. He moved his speedrun knight and prepared his strategy. As the game progressed, Edmund laughed to himself, thinking Baek Yuziel was so bad that the match would end before he even used his full strategy. He planned to bring in a flame pawn, using the mobility of his 3 speedrun knights to confuse the opponent, and then using the 5 flame pawns to control the field. This would create a burning field that lowered the defense of enemies weak to flame and increased his own attack power. Edmund thought that if everything went as planned, Baek Yuziel would have no chance. Edmund's eyes widened as he realized that his speedrun knights and stealth pawns had lost their function after just 3 turns. He thought that Baek Yuziel must have allowed his queen to die on purpose. Smiling, he told himself it was fine since it was only 5 turns and planned to complete his burning field on this turn. He moved and thought that once the field was activated, Baek Yuziel would be finished on the next turn. When Baek Yuziel began his move, Edmund noticed another stealth pawn. He thought that no matter where it was placed, the turn would end. The screen showed that conquering flipped land while the opponent had an activated field would trigger a reversal effect, activate frozen land, increase attribute damage by 200%, and grant an additional attack turn due to a hidden condition. Edmund was surprised and thought that Baek Yuziel had completely seen through his strategy. He gritted his teeth and tried to reassure himself, thinking that if he endured this turn and modified his plan, he could still win. But fear crept in as he wondered if he could even get another turn. Baek Yuziel thought that Edmund was very talented and that his soul chess difficulty was high in Ether, but after 10 years of games, crazy players had created perfect study guides from thousands of matches. He smiled, realizing that with his special bulbul glasses, he could see Edmund's strategy perfectly, essentially playing soul chess while reading a guide. The screen displayed that the lightning bishop sent lightning flying and dealt 200% extra damage to frozen opponents. A bright light suddenly surrounded the area. Edmund murmured in shock, realizing he had lost to Baek Yuziel. Baek Yuziel smiled quietly.